News, I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Zador, meteorologist Ted Phaetonoff. We got meteorologist Andrew Brightman. And guys, he has circled today as the best day of the week.
What?
Chef's Kiss is saying.
Come on, Andrew.
I've done it here. Yeah, I've
You've done
gone on
it?
a limb. This is going to be the best day. We've got,
Come on.
got amazing weather. Got lots of sunshine, low humidity, comfortable temperatures. This is a day you really want to get outside here during the afternoon hours. It's going to be a chilly morning out there. Yeah, don't get me wrong, you need the jacket, but amazing afternoon. Might see an isolated shower tomorrow, but really the story here is once you get to the weekend and beyond, it's going to start to get hot outside across the Carolinas. Toasty weather ahead. Charlotte live cam though right now 50 degrees. Winds out of the northeast about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 40s right now. Pinpoint radar. Got quiet conditions out there all across the central Carolinas. Going to be staying that way too all day long. High pressure off to our north. Going to be keeping things cool and pleasant out there. 33 in Boone, almost under the freezing mark. Up across the higher elevations. Elsewhere here, a lot of upper 40s to around the 50-degree mark. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, about 10 to 15 degrees colder out there. You will notice it the second you walk out the door. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Charlotte City Council members are hitting the pause button on the I-77 expansion project.
North Carolina plans to build elevated toll lanes stretching from uptown down to the South Carolina state line, but people in the community have been pushing back over neighborhood impacts and pollution concerns.
Late last night, the council voted 6-5 to pull the city's approval of the public-private partnership of that project and direct the city's regional transportation representative to oppose the project.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
There are questions about how this resolution would impact the project and the state and federal funding needed to make it happen. North Carolina officials have said money for the $3 billion project could be lost if there's a holdup in the work. There was also a question about whether this vote overruled an earlier decision to ask the state for more studies.
As Charlotte City Council begins a search to replace Mayor Vi Lyles, her predecessor says she's interested in the job. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts telling Queen City News yesterday afternoon she'd be the right choice to serve until the next election, promising transparent leadership.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Roberts said she made the decision to throw her hat in the ring after getting calls from friends and colleagues encouraging her to apply. She said that she will not take a salary and will not run for the seat when the current term expires in 2027. It'll be up to the city council to select the interim mayor, who has to be from the same political party as Lyles and be a registered Charlotte voter. Council members hope to have Lyles as replacement selected by the time she steps down on June 30th.
Several of Charlotte's city council members are signaling they want to put a moratorium on all new data centers in the Queen City. The council voted last night to schedule a public hearing and set a final vote on a moratorium next month.
We need to stop. We need to pause. We need to rescind. We need to halt until we know that there's no harm to our residents.
If passed, the moratorium would bar the city council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of data centers could be completed. That moratorium would last 150 days upon approval. The public hearing, where the public will have the opportunity to weigh in, is set for May 26th. A data center developer's plan to rezone and build on land in East Charlotte was recently delayed. A petition opposing the project had gathered thousands of signatures.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg school board members will be voting tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and petitions. That meeting is set for 6 p.m. at the Government Center. An investigation is underway into what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis they spent hours trying to prevent hotspots from flaring up again.
Structure fire, multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategies. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots
This one was a little different.
when a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
6:07 the time now. Questions about Silfab solar facility safety have been a hot button issue in the community for years, but now newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about the facility in Fort Mill. Reporter David Schuman tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, a bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Now, we've reached out to representatives for Silfab Solar asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but have not yet heard back. President Trump could possibly get negotiation help from China on Iran when he heads there today. China buys more than 80% of Iran's oil exports. The trip comes as President Trump rips into Iran's latest plan to end the war, calling their leaders lunatics in the ceasefire week. Iran still has not agreed to Trump's calls for no nuclear weapons. Yesterday, Trump called Iran's response to a ceasefire proposal a, quote, piece of garbage. Trump is set to meet with China's president this Thursday. In addition to the war in Iran, they're also set to discuss trade between the two nations. Let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman on this Tuesday. Andrew, what can we expect over the next couple days?
A lot of great weather with maybe a couple of showers mixed in, Julian. It's a chilly morning out there. Beautiful morning colors behind me here as we look towards uptown Charlotte. An amazing afternoon. And a little bit of weekend heat potentially on tap here across the Carolinas with temperatures heading up potentially into the lower 90s. Charlotte live cam right now 50 degrees. Northeasterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 40s here. Pinpoint radar. We got quiet conditions across the central Carolinas as we get things started. High pressure to the north. Beautiful weather here across the central mid-Atlantic states here. Airport delays. If you are going to be taken to the friendly skies, first always best check ahead with your local carrier. Otherwise, we have got great weather out there across the region here, looking good. Temperatures actually low to mid 30s for some of us up across the mountains. Elsewhere, temperatures low to middle 40s. Bus stop forecast this morning going to be a great day for the kids to head off to school and you head off to work. I've got more though on those potential showers for your Wednesday with my pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Let's take a look at pinpoint traffic for this early Tuesday morning. Volume really light around the Crown. Right now we're looking at, this is the merging of I-85 traffic right in the middle of the screen there, merging onto I-77. 85 is down below. This is courtesy of NCDOT. Good looking shot there. It's slowing down as it merges, but it is working the way it was designed. Around the Crown, really quiet this morning. I mean, things are looking good. 485 inner and outer, 77, 85 inbound Independence, all the major roads to get in, around, and through Charlotte. Let's take you up near Lake Norman, coming down from Cornelius on I-77. That's traffic on the right-hand side. Looking good. See a little bit of that pink starting from the sunrise this morning. That stretch looking good. The other side of 77 at the state line near Carowinds, I-77 north in traffic. Looking good there as well. Here's some drive times. Gastonia, Mooresville, Rock Hill, all in the green. Less than 15 minutes. We love it. The northeast part of the city coming down 85 from Cabarrus County. Concord, Kannapolis, you guys are looking good. Near Concord Mills, all 8 lanes across. Both directions looking good. Here's inbound Independence. You can see the sun trying to bounce off some of the buildings from the skyline there to the top left. That stretch also good. Here's drive times from Concord, Albemarle, Monroe. You guys are looking good. Everything less than 30 minutes. And if you are headed to the airport this morning, as Andrew was saying, great day to fly. Check with your airline before you go. All those drive times under half an hour. Let's hope it stays the same once we hit rush hour in our 7 o'clock hour. Another update coming your way around 6:30. Annie?
One person aboard the ship that reported a hantavirus outbreak is from the Carolinas, but experts say there is nothing to worry about. How officials are responding in the Tar Heel State. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services says one person on board the cruise ship with the hantavirus outbreak is from North Carolina.
They were evacuated to the University of Nebraska Medical Center, and there are no cases of hantavirus in the state.
Claire Overton reports on why CDC officials say there's nothing to be worried about.
The likelihood of this turning something similar to COVID is exceedingly low.
The world is on edge after the Andes hantavirus broke out on a cruise ship, killing 3 people and infecting numerous others. While this is causing concerns, the World Health Organization, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and infectious disease doctors, including Dr. Esteban Delpoler from Baystate, don't believe this will be another COVID-19-like pandemic.
If you look at COVID, it's transmitted by respiratory molecules. So anytime that you sneeze, talk, cough, it's in the air. This requires very close contact for a prolonged period of time for you to get it.
Dr. Delpoler saying a cruise ship is the easiest place for this virus to spread. But now those passengers are flying back to their native countries to be monitored. The University of Nebraska Medical Center holding a press conference Monday morning to share their plan for the U.S. passengers that were flown home from the cruise ship.
Over the next several days, passengers will undergo initial health assessment and receive guidance on next steps from the CDC experts and other partners.
18 U.S. passengers were flown back to the States. 16 are in Nebraska at the University of Nebraska Medical Center, while the other 2 are in Atlanta at the CDC headquarters. All of them will be monitored for 42 days for symptoms.
If you look at the Andes subtype specifically, usually within 2 or 3 weeks, you're kind of gonna know. You're gonna have to start, either you get symptoms or you don't in that time frame.
Those symptoms could be fever, muscle aches, and fatigue, but also sometimes chills or nausea.
That was Claire Overton reporting. Health officials in Maryland announced that they are monitoring 2 people who were not on the cruise ship. They were possibly exposed to one of the infected cruise ship passengers who got off earlier and then was on a flight with them abroad. This follows a similar announcement last week out of New Jersey, where health officials are monitoring 2 people who may have also had an in-flight exposure abroad.
Memorial Day is typically seen as the start of the summer season, and this year travel is expected to set records. According to analysts at AAA, 45 million Americans are expected to travel between May 21st through the 25th. 39.1 million are expected to drive despite high gas prices.
Those gas prices aren't expected to go down anytime soon as the war in Iran continues with no deal in sight. President Trump says he wants to suspend the federal gas tax, but he'd need congressional approval to do so. Even if that did happen, it could be a while before any relief is actually seen. The federal gas tax is currently set at about 18 cents per gallon on gasoline and around 24 cents on diesel. Energy Secretary Chris Wright has also floated the idea of pausing the federal gas tax. The gas tax helps to pay for roads and bridges.
All measures that can be taken to lower the price at the pump and lower the prices for Americans, this administration is in support of. We are constantly looking for different ideas. We've taken a number of actions. So we are working every day to offset this rise in prices because of a critical conflict in Iran to drive prices down.
Secretary Wright would not rule out gas reaching $5 a gallon or give a prediction about when prices may actually start to come down. Now, as for this morning, the national average for a gallon of gas sitting at $4.50. In North Carolina, drivers paying around $4.15. South Carolina drivers paying a little bit less at $4.12. This is a slight decrease from this time yesterday.
Young Americans are growing more concerned about the job market. A newly released Gallup poll also says the young people in the U.S. are some of the most concerned for their future. In the U.S., only 43% of people between 15 and 34 years old believe it's a good time to find a job. It's a major fall from the 64% of people 55 years old or older that believe the same thing. That's because younger people are facing growing prices and less low-level hiring. All around the world, it's the opposite. Globally, the median share of younger people who say it's a good time to find work in their local job market, it's sitting at 48% compared to 38% among older people.
We're getting a new look at a fast-spreading wildfire growing in Florida. 2 wildfires have burned thousands of acres in the Everglades. That fire seen here by satellite is currently burning through Broward County near Miami. There haven't been any reports of serious injuries or property damage. The larger wildfire southwest of Fort Lauderdale has spread to about 5,600 acres and is about 30% contained. The other fire has moved across 300 acres in southern Miami-Dade County near Homestead. That is also about 30% contained. Coming up on 621, let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, you said that today is the day we want to just like circle, on your calendar here. And it's going to be picture perfect. We are still very dry, though.
Very, very dry. We need a lot more rain. That's not really going to be coming, Annie, but at least in the meantime, if we can't get the rain, we can enjoy the chef's kiss weather we're going to be treated to across the Carolinas here on our Tuesday. Beautiful weather out there across the region. Charlotte live cam 50 degrees right now, trying to dip down into the upper 40s here. Beautiful sunrise shaping up across the Carolinas. Northeasterly winds at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Boone camera right now. We got also mostly clear skies up across the mountains. Pinpoint radar quiet here. It's going to be quiet all day long. Zooming out, going wide. A little bit of cloud cover trying to move in and around Charlotte. Otherwise, we have got great weather. Pollen forecast a little elevated, but nothing too crazy. Nothing like what we saw during the month of April here. Kind of past peak pollen season out there for the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion going throughout your Tuesday. This is why it's going to be so great. We got sunshine. We got comfortable temperatures. Light winds out there. Looking really, really nice here as we go into the evening hours. More great weather here across the Carolinas continuing. Heading into your Wednesday morning, what we're tracking, cloud cover moving in once we get to the afternoon and the chance of a shower or storm for your Wednesday evening. Something to keep in mind if you are going to be heading to the Charlotte FC match, there is a chance of a shower tomorrow. Thursday, we'll get a little bit of a breeze here out of the north and west. We will stay completely dry, partly cloudy skies, comfortable conditions out there across the region. And a little bit on the cool side once we get to your Friday morning. Charlotte FC forecast here should have great weather if you're going to be heading on over to the bank. Partly cloudy skies, maybe a chance of a shower. I'm still skeptical that we'll see much in the way of rainfall tomorrow. Weekend forecast, isolated pop-up shower, but generally the big story here is it is going to be getting toasty across the region. Not toasty today though, picture perfect. Temperatures middle 70s out there, 75 in Toronto, upper 60s up across the mountains. Overnight lows, cool, but not quite as cool as what we're seeing here this morning across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, temperatures trending up for you into the 80s potentially on Sunday in your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching that warmer weather here, about almost record highs potentially as we get towards the middle part of next week, but certainly heading back up into the 90s. Annie?
All right, Andrew, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. A new app claims that it can tell immediately if a food has allergens, and stocks are slipping this morning as futures await inflation reports. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning. Yes, futures, especially tech stocks, which have been on an absolute tear lately, are looking quite a bit lower this morning. But momentum just continued yesterday, just shrugging off the fact that there's no end in sight for the Iran war. So green across the board yesterday. Now at 8:30 this morning, we do get the latest consumer inflation numbers. So we do expect that to show an increase, especially when it comes to gas prices. Well, most USDA staffers don't plan to relocate, despite a major reorganization plan by the agency to do so, kind of spread across the country. Now, that's according to a survey conducted by the American Federation of Government Employees Local 3403, which found that 76% of its union members say they do not plan to relocate out of Washington, D.C. In July, Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins announced a major reorganization that will eliminate some management layers and bureaucracy and redundancy at the agency. So they would establish regional offices in Raleigh, Indianapolis, Salt Lake City, Kansas City, and Fort Collins, Colorado. Well, it is National Allergy Week, and to commemorate the event, a new app called Snack Pro allows people to point their phone at any food and it will instantly identify allergens, high sugar, sodium, saturated fat, gluten, and dietary compliance. It works in 40+ languages, and kids who can't yet read just speak the allergy into the phone, they take a photo, and then they get a green, orange, or red result. It is free to download with 30 scans included, and then $5.99 a month after that. Annie?
That's amazing. I can see how it would work for maybe a packaged food item, but what if there's something that someone made at their home?
I know.
And I just want to know how it knows. Does it work for that too?
Or at a restaurant or something.
Exactly.
Like, so yeah, I don't know. How that will read into the ingredients that's in that meal.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just being launched this week, so we'll see.
We will see. A lot of allergy sufferers hopefully can get a little bit of relief from that. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Taking a quick break, you're watching Queen City News. Check out the sun bouncing off the buildings in Uptown on your Tuesday. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
President Trump is heading to China as frustrations over a war with Iran build. How his visit ties into ceasefire negotiations.
More of your money could soon go towards funding North Carolina public schools. The latest bill that lawmakers say would give education a fair share.
And Charlotte could see the return of red light cameras. How South Carolina could follow suit to make intersections safer.
6:32 here. Good morning and happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm Jason Harper. Good Tuesday morning, everyone. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton is off today. Part of this week, we got Andrew Brightman here today with the perfect day.
Yeah.
I built it up yesterday. I said, listen, Andrew said today that Tuesday is going to be perfect. I told my wife. So there's a lot of expectations going into today.
What did Julian say about Tuesday before I got here yesterday?
I don't know.
I was saying it looks really good.
Okay, so
I'd say
great job. Okay, perfect.
Really good. That's it.
Picture perfect.
Forecast is
perfect
done.
weather. Low humidity. I mean, and you guys going to the FC match tomorrow?
Brother, we have a bedtime.
We apparently got to work.
Unless you give us like a pass.
No, sorry.
You want to give us a pass?
Andrew's going to fill in for all.
There we go. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes, yeah, I just lose track of time. The past couple of days, time is just
not real.
It's a construct. What do we got on the way this morning here? We got chilly weather here across the Carolinas this morning, an amazing afternoon, and a little bit of weekend heat on the way as we'll see those temperatures heading back up into the 90s here across the Carolinas once we get to your Sunday. Beautiful sunrise, a beautiful shot of the buildings here of uptown, 50 degrees, northeasterly winds, about 5-10 miles an hour here. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the central Carolinas. We get things rolling here, high pressure to the north. Usually means comfortable conditions to the south here across the mid-Atlantic states, but also dry conditions. Still need a lot more rainfall here to make a difference in all the drought conditions we continue to deal with here. 41 degrees in Statesville, 45 in Concord, down to freezing. Actually, we have a freeze right now in Boone, 36 in Jefferson, 46 in Wadesboro right now. As we go throughout the day, temperatures a little bit cooler this morning. You'll notice that cool weather here as we head throughout the day. Hour by hour forecast, watching those temperatures. They're going to be moving on up here, likely into the low to mid 70s. Once we get to your Tuesday afternoon, going to be loving this weather. Talking more about what's ahead as we get towards the weekend in that Charlotte FC match forecast with my Pinpoint 7-day in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you very much. 6:34. Let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic right now. Still a little early. Official rush hour volume won't start till about 7 o'clock this morning. So we're going to take advantage of a beautiful sunrise reflecting off of the Queen City skyline from this Independence camera shot looking straight down on inbound Independence. Those are the 3 lanes to the right. Sharon Amity Road going across it there. Man, that is a gorgeous shot. So we're just grateful that things are looking good around the Crown right now as we look. A couple of incidents scattered around here on our pinpoint traffic map. None of these causing any major delays. They are on some secondary roads this morning. Drive times, though, if you're coming in from Gaston County, they are typically the first ones to bump over the 30-minute mark. That's to get from Gastonia to 485. Coming down from Mooresville, Rock Hill, you guys all looking good. Matter of fact, here's a shot. Once you come down from Mooresville, this is what you hit near Cornelius. Stop and go traffic on I-77 South, unless you're in the toll lanes. That'll get you to 485, closer to the city. Other side of 77 is down at the South Carolina state line near Carowinds. They are zooming along at about 70, 75 miles an hour. 85 southbound coming from Kannapolis and Concord. You guys are looking good. All 8 lanes across in both directions. Out near our studios in West Charlotte, 85 southbound near Sam Wilson in the 485 split. Things are looking good there this morning. Here's those drive times. If you're trying to work your way down 85 from Concord, in from Albemarle, barely over 30 minutes, all the way from Monroe in Union County to Uptown. That's a great looking stretch right there. Here are some drive times to the airport. Just don't be distracted. Look out for motorcyclists out there. This is Motorcycle Awareness Month, so we just want to protect those that are on the 2 and the 3-wheelers out there. We'll give you another look at traffic coming up at 7.
Charlotte's latest major highway project is hitting another roadblock. Charlotte City Council members voting last night to pass a measure to rescind the city's approval of the I-77 South Express Lanes project.
North Carolina plans to build elevated toll lanes stretching from uptown to the South Carolina state line, but people in the community pushed back over neighborhood impacts and pollution concerns.
The 6-5 vote not only pulls the city's approval of the public-private partnership of that project, but it also directs the city's regional transportation representative to oppose the project.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
There are questions this morning about how the resolution would impact the project and the state and federal funding needed to make it happen. North Carolina officials have said money for the $3 billion project could be lost if there's a holdup in the work. There was also a question whether this vote overruled an earlier decision to ask the state for more studies.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. That meeting is at 6 o'clock at the Government Center tonight.
Well, the White House is weighing its next move after President Trump rejected Iran's response to a U.S.-backed peace proposal. News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has the latest.
President Trump says the ceasefire with Iran is on life support. It comes one day after rejecting that regime's proposal. As for those high gas prices Americans are seeing across the country, President Trump says he's in favor of suspending the national gas tax. But will that be enough?
Unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now.
A fragile ceasefire now showing signs of cracking. The president says Iran refused to make key concessions on its nuclear program, including allowing the U.S. to remove enriched uranium from damaged sites.
We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper.
The breakdown in talks comes at a critical moment for the White House as President Trump prepares to travel to China this week for a high-stakes meeting with that country's President Xi.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats continue to slam the president's handling of the war.
Donald Trump dragged America into a war, an illegal, costly war, without any goals, without any end game.
And the White House continues to insist that diplomacy is the preferred option. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
A new bill would ask the wealthiest North Carolinians to contribute more to fund public schools. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has a closer look at the legislation and how it affects a small percentage of North Carolinians.
Less than 1%, actually. Supporters say public schools have been underfunded for years, while the wealthiest have enjoyed giant tax breaks. They say this bill will help level the playing field.
It's time for wealthy North Carolinians to step up. Asking them to contribute more is not extreme, it's fair. It's what it takes to build the state that we want, a state that works for everyone.
The Fair Share for Public Schools Act would create a 7% tax on income above $1 million.
It's only going to impact 0.59% of North Carolinians in this state.
The money would go to the state's public school fund. North Carolina ranks 50th in the nation in per pupil spending and 46th in teacher pay, according to the North Carolina Association of Educators.
Teacher salaries are some of the lowest in the country. There have been multiple tax packages that have already benefited the rich here in North Carolina.
Monica Lavery is a member of the Patriotic Millionaires, a group of high net worth individuals advocating for what they call a fair tax system.
Paying my fair share is a civic duty, one that would have a positive rippling of impact across the state as we rescue our public schools from the dire straits we all know they are in. In the end, there's no justifiable reason why a millionaire like me should get a tax break.
Republicans have previously said that lower taxes help keep North Carolina competitive for businesses and job growth. I have reached out to the John Locke Foundation and Speaker Hall's office for comment on this legislation. I'll let you know when I hear back. In downtown Raleigh, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Charlotte City Council members may reinstitute red light cameras. The council's safety committee advanced a proposal for this pilot program. It would have the city work with the North Carolina General Assembly to change how revenue from fines generated by the cameras are used. State law calls for 90% of the revenue to go to schools. That's why the city stopped using cameras to catch red light runners back in 2006. The 10 intersections which would be included in this pilot program are University City Boulevard and the I-85 ramps, North Tryon Street and University City Boulevard, W.T. Harris and North Tryon, Graham Street and Norris Avenue, Central Avenue and Sharon Amity, Steel Creek Road and Westinghouse Boulevard, South Tryon and Arrowwood, South Boulevard and West Boulevard, Central Avenue and Kilbourne Drive, 36th Street and the Plaza, and the proposal now goes to the full council for consideration.
The Carolina Hurricanes are looking to continue their historic winning streak. The upcoming conference finals, a look at how the team is getting ready as they celebrate their successful run so far. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning at 9, we are exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of the hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com.
All right.
You want to go ahead?
No, I don't. I don't want it.
Listen,
I've got another one coming
we always
up.
give Julian a hard time when he reads those teases because he sounds like he's reading poetry, with a brandy sniffer or something. I don't know what it is. It's going to be fun tomorrow. Join us. There you go.
It will be. Well, the Canes, this is also fun. The Canes preparing for the conference finals as they wait to see if they'll face off against the Sabres or the Canadiens.
And the Hornets have some big decisions to make ahead of the upcoming NBA draft.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey following our top stories.
The Hurricanes are taking out everything in its way towards the Stanley Cup. Now, with the record start comes with a nice little contract extension for one core Cane. Ahead of the Eastern Conference Final, the Canes are locking up one of their core pieces, Mark Jankowski, signing a 2-year, $3.7 million extension with Carolina. The contract carries an annual value of $1.85 million. Janko was due to be a free agent on July 1st, but GM Eric Tulsky said he's so versatile, he needed him back. Only 1 point this postseason, but notched 21 during the regular season.
Enjoy this time here a little bit, right? What do you got? Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. You want to say it? Go ahead. 2 days
You tell him, Marty. That might be the happiest Brind'Amour has ever been. When you're 8-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you deserve some time to rest up. However, that rest ends as the Canes are scheduled to get back to practice at the Lenovo Center in preparation for whomever comes out of the Buffalo-Montreal series. No matter what, that series will start in Carolina since the Canes had the best record in the Eastern Conference this season. Now, the NBA draft lottery didn't hold any surprises, at least for the Charlotte Hornets, who stood right where they were forecasted at 14th overall. This will be the first time ever in franchise history they'll pick from that spot, but they do have some bargaining chips here. Not only do they hold 14 overall, but 4 picks later they have 18 thanks to Memphis and Phoenix. That could create movement up or even back in future years should Jeff Peterson want to get someone in the league now. And here's the roster as to where it stands now. You see your starters on the left there, and the depth is on the right. The biggest thing on this list, Coby White, he's going to be a free agent. If Jeff Peterson thinks he added value and continues to be coming off the bench, he'll be a very high priority. Center is very young. They might attack there as well. And the future of Miles Bridges will be interesting to digest since he'll be a free agent at the end of next season. He is the longest tenured player on the team, so they might go for an upgrade there, may it be through the draft or through free agency. But the question is, who will be available at 14 and 18? We know guys like Cameron Boozer, AJ DiBonza, and Caleb Wilson won't be there, but here's who might be if they keep those picks. Jaden Quaintance doesn't have much to show from this past season at Kentucky after tearing his ACL, only playing 5 games for the Wildcats, but prior to that season, he was productive for ASU. LeBaron Philon out of Alabama is another option, averaged 22 points per game and could add an offensive spark to Buzz City. Now, to fill the size void, that's the Hornets could be looking for is Ade Mara, 7'3" center for the national champions, Michigan. And adding to the potential big man targets would be Nate Ament, a 6'10" forward out of Tennessee. All right, social media was buzzing this week. It's because everyone is looking for the leaks to the NFL schedule, but officially it'll come out this Thursday night. Some games have been confirmed, including a majority of the international tilts in the Sunday night opener between the Giants and Cowboys, but that's not what we're looking for here. So who will the NFC South champions face in 2026? Obviously, the rest of the division twice, once home, once away. They'll have a harder schedule because since they won, they'll play other first-place teams from other divisions, including the Super Bowl champions, Seahawks, and the Denver Broncos at home. They'll also fly away to the Bird's Nest in Philly to take on the Eagles. The Panthers also play the entire NFC North and AFC North schedule next season. Up next for the Panthers, they will be a couple of weeks for the first session of OTAs.
All right, it is 6:49. Former model turned morning meteorologist Andrew Brightman is here with us this morning, taking a look at a model picture.
I cannot
perfect.
Believe you are just revealing my past work.
I apologize. I should have kept that private. I should have kept.
I told you that in confidence.
Okay, listen. A model picture perfect forecast for this morning, whether you're going to the bank for soccer or anything else. What do you got on tap?
That was an impressive pivot, Jason.
Really I was trying.
We've got a beautiful, I mean, it's going to be fabulous out there. Looking great here across the Carolinas, 50 degrees. Northeasterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points low, going lower here. It's going to be an amazing day. Beautiful shot here as we get up into the mountains here. Beech Mountain going to be one of those wonderful spring days all across the region. Radar quiet here. Don't have to worry about that until at least tomorrow afternoon. Clouds and radar, a little bit of high cloud cover trying to move through portions of the Carolinas, but otherwise a very quiet day shaping up across the region. Check out Virginia Beach. It is chilly this morning off to our north here as we get towards the northern mid-Atlantic states. Elsewhere here, a lot of temperatures down into the 40s, now down to 46 here in Charlotte. but don't get used to this weather. Starting this weekend and beyond, we get warmer and warmer. We'll be talking more about the pattern here coming up at 7 o'clock, but a well above average temperature shaping up here across the Carolinas, maybe even flirting with record territory as we get towards the middle part of next week. As for today, Jason was talking about it, a model Tuesday here across the Carolinas. A lot of sunshine, beautiful weather out there. Temperatures into the middle 70s, partly cloudy skies. Overnight tonight into your Wednesday morning, no issues here. Cool, not quite as cool though as this morning. And then as we head into the afternoon hours, you do notice a couple of scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder rolling through here Wednesday evening. Skeptical of that, but just something to be aware if you are going to be heading to the FC match tomorrow night. 11 o'clock. Heading into your Thursday morning, mostly sunny skies. And yeah, it is going to be a great day. A little bit of a breeze, a little on the cool side too. Temperatures only up maybe into the lower 70s here. And then we cruise into your Friday and we start warming up eventually heading into the weekend. Not going to be seeing a ton of rainfall across the region with this system. No real drought relief ahead for the Carolinas just yet. And then the story really turns to the heat here as we get to this weekend. Going to be a beautiful day out there across the Carolinas, starting off down in the Sandhills. Fabulous weather. Upstate South Carolina looking good. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle, lots of sunshine. Temperatures in the middle 70s. And that's also the case for Shelby and Gastonia. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast up to 92 on Monday. And that is just a sign of what's to come down the road next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back.
With the start of the World Cup less than a month away, excitement isn't the only thing heating up. As temperatures keep rising as we get closer to summer, medical experts are now issuing warnings about hot conditions at some of those soccer matches. Matches during soccer's biggest tournament will last from June 11th through July the 19th. During some of the hottest times of the year, more than a dozen cities across the U.S., Mexico, and Canada will be hosting those events. FIFA says athletes will be getting 3-minute breaks to hydrate midway through each half. Staff and team substitutes will also have climate-controlled benches during outdoor matches. They've also created a heat illness mitigation and management task force, which is working on stadium medical action plans and alert systems for the fans. But the risks could be made worse by alcohol consumption.
There are some other inhibitory effects from alcohol that may inhibit some perceptions as far as, hey, I'm not feeling too good, or, it's very hot out. Maybe I should go find a cool area or a shaded area.
Medical staff are expected to be stationed at FIFA fan festivals and all around several of those stadiums. You're watching Queen City News. Wow, look at that sunrise bouncing off the side of the Wells Fargo building in Uptown. That is gorgeous with a capital G. We'll be back right after this.
More Americans are turning to the internet to help solve their medical problems. According to the Pew Research Center, about 4 in 10 adults in the U.S. get health information from social media or podcasts. The problems come when the people behind the content don't have credentials. That's why experts say vetting those creators is extremely important before you follow any advice.
When I see people saying, consult with your therapist or, talk to someone, get some support, that's good.
If someone speaks in absolutes or black and white, then that's an immediate red flag that they're prioritizing the view count and not necessarily the information that they're putting out there.
The Pew Research Center survey also found 53% of people without insurance reported getting health information from social media compared to just 38% of people with insurance. Time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head straight into our 7 o'clock hour. Charlotte City Council leaders pulling their support for the controversial I-77 expansion project, the factors that led to last night's decision.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made.
A former Charlotte mayor is now offering to return to the job. What Jennifer Roberts is saying about the city's future and the woman leaving the post.
A deadly officer-involved shooting all caught on video. The ruling on the use of force by Gastonia police detectives.
Queen Queen City News starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a great start to your morning. It is now 7 o'clock. We welcome you into the show. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman. Thank you so much for waking up with us here bright and early on your Tuesday. Going to be just a fabulous day out there shaping up across the Carolinas. Got any big plans this afternoon, guys, before you go to sleep?
Outside.
I would do an outside nap. That's what I'm going to do.
Ooh, in a hammock?
Yeah, absolutely hammock.
It's going to be one of those kind of cool enough afternoons. You can really be able to do that comfortably, Jason, with some of the weather we have that we're going to be treated to here across the Carolinas. Just beautiful shots here of Uptown as we get things started on your Tuesday. Loving this start here across the Carolinas. Some of the best weather we will see all week with a combination of sunny skies, light winds, low humidity, comfortable temperatures out there across the Carolinas. What do you need to know? It's a bit of a chilly start out there. You do need the jackets this morning, but we do have an amazing afternoon on tap. Also a little bit of a weekend heat on the way, and that is going to continue as we go into next week for the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam right now, 48 degrees. Northerly winds here about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 40s here as we get things started. Pinpoint radar, nothing to talk about across the Carolinas as we get it rolling here. High pressure in place off to our north, keeping things looking very, very good here across the central and southern mid-Atlantic states. Temperatures right around the freezing mark in Boone, 39 in Jefferson, and then elsewhere a lot of upper 40s as we get things rolling on your Tuesday. I've got more on what's on the way for the rest of the week and this weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-day.
All right, Andrew, appreciate that. Thank you. The I-77 expansion project has lost support from the Charlotte City Council.
Yeah, council members narrowly voted to rescind the city's approval of the plan to add toll lanes along 77 South from Uptown down to the state line.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell explains why local leaders want the state to hit the brakes on the project. Savannah?
That's right, guys. In a narrow vote last night, Charlotte City Council members voted 6-5 to pull their support from the interstate expansion project. Some saying that they won't support it again until the North Carolina Department of Transportation completes more studies about the potential impacts that it would have. Now, community members and environmental advocates have been expressing concern for months, trying to speak with city council members as well as other project managers about their concerns. They warn city, state, and transportation department heads the plans would displace people in historic neighborhoods and create more pollution. Now, the latest designs show the addition of elevated toll lanes along the 11-mile stretch of I-77 from Uptown to the South Carolina state line. Now, the city's regional transportation representative will have to bring the council's resolution back to NCDOT.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
Now, one of the concerns from the council members who voted to continue to support the resolution and continue talks with NCDOT is the ability to restart the project and redesign if wanted. North Carolina officials have said that funding for the nearly $3 billion project is in jeopardy if the plan is met with any holdups. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Charlotte City Council members are beginning a search to replace Mayor Vi Lyles, and her predecessor says that she's interested in the job. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts tells Queen City News that she would be the right choice to serve in that office until the next election. She says her background and experience is enough to lead the city in an interim role and emphasizes she has no political aspirations to run past Mayor Lyles' term. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports.
I'm just so grateful for the number of people that have been so supportive of me making a decision that was probably the most difficult thing that I've ever had to do.
Current and soon-to-be outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles is speaking publicly for the first time since announcing her planned resignation on June 30th. In a letter released last week, Lyles wrote she was looking forward to spending more time with family.
But if you saw my little girls, oh my gosh, you'd just know I was doing the right things.
The council now has the task of interviewing and selecting someone to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term, expiring in late 2027. A former Charlotte mayor is already expressing interest in the role.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made.
Jennifer Roberts made her case to be the city's interim mayor during an interview with Queen City News on Monday. Roberts is pledging she will not seek election when the term expires, adding that she would want to focus on transparency.
I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Roberts served a single term from 2015 to 2017. She says her time as mayor taught her important lessons, specifically referencing the unrest Charlotte saw in the wake of the killing of Keith Lamont Scott in 2016.
Watching Mayor Lyles, I did learn a few things. For example, how you respond when there's a police shooting in a crisis. And she made it very clear that the police chief is in charge of public safety, that the police department reports to the council, but the council's not making those day-to-day decisions for the police department. And the way that she handled press conferences around some of that made that really clear for people, and I thought that was probably a good separation that I didn't think about when we had a shooting during my time.
Andy Weber reporting. Several current city council members are considering a run for mayor, though it's unclear right now if any of them will choose to apply for the interim role. Officials hope to have the interim post decided by Lyles' departure on June 30th.
Charlotte City Council members are also making progress to pass their budget for fiscal year 2027. They held a public hearing on that proposal last night on the nearly $2 billion spending plan. They plan to vote on adjustments to the plan coming up May 18th with a final vote on June 8th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. That meeting is at 6 p.m. tonight at the Government Center.
7:08 the time now. New surveillance video shows the moments leading to a deadly officer-involved shooting. We do want to warn you, the video may be disturbing. It's from an incident at a Gastonia convenience store back on January 10th and involved a pair of Gastonia detectives doing alcohol compliance checks at Jacob's Food Mart on Gaston Avenue.
I just said, what's up? I just said, what's up? I said, what's up? That's it. Straight up.
Now, investigators say the video shows Derek Manigault, that's the man in the red tracksuit, getting into an argument with another man. Their argument continues inside the store and eventually escalates to the point where Manigault is heard saying, "You trying to lose your life tonight?" He then stands in front of the door and pulls what appears to be a handgun from his waistband. At some point, one of the plainclothes Gastonia detectives at the counter pulls his gun and begins firing at Manigault.
Facts. I promise you. Oh! Hey, go outside! Where am I? Go outside!
Now, the detective followed Manigault to the door and continued firing. The other detective was outside and also fired his weapon at Manigault. Manigault collapsed and died at the hospital. His weapon turned out to be a realistic-looking plastic imitation gun. Witnesses told investigators the undercover detective tried to de-escalate the situation before pulling his weapon. Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page determined the use of deadly force in this case was justified. Gastonia police are still conducting an internal review of the incident.
Police are searching for the suspects involved in a shooting and attempted kidnapping involving a baby in Newton. It happened at the Love's truck stop at NC 10 and US 321 around 1:15 yesterday afternoon. Investigators say a man and a woman in the car were attacked by gunmen. The driver was shot and crashed into a utility pole. The woman in the passenger seat was thrown from the car. That man is in critical condition. The woman and the baby had non-life-threatening injuries. Investigators are not releasing any more information so far. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein will discuss efforts to help Western North Carolina's economic recovery today. This is the third budget proposal for the area hit by Hurricane Helene. It includes $82 million for small businesses and promoting tourism in the region. This is in addition to the state's outstanding request of $13.5 billion from the federal government. The governor will make that pitch this afternoon in Raleigh. 7:10, let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman with a check of our pinpoint weather. And you've set the bar really high, Andrew. You said today is the day out of the week.
Yeah, it really is, Danny. Hold me to it, too, this afternoon. There's going to be some great weather out there. Very similar to what we saw this past Friday across the Carolinas. Northerly winds, about 5 to 8 miles an hour. Temperatures in the upper 40s. You do need the jacket here this morning, but we will warm up very quickly once we get to about lunchtime or so. Radar is quiet here across the region. High pressure in control to our north. Airport delays taken to the friendly skies. Not seeing any major problems here with the hubs around the lower 48, though always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures, it's cold out there. I've been boomed down to 33 degrees right now. Elsewhere, a lot of mid to upper 40s here this morning. Everyone about 10 to 20 degrees colder compared to this time yesterday. I've got more in your forecast for the rest of the week and heading into the weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-day.
Andrew, appreciate that. Rush hour officially kicked off 11 minutes ago. We are seeing a little bit of volume. It just depends on what part of town you're in. Right now, we're on the east side of the city looking at inbound Independence. Great looking shot there of the Queen City skyline. Saw the sunrise in the last half hour. It was beautiful. Today's going to be so nice, and so I hope traffic reflects that. Right now, let's show you overall a couple of incidents this morning that we're going to point out this morning. Nothing causing major delays, which is good, but just to the west of I-77, right off Brookshire Boulevard, there is a pretty serious accident. One person, medic, confirmed with serious injuries. CMPD says this is personal injury right here, Brookshire near Hovis Road. Headed northbound, a lot of people take Brookshire Boulevard to hop onto 485 near Oakdale, so just be aware of that. Rosal's Ferry is the road just below it, just south. Rosal's Ferry turns into Old Mount Holly Road. So if you want to use that as an alternate, you can do that today. It'll get you where you're going. Overall, though, drive times, we're seeing all around 30 minutes. Whether you're coming in from Gastonia, down from Mooresville, up from Rock Hill, all have about the same 30-minute drive just to get to 485. Coming down from Mooresville, Cornelius, look at this. Now it's backed up even more than last time we saw it. This is coming down from the Lake Norman area. Those toll lanes are zooming along. If you've got somewhere to be and it's important, you can pay a couple extra dollars to hop on those toll lanes. Down near Carowinds at the state line, traffic's moving great at about 65, 70 miles an hour. This is 85 southbound, nearest to the camera, coming down from Kannapolis and Concord. Outside of our studios, a little shaky camera, but this is 85 south in Sam Wilson. Ooh, I can't watch that too long. I'll get vertigo. Not good. Here we go. Coming down from 85, you're looking good. In from Albemarle, up from Monroe. All those stretches look good. Just keep your speed in check. Move over if you see emergency vehicles. It's important, right, May-Kay?
Oh, yeah. So how long has it been since you were in driver's ed? Well, you do know about the move over law, right? May-Kay Buehler coming up. A review, or a reminder, and a campaign to keep us all safe on the road. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Attention drivers, it is time to brush up on the rules of the road. Let's say you're driving along the highway in the far right lane when you see flashing lights ahead on a vehicle parked on the shoulder. What do you do? What should you do? Depending on how long it's been since you were in driver's ed, you may or may not know the correct action to take.
Well, to remind you, there is a week-long North Carolina statewide Move Over enforcement campaign in place, and it aims to increase awareness about a law enacted to keep everyone safe.
All right, so we had to bring in our Chief Transportation Correspondent, May Kay Beeler, to talk all about it. May Kay, what do we need to know?
This is important. I see it all the time. I'm sure you guys do too. So in a nutshell, this is what you need to know. Move over for emergency vehicles. It is the law. So this campaign is sponsored by the North Carolina Governor's Highway Safety Program and law enforcement agencies, runs now through May 18th. Compliance with the law is designed to protect emergency responders and roadside workers. So the law requires drivers to move over one lane if you can, only if safely possible, or at least slow down when approaching emergency vehicles stopped on the roadside displaying flashing blue, red, or amber lights. Now, the law applies to law enforcement officers, emergency responders, utility crews, tow trucks, you name it. And the North Carolina Department of Transportation workers, also them operating along highways and roadsides. Now, this is important. If you can't safely shift lanes away from the parked vehicle, if changing lanes is not possible or it's dangerous, unsafe due to traffic, you don't want to pull out in front of somebody, or weather or road conditions, reduce your speed and pass with caution. You know, all 50 states have this law in place requiring drivers to safely change lanes or slow down when approaching emergency roadside activity. Now, North Carolina state highway officials say emergency personnel, you know this, they work in dangerous situations at all hours of the day and night, and drivers increase that risk for them when they ignore the flashing lights and don't comply with the law.
You see all those videos, and they're so scary
that
we were just showing there. There is a fine if you don't comply
and
with
it
this.
varies by state. In our state, it's $250, along with misdemeanor or felony charges if violations result in injury or property damage. And in some states, even if there's just a disabled car, you should pull over. In our state, no, but it's probably a good idea. You know, someone's out there changing a tire. God bless.
Give them all some space.
You know, you go, gosh, this poor person. And people are distracted and they're speeding. Slow down, give them room. And it's the move over law. Did they have this when you were in driver's ed?
May Kay.
So long ago.
May Kay.
She wanted to look at you, Andy.
Listen,
She was looking at Jason. Yeah.
I don't remember. I mean, driver's ed was so long ago. I
don't think they had it back then.
I think it was parallel parking and stop signs. I mean, that's
They
about all
don't do now, right? They don't do parallel parking with
They
drivers
don't do
anymore.
parallel
Thank
parking, and they
goodness.
should.
Oh, I rocked that.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
I was
Oh,
so
man.
good at
You don't do-
parallel
no?
parking.
No,
Hold on, you can fly a Honda Jet, but you don't
can't
parallel park?
May Kay, listen.
AK says this isn't about me. This is about everyone
this
else.
story
Move
literally
over.
took another turn. If you only had a parallel
I could
parking
do
space,
it.
I was going to say, would you get out and say, here's my keys?
No, I can do it,
Yeah.
but everywhere I go, it's not necessary.
That's true.
There we go.
I mean, seriously, it's just
and
not
by that she means she
necessary.
fixed it on purpose.
Fly a jet, hurricane force winds, but parallel.
I love
we
it.
draw the line.
But move over.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
move
back to
over.
the story.
Right.
Yes, you're
But
exactly
But they didn't
right.
have that back in the day when we were in school.
Okay.
I know.
We're getting the wrap.
Thanks, man.
Andrew,
gotta go to
weather.
Weather, go.
You don't have to parallel park a plane, guys, okay? Just think of it that way. Yeah, we've got beautiful weather. Chef's kiss weather is the best way to describe what we're going to be seeing today here across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam, 48 degrees here. Northerly winds at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Just a great day out there across the Carolinas. Also amazing weather, though it's a cold start out there up across the mountains with temperatures down into the 30s. Radar, not much going on right now here across the region. It's going to be staying that way too all day long. We zoom out, we go wide here, and in temperatures, you can see a little bit of the chill farther off to the north, but once we get south here in Tallahassee, temperatures around the 70-degree mark, 75 in Orlando. Pollen forecast over the next few days, medium levels, nothing too crazy here, kind of past peak that what we saw back in April. Rain chances not really moving up. Might see a shower tomorrow, but for the most part, kind of locking back in to that drier pattern. Let's talk about a bit of a pattern change ahead. We got the cool weather moving back in here across the Carolinas as we go throughout your Wednesday into your Thursday. But then we are really going to start to crank the temperatures once we head on into the weekend here across the region, getting dramatically warmer out there across the Carolinas, and that continues right into next week. Futurecast in motion as we go throughout your Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures in the middle 70s here. Beautiful weather across the Carolinas overnight Tuesday. Heading into your Wednesday morning, we got mostly clear skies. Temperatures a little bit on the cool side to start, though not quite as cool as this morning. Heading into the afternoon, watching a couple of scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder moving through with this frontal boundary for the Carolinas as we head into your Thursday night. Into your Friday, partly cloudy skies. Looking good here, and then your Thursday night, yeah, it will cool off again, but won't be dramatically that much cooler out there. Charlotte FC forecast here as we go throughout your Wednesday evening. Might see a shower, though decent chance we could stay dry out there. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching the heat return this weekend, and that continues right into next week, potentially even hotter temperatures for the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back.
Welcome back. 7:25 the time as we take a look at New York City stock futures right now, slightly in the red right now. Now, as they ended yesterday, they ended slightly high as we take a look at the closing numbers from Monday. The Dow Jones, NASDAQ, and S&P all up slightly. We'll talk with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up in an hour at 8:25. The first sea turtle nests of 2026 are being found along the Carolina coastlines.
2 volunteers on Folly Beach found the nest, and it comes as Edisto Beach and Cape Romaine saw sea turtle nests appear on their beaches last week.
The Folly Beach Turtle Watch program has 60 volunteers, and they do exactly what it sounds like. They patrol the beach in the early morning, documenting turtle nests and setting up safe zones around them. Of course, that's meant to protect the nests from people who are visiting.
If you see a turtle on the beach, make sure you stay 25 feet away from it. Certainly you can call public safety. They'll notify us and we'll come out and just monitor and make sure everything is good with them. You usually won't see them at all during the daylight hours, but if you happen to see one day or night, make sure you just call it in and stay away and let them just do their thing.
Let the turtles be. Experts say they usually see about 120 eggs, and those will start to hatch in about 2 months.
Ooh, that's what I want to go. I want to go when they
the
hatch.
turtles.
Those little bitty guys crawling their way out of the hole. They know exactly where to go, right towards the water.
They got to make a beeline.
It's crazy.
Right.
They got to be fast so the seagulls don't.
That's
They gotta
the catch.
hurry.
I would be a professional volunteer to like swat the seagulls away.
Oh, yeah.
I would do it.
yeah.
I would put my life on the line.
We
for
form
this.
like
with
a little tunnel.
Like with a tennis racket. You don't want to kill them. We just need to move them. We need to shoo them somewhere else.
A seagull tennis racket.
That's what I'm
I
just
like
saying.
it.
Little backhand, just shoot. We got to protect the little baby sea turtles. Okay, there we go. Now that's a
We're on
visual.
today.
That's a visual you can't unsee.
Yep.
All the feathers.
Oh, the feathers.
All the feathers.
All right, come on, 7:30. It's a great day to be out there swatting at seagulls. We're going to be back right after this.
A major highway project is losing support after last night's decision by the Charlotte City Council. What's next for the controversial I-77 expansion project?
A late-night house fire in Rowan County leaves a husband and wife dead. What we're learning from investigators at the scene.
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Reported medical emergencies at the controversial Silfab Solar facility in Fort Mill. What we're learning through 911 calls made at the site.
7:30 here on your Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton is off today. We've got Andrew Brightman here saying, listen, this is one of those days you try to beg your teacher to have class outside.
Yes.
I know recess, they're looking at bringing recess back to schools. Today's the perfect day, Andrew.
Yeah, no, it really is going to be. I was going to be like, whatever happened in recess? They were taking that stuff away, Jason? But
Limiting it.
Yeah.
You gotta get outside.
Silly.
Gotta get the vitamin D here. It's very, very important here. It's going to be a beautiful day out there across the Carolinas. Lots of sunshine here across the region. Very comfortable as we head into the afternoon as well. We'll see those temperatures up into the middle 70s here. A little bit of high cloud cover. Other than that, that's all we have to talk about in terms of anything above us. Chilly temperatures this morning will give way to that amazing afternoon. Later on, though, in the week here, we are tracking some heat as we get into the weekend here. Temperatures potentially moving back up into the 90s. Far cry from where we are right now. Only 48 degrees. Northerly winds here about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Feels really, really nice. A little bit on the cool side as you step on out the door. Pinpoint radar, not much going on. We have high pressure to our north, keeping things very, very pleasant across the Carolinas for at least the next day. Across the lower 48, what do we got temperature-wise here? You can see the big ridge starting to crank here. 66 right now in Omaha at 6:32 local time there. 64 in Minneapolis, 46 in Chicago. Notice the troughiness here across the eastern third of the country here. Some of that cooler weather for Detroit as well as Pittsburgh. A little bit closer to home here. Temperatures across the central Carolinas to middle 30s up across the mountains. Elsewhere, temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. I've got more on what we're watching here the rest of this week and heading on into the weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-day forecast.
Andrew, thank you, sir. I do appreciate that. Now in our 7:30 half hour, volume starting to pick up around the crown. And with that, we are seeing a couple of issues out there, some accidents causing some slowdown, especially in the south and the southwest part of the city. So the first one, we're going to go south. This is 77 northbound as you're making your way towards Gold Hill Road, just north of Rock Hill and Fort Mill area. We've got one of the lanes blocked this morning. So that's going to slow you down, trying to get closer to the state line this morning. So just be prepared for that as a backup. On the southwest part of the city, 485 outer near Arrowwood, we've got a lane block. So coming around that curve there, just be aware of that. That's before you get to I-77. So that's really going to back you up if you're trying to get to the connector. This one just cleared. We're moving up to Brookshire Boulevard. We had an earlier serious accident, medic confirming there. We were telling you could use Rosel's Ferry, Mount Holly Road as an alternate. That is cleared, but you can still see some leftover, some residual delays there if you're trying to work your way northbound towards 485. Drive times, let's take a look at those. A little over half an hour. The slowest stretch is really coming down from the Lake Norman area. There was an earlier accident near Griffith Road coming down 77, but those drive times are reflected there. Here's a shot. You can see traffic stop and go a little bit coming down from Cornelius, unless you're in the toll lanes. Out near 77 and Carowinds, this is at the state line. That stretch moving at about 50 miles an hour. Coming down from Concord in from Albemarle, now we've got some slowdowns picking up. Here we go. Union County getting in on the action, trying to work their way up 74 into Uptown. So just be prepared for that as you are going to wherever it is you're going. Just be careful. Don't be distracted by the phone. We will give you another update of your pinpoint traffic coming up here in, let's see, at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock.
Charlotte City Council members are hitting the pause button on the I-77 expansion project.
North Carolina plans to build elevated toll lanes stretching from Uptown to the South Carolina state line, but people in the community have been pushing back over neighborhood impacts and pollution concerns.
Late last night, the council voted 6-5 to pull the city's approval of the public-private partnership of that project and to direct the city's regional transportation representative to oppose the project.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
There are questions now about how this resolution would impact the project and the state and federal funding needed to make it happen. North Carolina officials have said money for the $3 billion project could be lost if there's a holdup in the work. There was also a question about whether this vote overruled an earlier decision to ask the state for more studies.
Well, as Charlotte City Council begins a search to replace Mayor Vi Lyles, her predecessor says that she's interested in the job. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts telling Queen City News yesterday afternoon that she'd be the right choice to serve until the next election, promising transparent leadership.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made. I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Roberts said that she made the decision to throw her hat into the ring after getting calls from friends and colleagues encouraging her to apply. She has said that she will not take a salary and will not run for the seat when the current term expires in 2027. It'll be up to the city council to select the interim mayor, who has to be from the same political party as Lyles and be registered as a Charlotte voter. Council members hope to have Lyles' replacement selected by the time she steps down on June 30th.
Several of Charlotte City Council members are signaling they want to put a moratorium on all new data centers in the Queen City. The council voted last night to schedule a public hearing and set a final vote on that moratorium next month.
We need to stop. We need to pause. We need to rescind. We need to halt until we know that there's no harm to our residents.
If passed, the moratorium would bar the City Council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of data centers can be completed. That moratorium would last 150 days upon approval. The public hearing, where the public will have the chance to weigh in, is set for May 26th. The data center developer plans to rezone and build on land in East Charlotte, but that was recently delayed. A petition opposing the project had gathered thousands of signatures.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will be voting tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for that $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. That meeting is set for 6 o'clock tonight at the Government Center. An investigation is underway into what sparked a massive house fire that killed 2 people in Rowan County. Several people called 911 to report the late-night fire on Mother's Day. Investigators tell Queen City News anchor Will Lewis they spent hours trying to prevent hotspots from flaring up again.
Structure fire. Multiple callers advising in the area of West NC 152 Highway and Millbridge Road.
This was the scene when a person drove by a home on Saw Road in China Grove late Sunday night. Crews and tanker trucks from across Rowan County responded to the massive fire.
Defensive strategy. Do not make entry into this structure under any circumstances.
When the fire department arrived, they did have a house that was fully involved. Unfortunately, we did find 2 deceased individuals, presumed to be husband and wife of the home.
Hours later, crews were still monitoring hot spots.
This one was a little different.
When a fire started back up.
Unfortunately, once the wind speed picked up, then we had the hot spots begin to flare off, and then we had a little bit bigger of a fire, and we ended up having to basically begin another structure fire response.
Crews plan to spread a foam material over the area to hopefully prevent another fire from breaking out. But the concern is all the wind.
The foam will help to maintain and control the fire a little better than water would.
It's still not clear what sparked the fire. Authorities have not released the identities of the victims. The Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Rowan County Sheriff's Office are conducting the investigation. In China Grove, Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Time is almost 7:40. Questions about Silfab solar facility safety have been a hot button issue in the community for years now. But now newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about the facility in Fort Mill. Reporter David Schuman tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar, we have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory,
what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Now, we've reached out to representatives for Silfab Solar asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but have not yet heard back. President Trump could possibly get negotiation help from China on Iran when he heads there today. China buys more than 80% of Iran's oil exports. The trip comes as President Trump rips into Iran's latest plan to end the war, calling their leaders lunatics and the ceasefire weak. Iran still hasn't agreed to Trump's calls for no nuclear weapons. Yesterday, Trump called Iran's response to a ceasefire proposal a, quote, piece of garbage. Trump is set to meet with China's president this Thursday. In addition to the war in Iran, they're also set to discuss trade between the two nations. A North Carolina state leader is filing a lawsuit over an ad that she was featured in. The catch? It was a fake AI image of her. Chief legal analyst Khalif Rhodes is joining us to discuss the case and the legal impacts of deepfakes. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break.
It is 7:45. Welcome back. A Charlotte lawmaker's lawsuit is going to federal court now involving an AI video made of her. Lawyers for State Senator Deandre Salvador say that the case stems from an ad for energy-efficient home appliances sold by a subsidiary of Whirlpool in Brazil. Salvador claims that her words from a TED Talk were used to create the ad, which later won an award.
Now, Whirlpool claims that there isn't a jurisdiction in North Carolina because the company isn't based there and the ad was released in another country.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. There are a lot of different layers to this. You have deepfakes, you have different countries, you have 2 different companies, and a lawmaker. So what do you make of this case and just really using someone else's image in a way that was not what it was intended for?
There's multiple layers. It's like an onion, and
Yes.
onions have layers, right? What I can say is that it is caked on top of each other, pun intended. That when you're attempting to look at a case like this, you want to just pull back and look at it. Yeah, this is first impression. You're talking about AI. This is a new area, and the law is trying to catch up with the technology, so it's kind of hard to find cases that would connect with this. But when you pull it away, it goes back to basic civil procedure. Do you have subject matter jurisdiction? Is there personal jurisdiction, and is there venue? Subject matter jurisdiction, the court will have to determine that. And that's what the company, Whirlpool's company attorneys were arguing, that, Your Honor, they filed this in North Carolina, but we don't have any connection in North Carolina. So you want to walk through the process for that. And again, that doesn't have anything to do with AI. That really doesn't have much to do with her being an elected official. It's a number of standards in the way that you can get there. Does the defendant reside in the state? Does the defendant have business in the state, either headquartered here, or do they have substantial contacts in the state? And you would walk through that. That would probably be 4 or 5 weeks of law school, going through learning how to walk through that process to see, well, have I filed this in the right location against the proper defendant? So when her attorney said, well, we need the discovery, we need this information to see if they recognize that she was an elected official, to see if they knew that she was residing in North Carolina, and we won't actually know if this was filed in the proper location if we don't have this documentation. That's why the court granted limited discovery so they can at least find out, hey, what's their conversation with this company internally to determine this lady, this person that we picked, she is elected, she's in North Carolina. Okay, so now we have enough to be able to grant you the jurisdiction that you want to be able to have this case stay here.
What rights do we have, does anyone have, I mean, not just a lawmaker, have against AI being used against you, defamation, or used to purchase something that you had no control over?
This is, I won't say that this is a tricky question, but I will say that it's a tricky area because, again, the law is evolving. She's saying that it was a false and misleading and unfair and deceptive type of ad. Specifically, she'd say that I didn't give you permission because I was participating in this talk, but then it's even deeper than that. Yes, her image and likeness is there at the TED Talk, but who actually owns the rights to the TED Talk is even another question. But they manipulated her voice, they manipulated her image, they kind of cut up parts of what she said. So even when you get to trial, if this is the right location, figuring out, well, who had the standing to bring this type of claim, who owns the rights to that material is going to be deeper. An individual, normal person, has an expectation to privacy in their home. When you get into public places or in venues that you're either paid for or provided to speak in, it kind of diminishes. And so it depends on where you're at is, I guess, the easiest question. Yeah. But someone using your likeness to profit or to win an award. In this case, I think there are clear protections there. And that's why the company that won the award, now the award has been rescinded because you didn't have permission to use this individual's likeness. I think peeling those types of things back, you won't know that until you get to discover.
Yeah, the company apologized too, and like you said, they had to give the award back for what they were described as like an innovative, creative project for the commercial. If you endorse something, is that where it gets kind of tricky? They're saying, well, I never endorsed that. You can't splice up my words to endorse a product that I had no say in.
100%, and that's what I think, that it's that unfair, deceptive, that false and misleading. And so it can be a couple of things. Yes, you didn't have rights to use my name, image, and likeness, but now you profited from them. Right. So now I can be able to recoup parts of the profits that you use, and that's the angle that folks would start to go towards. Hey, I didn't give you permission to use it, but you made $1 million off of my name. So now I should be able to get some of the benefit from my name being used with your product. Specifically, if you use it because I was some notable person, i.e., you know, a LeBron James or something, you connect him to your product, and your product, you know, goes viral, then hey, he would have an opportunity to sue you. In that same regard, in her situation, she's not obviously on a global scale like that, but if you're connecting her with this region, you did targeting marketing to this region, specifically trying to connect to individuals that maybe she had some influence on, then yes, you could connect there. And I track with her attorneys are attempting to do, but before we get to any of that, we got to make sure this is filed in the right location. If you don't have subject matter jurisdiction, if you don't have personal jurisdiction, if it's not in the proper venue, this case can't even be here.
Step one. So we'll have to see this in that limited discovery. All right, Khalif, really interesting. Thank you.
It is, we're getting closer to the 8 o'clock hour this morning. Andrew Brightman saying today's weather is not courtesy of AI. It is the real thing.
Very real. It's very real. It's happening, Jason. It's going to be a great day out there. 48 degrees. Need the jacket, the light jacket this morning. You can ditch it, though, as you're coming on home with the great weather, beautiful weather we're going to be treated to across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, beautiful weather as well. Lots of lush green here as we go throughout the spring months across the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions currently here as you step on out the door. And it's going to be that way all day long here across the Carolinas. A little bit of high cloud cover moving through. Otherwise, though, great weather across the Carolinas. Temperatures across southeast, a lot of low to mid 50s, and then farther off to the south, 63 in Atlanta, 70 in Tallahassee, 75 in Orlando. The story, though, as we get to the weekend and beyond here, it is going to be getting warmer. You got a pattern change on the way. You got the cool weather moving through as we go through the middle part of this week. That lifts out, and then all of this warm air starts to move in starting on Saturday, and then really gets pumping here as we go into Sunday and into early next week. As for any rain chances, we could see only one real day, and that's going to be tomorrow. Not so much this afternoon. Perfect out there across the Carolinas, but overnight, heading into your Wednesday, we'll see a little bit of cloud cover here to start, but it's really once we get into the afternoon, that's when we're watching those potential scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder pushing on through here across the Carolinas. Otherwise, going to still stay mainly dry out there across the region. As we get to 7 o'clock on your Thursday morning, we clear out. A little bit of a cooler afternoon here, some northwesterly flow. You can see those clouds moving northwest to southeast through the Carolinas. That's going to keep us a little bit on the cooler side. And then heading into your Friday, a cool start, and then we'll slowly start to warm up out there. Local forecast today, we'll start down in the Sandhills, middle 70s here, partly cloudy skies. Chester, Lancaster, Rock Hill, Monroe. Great weather for you. It's a similar story here in and around the Queen City, Concord, and Albemarle. Shelby and Gastonia, some mid-70s this afternoon with a whole lot of sunshine ahead. Statesville and Salisbury, a beautiful day. Up towards the foothills here, nothing but sunshine and a little bit on the cooler side as we get on up into the mountains. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast back up into the mid-80s here on Saturday, and then really starting to get toasty early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. If you feel like data centers are popping up everywhere in Charlotte, you are not imagining things. The city has more than a dozen already operating and many more in the planning stages. But now city leaders are saying not so fast. We'll have a live report on how they plan to slow down the data center building boom. And new details emerging about some of the patients affected in a hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship. We're learning one of the people who was infected is from North Carolina. We're learning how they're doing and when that patient could be coming home. And red light cameras could be making a comeback in the Queen City, but the last time Charlotte had these cams, it ended up in a courtroom. Our chief legal analyst, Kali Froats, will be back to break down the case for and against those red light cameras. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 8 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. Welcome into Queen City News, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on your Tuesday morning. There's a bit of a chilly start out there for sure, even right around the freezing mark for some of our mountain localities like Boone was right around the all-important 32 degrees.
Yikes.
But we have a beautiful day on tap today here across the Carolinas.
Okay.
I can't wait. Not that I'm ready to say goodbye to you guys, but I'm looking forward to stepping outside this building. Don't have a lot of windows in our studio, so the minute we get to get some fresh air, Andrew, it's going to be nice today.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be so nice out there here. We've got the low temperatures this morning, but that just highlights the low humidity and the comfortable conditions we're really going to be treated to across the Carolinas as we head throughout this afternoon. Really doesn't get much better than what we're going to be seeing today. Could see a few changes tomorrow, but generally it's really once we get to the weekend and beyond, we start to see our temperatures move up, the pattern begin to flip here into a much warmer, more summer-like pattern out there. But all about this amazing afternoon that I'm really excited about here. 50 degrees, light winds out of the north here, cool start. You need the light jacket, but otherwise here as we hit the 8 o'clock hour, an all-around great day. Pinpoint radar, not much going on here. High pressure to the north, filtering in a little bit of that northerly flow that I was just referencing earlier here across the Carolinas. Temperatures across the United States this morning, some of the interesting spots. You notice Omaha, how warm it is at 66 degrees. They're a full 16 degrees warmer than we are here in Charlotte. And then we got the cool weather with the troughiness across the Northeast. I've got more in your local forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you very much. Charlotte City Council members are taking steps towards pausing new data center construction.
Local leaders voted to put a public hearing on the issue or on the calendar.
That's right. Queen City News anchor Savannah Russo is live just north of Uptown with where the conversation goes from here. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Charlotte City Council members are putting into motion the steps for a 150-day moratorium on new data centers. They're starting with a public hearing. That's going to be set for May 26th. Now, after that public hearing, that sets up a formal vote from the City Council, which could happen as soon as June 8th. Now, if members pass the resolution, the moratorium would prevent the council from approving new projects or even accepting applications for data centers until about October. A data center developer's plan to rezone and build land in East Charlotte was recently delayed, and a petition opposing that project gathered thousands of signatures. Some council members argue Charlotte should follow the lead of other North Carolina cities like Durham, which have taken a pause to study the impacts of these developments.
We need to stop. We need to pause. We need to rescind. We need to halt until we know that there's no harm to our residents.
North Carolina lawmakers are considering several bills all around the regulation of data centers. They have to do with things like tax exemptions, energy usage, as well as zoning requirements, all for the data centers. Charlotte City Council members say they want to do anything they can while staying in compliance with state law. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Russo, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Charlotte's latest major highway project is hitting another roadblock. Charlotte City Council members voting last night to pass a measure to rescind the city's approval of the I-77 South Express Lanes project.
North Carolina plans to build elevated toll lanes stretching from Uptown down to South Carolina state line. But people in the community have been pushing back over neighborhood impacts and pollution concerns.
The 6-5 vote not only pulls the city's approval of the public-private partnership of that project, it also directs the city's regional transportation representative to oppose the project.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
There are questions this morning about how the resolution could impact the project and the state and federal funding that's needed to make it happen. North Carolina officials have said that money for the $3 billion project could be lost if there's a holdup in the work. There was also another question about whether the vote overruled an earlier decision to ask the state for more studies.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. The meeting is at 6 at the Government Center tonight.
The White House is weighing its next move after President Trump rejected Iran's response to a U.S.-backed peace proposal.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joins us live with the latest. Rashad, the president used a medical term to describe the situation.
Hey, good morning to you. President Trump described that ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. as being on life support, and it comes just one day after rejecting that regime's proposal. As for those high gas prices that Americans are seeing across the country, President Trump says he's now in favor of suspending the nation's gas tax. But the big question there is, how much will this help?
Unbelievably weak. I would say, I would call it the weakest right now.
A fragile ceasefire now showing signs of cracking. The president says Iran refused to make key concessions on its nuclear program, including allowing the U.S. to remove enriched uranium from damaged sites.
We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper.
The breakdown in talks comes at a critical moment for the White House as President Trump prepares to travel to China this week for a high-stakes meeting with that country's President Xi.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats continue to slam the president's handling of the war.
Donald Trump dragged America into a war, an illegal, costly war, without any goals, without any end game.
The White House continues to insist that diplomacy is the preferred option here. Jason?
Rashad, how important could this trip to China with the president, in terms of what happens next with Iran, how important is this?
Very important. China holds a lot of economic leverage over Iran, specifically oil purchases as well as trade. China is Iran's largest trading partner, so the U.S. is hoping that this could help bring Iran back to the table to finish this peace agreement.
All right, Rashad Hudson live in D.C. Rashad, thanks so much. Appreciate it. 8:07 is the time now. A new bill would ask the wealthiest North Carolinians to contribute more to fund public schools. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh has a closer look at the legislation and how it affects a small percentage of North Carolinians.
Less than 1%, actually. Supporters say public schools have been underfunded for years, while the wealthiest have enjoyed giant tax breaks. They say this bill will help level the playing field.
It's time for wealthy North Carolinians to step up. Asking them to contribute more is not extreme, it's fair. It's what it takes to build the state that we want, a state that works for everyone.
The Fair Share for Public Schools Act would create a 7% tax on income above $1 million.
It's only going to impact 0.59% of North Carolinians in this state.
The money would go to the state's public school fund. North Carolina ranks 50th in the nation in per pupil spending and 46th in teacher pay, according to the North Carolina Association of Educators.
Teacher salaries are some of the lowest in the country. There have been multiple tax packages that have already benefited the rich here in North Carolina.
Monica Lavery is a member of the Patriotic Millionaires, a group of high net worth individuals advocating for what they call a fair tax system.
Paying my fair share is a civic duty, one that would have a positive rippling impact across the state as we rescue our public schools from the dire straits we all know they are in. In the end, there's no justifiable reason why a millionaire like me should get a tax break.
Republicans have previously said that lower taxes help keep North Carolina competitive for businesses and job growth. I have reached out to the John Locke Foundation and Speaker Hall's office for comment on this legislation. I'll let you know when I hear back. In downtown Raleigh, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
All right, we are taking a look at pinpoint traffic right now. Listen, we're watching it in real time. So Julian we're adding a new icon here to 85 northbound at Billy Graham Parkway. So you're watching it happen because we just heard reports of 85 northbound. The right lane is blocked because of this accident. So a lot of people use Billy Graham to go back and forth between 85 and 77 to work their way around the east side of the airport. So a very busy intersection this time of morning to be having an accident and backups in both directions. So just be aware of that if you're trying to use Billy Graham and 85 this morning. Overall, volume picking up mostly on the west and the south side, coming up from South Carolina in that 45 outer stretch. Couple of accidents that we've been dealing with. One just cleared, 77 northbound. The right lane was blocked just before you get to Gold Hill Road. That's cleared, but the backups are still there. So just be aware of that coming up to the South Carolina, North Carolina state line. 45 outer, we still got a lane blocked near Arrowwood Road, so be aware of that if you're trying to work your way over to I-77. Drive time certainly reflecting the increased volume out there, especially coming down from the Lake Norman area on I-77. You can see that here in this shot. The right two lanes coming down from Cornelius, unless you're in the toll lanes, it is stop and go traffic all the way into Charlotte. Down near the state line near Carowinds, only the right 2 lanes really struggling because most people are merging from that right-hand side. If you're coming down from Concord, about 15 minutes to get to 485 in from Albemarle, almost an hour now working your way up 74 from Monroe this morning. Things are slow. This camera just changed in the last second, but I don't know if it's a disabled Jeep, something there getting off of I-85 on that ramp. Here is inbound Independence. It's a parking lot beyond Sharon Amity Road. That's why it's taking so long to get from Monroe to Uptown, about an hour. So I would hop off on Central Avenue or Monroe Road as an alternate to work your way into the Queen City. It's slow pretty much in every direction, so just be aware of that. If you go to the airport, leave early. Look at that, over an hour coming up 77 from Rock Hill. So just be aware of that. We'll give you another look at your traffic coming up at 8:30.
Red light cameras could be coming to some of Charlotte's busiest intersections. We check back in with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes talking about some of the hesitations from the public and how violations factor into the legal system. Andrew?
And it's a beautiful start out there across the Carolinas. How much are we going to warm up, and could we see any showers for the FC match tomorrow? I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast. Next, you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back.
Welcome back. Charlotte City Council members may reinstitute red light cameras. The council's safety committee advanced a proposal for a pilot program.
Yeah, it would have the city work with the North Carolina General Assembly to change how revenue from fines generated by the cameras are used. State law calls for 90% of the revenue to go to schools. That's why the city stopped using cameras to catch red light runners back in 2006.
Joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, let's take a look at this. This was a program that was around. It stopped. We can talk about some of those issues in a second about the money going to schools. But when it comes to fines, civil versus criminal, does this affect my insurance, license points? Like, what are all kind of the legal issues that goes into a a red light.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. These would be fines that would be civil, obviously. And so in all of these, even if it's a traffic offense, if it's less than 25 miles an hour, if it's not a reckless driving, these are going to be infractions. And so while they will be in the criminal component, there's not like a misdemeanor. If it's over that amount, if it's a reckless, that is a misdemeanor. So even when you're looking at just traffic tickets, not this ordinance-based red light camera, it would depend on case-by-case scenario. But this is more public safety than anything. You're talking about trying to find ways to prevent deaths at these intersections. They talked about last year 80+ individuals had died at these intersections. 100+ individuals had been injured seriously. And so trying to find ways that you can cut down and curb dangerous accidents at intersections is the goal. And so the monetary fine, I think, is just a deterrent. But the overarching goal is how do we stop people getting hurt at intersections?
We mentioned that these were in place before they got taken away. What were some of the legal challenges of why they got taken away?
Money. That's it. It's not the legal challenge.
Who's getting it?
Who's covering the cost is the issue. And so municipalities were saying that, okay, it's costing us almost $600,000 a year to run these, but we can't recover, or I should say keep the cost. Ironically, there was a Supreme Court case that addressed this in 2024, a North Carolina Supreme Court case that said that municipalities can recover a reasonable cost. And so you can recover that $600,000 and then send back whatever remaining amount to the schools. And so that is, I think, why you're seeing now municipalities bringing this back, because having the opportunity to ensure that we can not have to cover the entire cost of running something like this was problematic.
I know there's some questions in terms of when they have the speed enforcement cameras, if they actually do a good job of curbing people speeding. I wonder if it's the same thing with the red light cameras that actually works to deter people from blowing through a red light. Khalif, I wonder, does it also hold up in traffic court with the amount of people fighting? So, well, I just only went over, the trigger for the camera to go, I didn't run the red light. Does it hold up courts as well?
Julian, as someone that you love asking questions that I kind of have a connection to.
Yeah.
And so as the person that was my courtroom in Mecklenburg County, I ran traffic court for almost 3 years. And so most people aren't fighting traffic tickets. If you know that you were speeding, you're trying to find a way to do a couple things. Like Jason said, will I get any points on my insurance? Will I get points on my driver's license? If they can get this from a moving violation to a non-moving violation, do I really have the time to fight this? And most of the time the answer is no. It's rare that a person would say, you know what, they're offering to make this go away, the DA's office is, and I can just pay a little fine and I not get those points. No, I still want to go to trial for a traffic ticket. Yeah, I've seen it, but it's rare. I mean, sometimes we have 1,000+ people on the docket. Maybe once a month, someone's like, no, I absolutely was not speeding. And I mean, and if they got you on radar, if they're trailing you with those type of technologies that they have, it's going to be hard to beat that. And so typically folks are saying, we're just trying to figure out a way to get rid of this. Back to the red light cameras, I think the deterrent portion that you asked, I'd hope that it's there, because again, we're not talking about, minor fender benders to vehicles. We're talking about people that are losing their lives in these intersections. And so that's the goal, is to try to find a way to ensure that people drive responsibly, knowing that someone is watching.
All right, Khalif, thank you very much. Appreciate that. It is 8:18 right now. We need to get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Let's see here. Hopefully, there's no good weather. It doesn't matter. You don't need to be running a red light regardless. But today's a beautiful day to be out driving around.
Absolutely right, Jason. Just fabulous weather. Roll down the windows here. Let the fresh air come on in. It's going to be a great day here. Albemarle Live can be a little small downtown to the east of Charlotte here. Tranquil conditions, a beautiful start. And also up in the mountains here, we've got beautiful weather as we get things rolling here on your Tuesday. Radar quiet here across the Carolinas. A little bit of high cloud cover moving in. Otherwise, there's really not much to talk about here across the region today. Temperatures across the southeast, a little bit on the cooler side. Notice the 52 in Nashville, 50 in Charlotte, 52 as we get on over to Wilmington here as we get things started. Quick check in on the pollen counts across the Carolinas. Little elevated today, and then kind of just more medium here as we go throughout the rest of this week. Kind of on the downslope here in terms of those peak pollinating as we saw back during the month of April. Rain chances, we need a lot more rainfall. Just not going to be getting too much of it here as we go throughout the rest of this week. Going to see maybe a shower or two tomorrow. Let's get to that here. Futurecast in motion going through your Tuesday. It doesn't get much better than this, what we're going to be seeing across the Carolinas. All that sunshine we're going to be treated to today as we keep moving forward. Overnight heading into your Wednesday, mostly clear skies, great weather across the region, partly cloudy skies to start. And then as we get into the afternoon, Could see some showers and storms try to roll through the Carolinas. This is 8 o'clock on your Wednesday. Some of that scattered wet weather overnight heading into your Thursday. Mostly sunny skies across the region, and that continues as we keep moving forward here. The scattered clouds into the afternoon. Sunshine, partly cloudy skies looking good with a little bit cooler weather behind it. And then from there, we'll see those temperatures start to move back up as we head on into the weekend. How much rainfall are we talking about? Not really much. We do see those showers, maybe a couple tenths of an inch. That really is going to be about it. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching, though, the heat that's on the way, Jason, as we get to Sunday and beyond, likely heading up into the low 90s.
All right, Andrew, I'm going to focus on today's weather, not the heat just yet. Right now, we're focusing on 6th Avenue. This is in New York City this morning, not too far from Radio City Music Hall. Futures are all in the red right now as they're kind of monitoring what's happening with the war in Iran. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange after this break. Coming up at 8:24, welcome back. Many Americans say they can't afford a summer vacation this year. And inflation numbers are due out in about 5 minutes this morning. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange. With those stories and more, Jane, good Tuesday morning.
Hi, Jason. Happy Tuesday to you. And the markets are pointing lower ahead of these numbers. This is consumer inflation, and it probably rose at a solid pace for a second straight month in April. And if it comes in as expected, it would be the largest annual increase in inflation in more than 2.5 years. Of course, we've seen what gas prices have done, and that will be reflected in today's number. Well, Venmo is rolling out a significant redesign. Over the next few months, it aims to make the app more useful and social and easier to navigate. Now, the entire redesign expected to be available to everybody by this fall, but starting this week, there will be some changes. So where it once showed a simple list of who paid who with gifts and a heart button and comments, the new feed will have a wider variety of visuals and larger images, more ways to respond to payments such as pay again and thank you. Well, 4 in 10 Americans will not be taking a single trip this summer, with cost as the biggest reason why. And for these respondents, a majority are unable to afford the cost. Others say they're working to save money or pay off debt. This was commissioned by Current and conducted by Talker Research. And the survey also looked at those who are planning to travel and how affordability is affecting their plans. So many say they're going to go to a different type of destination and just be more budget conscious this summer than they were last year. Jason, back to you.
You know, Jane, our meteorologist Andrew Brightman was just before this break was talking about micro escapes. Had we heard of that? And that's the same thing, little micro vacations, micro getaways, maybe 1 to 3 days, just, just something different to catch your breath.
No, totally behind that. And even just like a block party in the neighborhood, like just do something special.
You have to know or like your neighbors, but I like the idea.
Yeah.
I like where you're going with that.
Make sure you like your neighbors.
That's true, but what a great way to meet them, right? Let's do a a cul-de-sac, a street party or something like that instead of going somewhere. Great idea, Jane. All right, I'll be waiting for your invitation. I'll send you my address in the mail. Thank you, Jane. We'll join you at 9:30 when the bell goes off. Appreciate that.
Okay.
You are watching Queen City News on this Tuesday. What a great day for a micro escape, right? Just go outside for a little while, enjoy it. We'll be back right after this.
It is 8:30 here. Happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. Hopefully you're starting your day off with some friendship and family, camaraderie like we are here at ABC Tallahassee.
Feels like family here.
It is.
It is a family. I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm Jason Harper. Meteorologist Ted Phaeton is off today. Andrew Brightman's here instead. People ask us all the time, you guys look like you have a good time. Do you really get along that well?
Fun.
And we do. We do. We just keep talking right through commercial break. We welcome you in today. If you have been outside, you're enjoying maybe a morning walk or something, good for you because it's gorgeous outside.
It is gorgeous out there. I mean, it's a little bit of a cool start this morning. We'll be up into the mid-70s this afternoon. Just going to be a spectacular afternoon out there here across the Carolinas. Looking towards uptown from West Charlotte. Beautiful weather here as we get rolling. A little bit of a chilly start. You definitely do need the light jacket as you walk out the door this morning, but temperatures quickly going to move up and going to be an amazing afternoon. Probably very similar to the weather, if you remember it from this past Friday, That was incredible. Today is basically going to be a carbon copy of that here across the Carolinas. The weekend, though, the pattern is going to start to flip here across the region. Temperatures are going to start to warm up, likely heading up into the 90s by the time we get to your Sunday. Charlotte live cam right now, 50 degrees. Winds out of the north here at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 40s. Fairly comfortable out there and going to be getting only better from there. Radar, there's nothing to talk about here. As we zoom out, high pressure to our north. Still got the stalled frontal boundary to our south, but no moisture moving in until at least our Wednesday afternoon. Still don't need a lot of rainfall to get us out of these drought conditions. Going to get a new drought monitor in here in a couple of days, but there is still a lot of work to do here across the Carolinas, even with some of that much needed rainfall that we saw last week. Temperatures mid to upper 40s for most of us, now into the 50s here in Charlotte, still holding on to the upper 30s as we get up into Boone, 49 in Rockingham. Most of the region here is solid 10 to 15 degrees colder compared to this time yesterday. As we go throughout your morning forecast here, maybe you got to take your best friend out for a nice walk. Partly cloudy skies, temperatures by the time we get to lunchtime close to the 70-degree mark, and then right up into the middle 70s as we get to the middle part of your afternoon. I've got more in your forecast and what's ahead for the rest of the week coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Maybe, just maybe a day you can put the windows down or the sunroof, open that bad boy open, huh? Maybe you need the seat heater on, though. That'd be a nice little 1-2 punch, little combo this morning. Cool air, warm, warm tushy, shall I say. If you're going to be sitting in traffic, you might as well be comfortable, right? Because we got a lot of traffic going on. If you're in the west, south side of the city is really seeing the worst of it this morning. Let's get to a couple of issues that are causing major slowdowns. New accident, 77 northbound's got a lane blocked right near Remount Road, and it is backed up all the way to 485. That's a long stretch of I-77 traffic. So having a warm tushy and a good podcast is probably a good idea if you're going to be sitting in that, because I'm telling you, you are for at least 20 or 30 minutes. We still have an issue, 485 outer near Airwood. Accident has officially cleared, but the backups have not. Those are still around, so be aware of that. Here's your drive times, the slowest stretch coming down. Well, they switched. Now it's Gastonia to 485, coming up 85 north, coming down from Lake Norman, still over a half an hour. Rock Hill, that stretch is right at about 30 minutes. Coming down from Cornelius, you can see right here, those right two lanes. At least they're moving now at about 30 miles an hour. Toll lanes, obviously, a little bit faster, but that's how it looks from the Lake Norman stretch. This is the way it looks down at the North-South Carolina state line. Really slow near Westinghouse and Carowinds Boulevard this morning. People trying to merge from that right-hand side. It's going to be slow for a while. Almost 40 minutes coming down 85 from Concord. Albemarle's looking good, but man, you're almost up to an hour coming up 74 through Indian Trail and Matthews. Trying to get to Uptown this morning. Here's a quick shot near Concord Mills. Working on clearing something. So I just showed you it was almost 40 minutes trying to work its way down from 85 this morning. And so that's kind of some of the issues that we've been having. Let me go back to that. See, coming down 85 from Kannapolis, you got that red stretch before you get to 485, almost 40 minutes. Let me take you back to it. It's because of this. Something happened there. We didn't get a notification, Julian, but I don't know if it's an accident. Clearly, they're working to clear it up, but none of the lanes are open on 85 southbound right there. So that's going to take a little while. We'll keep looking at that. We'll wrap up your traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Charlotte's latest major highway project is hitting another roadblock. Charlotte City Council members voting last night to pass a measure to rescind the city's approval of the I-77 South Express Lanes project.
North Carolina plans to build an elevated toll lane stretching from uptown down to the South Carolina state line. But people in the community have been pushing back because of neighborhood impacts and pollution concerns.
The 6-5 vote not only pulls the city's approval of the public-private partnership of that project, but it also directs the city's regional transportation representative to oppose the project.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
There are questions now about how this resolution could impact the project and the state and federal funding that's needed to make it happen. North Carolina officials have said multiple times money for this $3 billion project could be lost if there's a holdup in the work. There was also a question about whether this vote overruled an earlier decision to ask the state for more studies. The Queens University community is now remembering a recent graduate and a member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. This happened early Sunday morning, just after 2 o'clock on Queens Road West in Myers Park. Charlotte police say that 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car went off the road and hit a tree. McKinney was taken to the hospital but later died from his injuries. The Queens University swim team posted this photo on Instagram saying Keegan was, quote, a cherished teammate, friend, and a member of the Queens family. The crash is now under investigation to see if impairment or speed was a factor. It's still unclear if any charges have been filed.
Charlotte City Council members are beginning a search to replace Mayor Vi Lyles, and her predecessor says that she's interested in the job. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts tells Queen City News that she would be the right choice to serve in that office until the next election. She says her background and experience is enough to lead the city in an interim role and emphasizes she has no political aspirations to run past Mayor Lyles' term. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports.
I'm just so grateful for the number of people that have been so supportive of me making a decision that was probably the most difficult thing that I've ever had to do.
Current and soon-to-be outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles is speaking publicly for the first time since announcing her planned resignation on June 30th. In a letter released last week, Lyles wrote she was looking forward to spending more time with family.
But if you saw my little girls, oh my gosh, you'd just know I was doing the right things.
The council now has the task of interviewing and selecting someone to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term, expiring in late 2027. A former Charlotte mayor is already expressing interest in the role.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made.
Jennifer Roberts made her case to be the city's interim mayor during an interview with Queen City News on Monday. Roberts is pledging she will not seek election when the term expires, adding that she would want to focus on transparency.
I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Roberts served a single term from 2015 to 2017. She says her time as mayor taught her important lessons, specifically referencing the unrest Charlotte saw in the wake of the killing of Keith Lamont Scott in 2016.
Watching Mayor Lyles, I did learn a few things. For example, how you respond when there's a police shooting in a crisis. And she made it very clear that the police chief is in charge of public safety, that the police department reports to the council, but the council's not making those day-to-day decisions for the police department. And the way that she handled press conferences around some of that made that really clear for people, and I thought that was probably a good separation that I didn't think about when we had a shooting during my time.
And that was Andy Weber reporting. Several current city council members are considering a run for mayor, though it's unclear right now if any of them will choose to apply for the interim role. Officials hope to have the interim post decided by Lyles' departure on June 30th.
Charlotte City Council members are also making progress to pass their budget for fiscal year 2027. They held a public hearing on that proposal last night on the nearly $2 billion spending plan. They'll be voting on adjustments to the plan coming up May 18th with a final vote on June 8th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will also vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. That meeting is set for 6 o'clock tonight at the Government Center.
Lincolnton City Council members will hold a joint meeting with Lincoln County Commissioners today to discuss a funding model between the two governments. It comes as the city is considering layoffs due to a revenue shortfall. More than a dozen positions would be cut from the police and fire departments. The joint meeting begins at 3 this afternoon in Lincolnton. Gaston County Commissioners, meanwhile, will hold a public hearing tonight on their proposed budget for the next year. That includes funding for Gaston County schools. They'll also consider the tax rate for fire services. The Commissioners' meeting begins at 6.
Police are searching for the suspects involved in a shooting and attempted kidnapping involving a baby in Newton. It happened at the Love's truck stop at NC 10 and US 321 around 1:15 yesterday afternoon. Investigators say a man and a woman in the car were attacked by gunmen. The driver was shot and crashed into a utility pole. The woman in the passenger seat was thrown from the car. The man was in critical condition, and the woman and the baby had non-life-threatening injuries. Investigators are not releasing any further information.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein will discuss efforts to help Western North Carolina's economic recovery today. This is the third budget proposal for the area hit by Hurricane Helene. It includes $82 million for small businesses and promoting tourism in the region. This is in addition to the state's outstanding request of $13.5 billion from the federal government. The governor will make that pitch this afternoon in Raleigh. 8:40 is the time now. One person from North Carolina is confirmed to have been on board the cruise ship at the center of the hantavirus outbreak. The state's Department of Health and Human Services Department confirmed it yesterday and says it's now monitoring the outbreak closely. The individual was taken to a quarantine unit at the University of Nebraska. Whether the person returns to North Carolina soon is up to federal authorities. For now, though, all American cruise passengers exposed are being monitored in Nebraska and in Atlanta. Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts expressed confidence that the college there will be able to care for the people that are there. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services says the risk of infection in the state is still very low and no need.
President Trump could possibly get negotiation help from China on Iran when he heads there today. China buys more than 80% of Iran's oil exports. The trip comes as President Trump rips into Iran's latest plan to end the war, calling their leaders lunatics and the ceasefire weak. Iran still has not agreed to Trump's calls for no nuclear weapons. Yesterday, Trump called Iran's response to a ceasefire proposal a, quote, piece of garbage. It's not clear if China plans to ask for anything in return if they decide to help the U.S. broker a deal. Trump is set to meet with China's president this Thursday. They'll also set to talk about trade between the two nations.
All right, switching gears now. It's a side gig under scrutiny. A cabinet member returns to his reality TV roots while serving as U.S. Transportation Secretary. I'm May K. Beeler. Coming up, the backlash he is facing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stick around.
It's more than a road trip. It's a civic experience. It's one of the most powerful ways to understand the vast, beautiful, complicated place we call home.
A side hustle under some scrutiny. A key Trump administration cabinet member returns to his reality TV roots while serving as the U.S. Transportation Secretary.
Sean Duffy is facing backlash from some over his 7-month-long road trip turned reality TV show. This while many Americans are struggling to put gas in their cars.
Chief Transportation Correspondent Maykay Beeler joins us with more on this. Maykay, what's the latest?
Okay, so Secretary Duffy is launching a new show. And it's all about his family's road trip. Now, this is under a lot of scrutiny because, well, you know, he has another job. So the road trip is across America, and it's to encourage people to pack up their cars and hit the road. It's a 5-part series titled The Great American Road Trip. It brings Duffy and his wife, whom he met, by the way, while filming the MTV reality show Road Rules All Stars. So it brings both of them back to their entertainment roots along with their 9 children in tow. What an adventure. Now, in a trailer released on Friday, there you go, you see a little clips of it. Duffy says, quote, "To love America is to see America," end quote. Well, the Duffy family said they filmed the show several days at a time over the course of 7 months. And according to a report, the trip included activities like running up the rocky steps at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, riding snowmobiles in Montana, and a stop at the Real World Boston house where Duffy gained his reality TV fame. Now, the show hasn't aired yet, but it's already hitting some roadblocks. Some lawmakers claiming this was an extended free vacation for the Duffys, while rising gas prices tied to the Iran war are keeping many Americans at home.
I'm just trying to get over 9 children.
I know,
and
9 kids.
And how that even works. But so did his official duties as Transportation Secretary, were those just put on pause while this was being filmed?
Well, that's what a lot of criticism is about. So in a post on X, Duffy defended the project, writing, quote, "Career ethics and budget officials at the Department of Transportation reviewed and approved my participation and individual travel in accordance with federal rules," end quote.
Okay, so who paid for the show?
Well, I know people are thinking, did taxpayers pay for it? So CNN asked that question, and the Department of Transportation had a spokesperson that said, celebrating America's 250th anniversary, including by participating in the show, The Great American Road Trip, is part of Duffy's official duties. Quote, "On these brief stops, the Secretary often conducted additional visits like touring air traffic control towers." So like with any other official engagements, the department covered the flight. They paid for it, or we paid for it, taxpayers. Now emphasizing, though, no tax dollars were spent on the Duffy family. Okay, costs covered by the show's sponsors took care of those expenses like car, gas rentals, activities, lodging. And there are show sponsors, including Boeing and United Airlines. And officials wonder, well, was it an appropriate use of government time? Was there a conflict of interest? Well, whatever, the show is scheduled to premiere on YouTube in June, and it looks like they had a lot of fun.
Making a road trip, yeah. A lot of Americans make a road trip, and we have a lot of travel coming up for Memorial Day too. So
yes,
yeah, lots of places to see in the country. Okay, thanks.
It is 8:48 right now. I want to bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Whether you're going across the street or across the country today, try to get it done because it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, that's right. Just an absolutely beautiful day, Jason, across the Carolinas here. We've got beautiful weather. Temperatures right around the 50-degree mark right now. Winds out of the north here about 5 to 10 miles an hour as we get things rolling here on your Tuesday. Beach Mountain, lots of sunshine as we head up into the higher elevations as well. Radar, don't have to worry about that today. Zooming out here. We have a warm front off to our west, but this frontal boundary here is what's going to move through tomorrow, and that could give us a couple of showers late Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. Though temperatures out in front of it, it's still fairly cool and comfortable here. We are going to be warming up, though. Not so much during this work week, but this weekend and beyond, temperatures are going to start to get toasty out there. The pattern is going to begin to flip. Notice we got this dip in the jet stream here as we go throughout the rest of this week, especially tomorrow and Thursday. But then starting on Friday, the ridge will start to crank here across the southeastern portion of the United States. That's going to lead to warmer temperatures, really noticeable starting on Saturday, and then only getting hotter from there. Futurecast, though, this afternoon, beautiful picturesque weather here shaping up across the Carolinas. This is 5 o'clock on your Tuesday afternoon. Heading into the evening hours, more beautiful weather out there across the region. Wednesday morning, mostly sunny skies, partly cloudy skies here as we go into the afternoon. And then we could see a couple of scattered showers and maybe a rumble of thunder move through here as we go throughout your Wednesday evening. Just keep that in mind. Then as we get to your Thursday, things do start to look up here across the Carolinas, and that continues throughout the rest of the week. And eventually, our temperatures start to get warmer as well. How much rainfall are we talking about? Might see a couple tenths of an inch of rain if we do see some showers tomorrow. I still think it's going to be more of a nuisance than anything significant here. If you are heading to the Charlotte FC match, though, that time period does coincide when they're going to be playing a little soccer over at the bank. So might see a shower or two. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Watching those warmer temperatures starting on Saturday and then really getting toasty early next week. Julian?
All right, thank you, Andrew. Well, our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring. We have plenty more stories to tell. Tomorrow morning at 9, we're exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com. We'll be right back.
One of the top dating apps has decided to remove the swipe feature. Bumble is getting rid of the swipe left or swipe right option to find matches. Instead, reports say that the company could reshape itself around using AI. The company hasn't really revealed exactly what that could mean. Bumble is also getting rid of arguably its most unique feature that has women message first when matching with men.
I don't know why you would get rid of that.
Yeah.
Unless you have something better.
Unless you have something better, but it's just something that sets you apart from all the different dating apps. There's a swipe feature on all of them. That's the one thing that set Bumble apart. I never used it.
Well, the thing is,
because I'm old, and we used like
first,
the old school before there was an app. Like for online dating, you had to like physically log onto a computer.
I think Bumble has I think it's just they're really lost in terms of what they want to do. I know they've been struggling a little bit with losing users, and they've just been changing things over and over again.
Could be why.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that some of the people are actually going back to trying to meet people in person. That's the new movement, is that they're getting away from the dating apps and trying to meet people in the real
Like
world.
through conversation.
Sounds crazy, Julian.
Novel concept.
Shared interests out in public.
Right, in the wild.
Kind of weird.
Whoa.
I didn't even hear that.
My gosh, it's like a National Geographic
up.
special.
Exactly.
Okay, well, there you have it. Coming up on 9 o'clock, our final hour, which Andrew calls the what hour? It's the power
That's right.
hour.
Come on.
Coming up in about 4.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Queen City News.
More Americans are turning to the internet to help solve their medical problems. According to the Pew Research Center, about 4 in 10 adults in the U.S. get health information from social media or podcasts. The problems come when the people behind the content don't actually have the credentials to tell you what you're dealing with. That's why experts say vetting those creators is extremely important before you follow any advice.
When I see people saying, consult with your therapist or, talk to someone, get some support, that's good.
If someone speaks in absolutes or black and white, then that's an immediate red flag that they're prioritizing the view count and not necessarily the information that they're putting out there.
The Pew Research Center survey also found 53% of people without insurance reported getting health information from social media compared to 38% of people with insurance. All right, stay with us. Our last hour of Queen City News now starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We are coming up in just a couple of seconds on 9 o'clock, our final hour. Power Hour, as Andrew calls it. Glad you were joining us today. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Thank you so much for waking up. Well, you've probably been awake for a little while, but thank you so
Maybe
much for
not.
joining. Yeah, that's true.
No judgments.
Actually,
You wake up. Good on you if you just woke up.
That's true, because if I was actually off today, which I usually am, I'd actually probably be asleep for about another 10 minutes. So.
See? No judgment.
I'm telling on myself right now.
Listen, for some people, we are the first voices they hear in the morning.
That's
before
right.
their spouse,
Sorry.
before their kids.
It's a scary thought. It's a scary thought.
I'm grateful and I apologize.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Those two things can exist at once.
They can. They can.
But if my voice is the first thing you hear, let me tell you, it's going to be beautiful out there today. On your Tuesday here, partly cloudy skies, fabulous day. A little bit of high cloud cover here across the Carolinas. Otherwise, doesn't get much better than what we're going to be seeing here across the Carolinas. Light winds, temperatures about 5 or so degrees below average in the middle 70s. Going to be loving this weather. It was a chilly start out there, though. Temperatures starting to move up here. Big story what we're watching, though. It's going to start to get hot out there this weekend and beyond. Temperatures likely heading well above average as we get to Monday and towards the middle part of next week. 54 degrees right now, winds out of the north here about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Feeling really, really good out there. Radar quiet, not much going on. Zooming out, high pressure in control off to our north. That's giving us the northerly flow and the cooler and more comfortable conditions we're seeing right now across the region. Quick check in on the airports. Looking pretty good here if you're going to be taking to the friendly skies, though. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes on my full Pinpoint 7-Day.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Listen, let's get to Pinpoint traffic. The good news, just similar, piggybacking off Andrew's good news with the weather. Traffic is improving all around the Queen City. Now, what we're looking at here is kind of a zoomed in, a little bit blurry here, but this is NCDOT camera zoomed in to I-85 near Concord Mills exit. They just reopened in the last about 15, 20 minutes. They had it closed from a previous accident. You can see first responders and emergency vehicles off to the shoulder there, even around the bend on that exit ramp. Having it cleared up, they had to put some of those, some of the dust and the chemicals down on the ground to clean up any kind of oil or fuel spill. But at least the lanes are now back open. It's going to slow it down a little bit this morning, but at least it is finally moving. We're taking a look at that right here, just north of 485, between Concord Mills, between Poplar Tent and 485. So that'll be flowing here in the next 15 or 20 minutes. Overall, still have a little bit of residual backups from earlier accident on 485 outer down near Arrowwood in the southwest part of the city. But now all recovering. These were all almost 40 minutes a while ago. Now they're all under half an hour, which is good news no matter where you're coming in from. Up a little closer to Lake Norman. This is I-77 towards coming from Cornelius on the right-hand side. That's 77 south traffic. Getting closer to the Huntersville-Sanford Road exit. That is finally moving a little bit. Slow on the right-hand lane there as people are merging down near Carowinds at the state line. Here are some drive times. Still slow coming up Independence Boulevard, 74. We didn't have any reports of an accident, but from Monroe, Indian Trail, Matthews, all the way up Independence, it has just been a parking lot this morning. You can see right there under the Sharon Amity Road Bridge, folks are really struggling. So Central Avenue or Monroe Road would be your best bet if you're trying to work your way into the Queen City, if you've got somewhere to go. Finally, let's wrap it up with drive times to the airport. Always check with your airline before you go. But those drive times now recovering. They were all in the red. Don't be distracted today. Put that phone down until you get to where you're going.
From Charlotte, let's take you to the nation's capital where you're looking live as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Dan Kane testify on the Iran war. Both are on Capitol Hill this morning for budget hearings. The testimony comes as President Trump's snap decision to pull 5,000 U.S. troops out of Germany isn't moving the needle in pushing European nations to enter the U.S. war in Iran or help Washington reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and as Trump declared on Monday that peace talks to be all but dead. Queens University community is remembering a graduate student and a member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning just after 2 on Queens Road West in Myers Park. Charlotte police say 22-year-old Keegan McKenney was in the passenger seat when the car went off the road and hit a tree. McKenney was taken to the hospital but later died from his injuries. The Queens University swim team posted this photo on Instagram saying Keegan was a, quote, cherished teammate, friend, and member of the Queens family. The crash is under investigation to see if impairment or speed is a factor. It's still unclear if any charges have been filed.
Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles is sharing more about her decision to resign at the end of next month, well before she was set to leave office.
Yeah, the five-term mayor says the decision was, quote, probably the most difficult thing she's had to do.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live just north of Uptown with a look at the mayor's first public appearance since announcing her resignation. Good morning, Savannah.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that Charlotte City Council members, their attention right now is on appointing an interim mayor, someone to serve in Mayor Vi Lyles' stead. But Mayor Vi Lyles finishing out her final 6 weeks in office with a packed agenda. She spoke publicly for the first time about her decision to step away from this seat just ahead of the city manager presenting the budget for next year at Monday's meeting. Now, according to Mayor Lyles' statement, her last day is going to be June 30th, the day before next budget goes into effect. And she announced late last week she'd be leaving office, saying she wants to spend more time with her grandchildren. The mayor opened up yesterday's council meeting with a few words of gratitude.
I'm just so grateful for the number of people that have been so supportive of me making a decision that was probably the most difficult thing that I've ever had to do. But if you saw my little girls, oh my gosh, you just know I was doing the right thing. So thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Council members will appoint another Democrat to serve in Mayor Vi Lyles' place through the end of 2027 when her term was set to end. They say they hope to have that person in place by July 1st. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New surveillance video shows a moment leading to a deadly officer-involved shooting.
Now, we want to warn you, this video may be disturbing to watch. It's from an incident at a Gastonia convenience store back on January 10th.
It involved a pair of Gastonia detectives doing an alcohol compliance check at Jacob's Food Mart on Gaston Avenue. Take a look.
I just said, what's up? I just said, what's up? I said, what's up? That's it. Straight up. What time you on?
And investigators say the video shows Derek Manigault, that's the man in the red tracksuit, getting into an argument with another man. Their argument continues then inside the store and eventually escalates to the point where Manigault is heard saying, quote, "You trying to lose your life tonight?" He then stands in front of the door and pulls what appears to be a handgun from his waistband. And at some point, one of the plain-clothed Gastonia detectives was at the counter pulling his gun and began firing at Manigault.
Facts. I promise you. Oh. Hey, go outside. Grandma, go outside. I promise you.
Now, the detective followed Manigault to the door, as you can see, continuing to fire. The other detective was outside and also fired his weapon at Manigault.
Manigault collapsed and died at the hospital. His weapon actually turned out to be a realistic-looking plastic imitation gun. Witnesses told investigators the undercover detective tried to de-escalate the situation before pulling his weapon. Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page determined the use of deadly force was justified. Gastonia police still conducting an internal review of the incident.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Video always helps in these situations. When you look at something like this, do you feel like this was the right call that was made, or what excuse me, were district attorneys looking at to make their determination?
It's a couple things, and I know Travis Page very well, the district attorney there in Gastonia. I can go through a couple things with this. I looked at this entire report. I think they did a thorough investigation. I think I break the video down from a number of things, and I think we did an excellent job attempting to break it down from what happened outside to the threat, to the multiple times of, hey, are you attempting to lose your life? Tonight, you're trying to die tonight, to now inside. What's happening in there? It just coincidentally, they were doing an investigation undercover, attempting to find underage people purchasing alcohol. So they just happen to be in the right time at the right place at the right time. It's when did the threat occur? Are you placing someone in what's called imminent fear of bodily harm? And are you placing someone else in imminent fear of bodily harm? Because the standard is I have a duty to protect myself. I'm able to do that, and I can protect someone else. So that would be self-defense or defense of others. It's at that moment where he pulls out the handgun and it's by his side. That's when the officer, I believe that in this report saying that he believes that he was in imminent fear of bodily harm. Him running out of the door after the shots fired, that's where I would break down the other portion. That turning towards the officer in turning and trying to run, where he's pausing and show the firearm pointing in the officer's direction. I think at that moment, that's where I would say that he was justified to be in imminent fear of bodily harm. In the store, I'm not sure. From looking at that, I'm not sure if I would say the standard is imminent fear of bodily harm, because traditionally, and I've had cases like this, homicide cases, where another individual is literally pointing the gun at someone. And then my client may not have raised his gun at that moment, and that self-defense issue is still contemplated, where this person now would have to go to trial and go through determining if I will defend myself. And so I'm not sure there. What I can say is I'm certain if this goes to civil wrongful death claim, that the family will be successful in bringing the claim against them easily. The standard is different. For criminal cases, we're talking about reasonable doubt. That standard is that's the highest standard in our justice system. It's preponderance of the evidence in civil cases. So you're talking about more likely than not. So was it more likely than not that he did not feel justified in that shooting? I think it would be very easy for a jury of your peers to find the officer's actions there may have been outside what would have been required in that scenario because the threat hadn't occurred yet.
There's so many layers to this, like we talked about in a previous topic, layers like an onion. As you peel back, you got this undercover officer, you've got a fake weapon. There's a lot of times where families of a victim that has died will say, hey, why aren't charges filed? He had a fake gun. In the timing of what happened so quickly, even though he's undercover, an officer's mind seeing a weapon, like how do you factor that in, whether you're on prosecution or defending, when you got a fake firearm?
And that's why I said at that moment when he turns to the officer and is pointing towards him, the officer wouldn't have known at the time. He sees a firearm, there's a threat, justified at 100%. It's pointing towards him in a direction that looks like it can shoot back. I think it would be justified. And regardless if it's fake or not, you wouldn't know. That's something you go after Monday morning quarterbacking, not in that scenario.
Does it matter that he's literally opening the door as the officer raises his gun to fire?
That's why I say at that moment inside the store, I'd say I'd have to respectfully disagree with the report.
And real quickly, do the officers have any duty at that point to disclose themselves as public safety officer saying, hey, put down the weapon?
No, I mean, I think you wouldn't want an officer to do that because now he may subject himself to potentially having some violence occur or now having a threat towards him. So I think the officer in that scenario did what he was supposed to do. I just, as this individual is leaving, I think the threat is gone. I think the threat's de-escalating. It looked like he was opening the door and leaving. But again, we weren't there. So that's the other portion that I could say, but I just want to make sure that the standard is clear. For a criminal case, it has to be the highest burden, fully convinced, entirely satisfied that you agree what occurred was right. Preponderance of evidence, significantly lower standard.
All right. Thank you, Cully, for breaking that down for us. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brighton with the check of our forecast today, shaping up to be a nice one.
Yeah, beautiful day out there. Temperatures starting to move up too. Annie, temperatures now up to 54 in Charlotte, 52 in Sharon, mid to upper 40s here as we get on up into the mountains. Temperature change compared to 24 hours ago, about 10 to 20 degrees cooler out there for most of us here across the Carolinas. Up across the foothills of the mountains, about 5 to 10 degrees cooler. Dog walking forecast. Wonderful morning and afternoon. I've got more in your forecast and what's ahead for the rest of the week coming up in the Pinpoint 7 Day in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Well, how long has it been since you were in driver's ed? You do know about the move over law, right? I'm May K. Bueller. Coming up, a review, a reminder, and a campaign to keep us all safe on the road. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Attention, listen up here, drivers. It is time to brush up on the rules of the road. Let's say that you're driving along a highway. In the far right lane, you see flashing lights ahead on a vehicle parked on the shoulder. What should you do? Depending on how long it's been since you were in driver's ed, you may or may not know the correct action to take.
Well, to remind you, there is a week-long North Carolina statewide Move Over enforcement campaign in place. It aims to increase awareness about a law enacted to keep everyone safe.
Chief Transportation Correspondent McKay Beeler has all the details and the friendly reminders for us.
Yes. So in a nutshell, this is what you need to know. Move over for emergency vehicles. Yes, it is the law, folks. Well, this campaign, sponsored by the North Carolina Governor's Highway Safety Program and law enforcement agencies, it runs now through May 18th. Compliance with the law is designed to protect emergency responders and roadside workers. So the law requires drivers to move over one lane, if possible, if you can do it safely, or slow down when approaching emergency vehicles stopped on the roadside, displaying flashing blue, red, or amber lights. The law applies to law enforcement officers, emergency responders, utility crews, tow trucks, and North Carolina Department of Transportation workers operating along highways and roadsides. Now look, this is important. If you can't safely shift lanes away from the parked vehicle, if changing lanes is not possible or it's unsafe due to traffic, you don't want to pull out in front of somebody, weather, road conditions, whatever, reduce your speed and pass with caution. All 50 states have this law in place requiring drivers to safely change lanes or slow down whenever approaching emergency roadside activity. So North Carolina state highway officials say emergency personnel, well, you know, they work in dangerous situations in all hours of the day and all night. And if you do not, comply with this law, you're putting their lives at risk. So it's very important to know to move over. It's the law.
And if all of that, of just being a good person, isn't enough to make you do
it,
there's a fine with that.
There's a fine with it. It varies by state. In North Carolina, it's $250 fine, along with a misdemeanor or felony charges if violations result in injury or property damage.
First of all, some of the video that we've not only shown here, but even over years, it's incredible.
Yeah.
You'll see dash cam footage
Yeah.
or even body cam footage from officers jumping over a guardrail at the last second they get out of the way. It's crazy how you can't see someone off to the side of the road with they have blinking lights on or something. unless they're
How many
distracted.
of those do you think exactly are because people aren't paying attention?
Oh, no, that's it. Right? 100%.
And going too fast.
Right.
Yep.
And then, oh gosh, what's just
Yeah,
happened
you look
here?
up from being distracted
Right,
and then
it's
too
so
late.
dangerous.
That's a really bad oh gosh.
It is. And in some states, it's even for just a disabled vehicle. We've
Yeah.
seen people changing a tire
Right.
Oh, man.
right next to the highway. You say a little prayer for them. Oh, my gosh. So slow down and pay attention. But sometimes you can't get over.
Right.
This
Right.
happens all the time when I'm driving. I try to get over. It's a big old truck.
Yeah, you
Oh,
just
God, I
can't.
can't get over. So I just
Slow
kind
down.
of
Slow down.
I just slow
Yep,
down.
that's it.
Get over if you can, but pay attention.
People need to
big
go
one.
back to driving
And a lot
school.
of people
All right.
don't know about this because we said earlier, back 100 years ago in driver's ed, we didn't know about this.
Right.
And some people forget about it or don't know about the move over law.
There's only been a bajillion commercials and new,
Campaign
True.
Yeah.
No excuse.
That is true.
not an excuse.
But that's why
All
they
right.
do these campaigns
That's
every
right.
year,
Right.
multiple
Awareness,
times a year.
don't
So
forget.
yes,
Right,
just
move over,
just
it's
move
the
over,
law.
be nice.
There you go.
Thanks, man.
All right, coming up on 9:20, let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman, who has been saying today is one of the best days to get out. Second place you're saying, though, Andrew, is Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday is going to be dry, beautiful, maybe even a couple of degrees cooler than what we're going to see today. Also, a little bit more wind potentially across the Carolinas. 54 degrees right now, starting to warm up here across the region. Going to be a spectacular day. Beach Mountain, also a lot of sunshine here this morning. Radar going to stay quiet at least until tomorrow afternoon and evening. Zooming out, a little bit of high cloud cover moving through, but sunshine is going to become more and more dominant as we go throughout the day. There's our next weather maker here, that frontal boundary well off to our north and west. That moves in tomorrow. Temperatures currently here across the southeast, a lot of middle 50s. Once you get down to Atlanta, 63, 64 in Birmingham, 70 in Mobile. Pollen forecast, a little bit on the high side today, but then kind of coming down, and we're sort of on the downslope here in terms of overall pollen levels across the Carolinas after hitting that peak in April. Rain chances already starting to come down a little bit more. Might see a few showers tomorrow, but it is not going to be a major deal out there across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion here as we go throughout the afternoon. Just spectacular weather across the region. Overnight here, heading into your Wednesday, we keep the beautiful weather around. It's really once we go into the afternoon hours on Wednesday, we start to see some changes. Notice at 12 o'clock, starting to watch some scattered showers and storms as we get to 3 o'clock. Potentially late afternoon, early evening tomorrow, so we could see some of that wet weather moving through with this frontal boundary, then clearing out. Get a little bit of a breeze out of the north and west and cooler temperatures for your Thursday. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Looking good here as we go into the weekend, and then temperatures will really start to get toasty here starting on Sunday and continuing into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The widow of a man killed in a mass shooting last year at Florida State University is now suing ChatGPT maker OpenAI. She's blaming the company's artificial intelligence chatbot for contributing to the tragedy. Attorneys are representing the family of shooting victim Tiru Chaba. The family claims that the company could have done more to prevent the shooting. According to ChatGPT logs released by Florida law enforcement, the shooting suspect allegedly consulted ChatGPT as he planned the attack. He reportedly asked questions about gun operations and media coverage.
This is a matter of public safety. This is a matter of how is this AI going to be rolled out? The vast majority of users of AI are using it in the appropriate way or in a way that is not nefarious or criminal. But on those instances where there is an indication that the individual is headed down the wrong path or looking to harm themselves or someone else, there needs to be safeguards put in place, that red flags that are raised, and that there's an intervention at that time. So we're here for accountability. Accountability not only for the victims of this terrible shooting here at Florida State, but accountability for the American public.
The lawsuit comes after Florida's Attorney General announced last month that he launched a criminal investigation into OpenAI and ChatGPT.
The sheriff in charge of investigating the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping says his department is now closer to solving the case as today marks 100 days since Nancy disappeared. Investigators say Guthrie was taken around 2:30 in the morning on February 1st. Late last month, the lab in Florida sent a hair sample to the FBI for more advanced analysis. There is a combined reward of more than $1.2 million to solve the case.
A live look over the Big Apple, New York City this morning. How is Wall Street shaping up? We'll find out once that opening bell rings. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. All right, we are almost at 9:30 on your Tuesday. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. We got meteorologist Andrew Brightman here in for Ted Phaeton, and today is just a chef's kiss. Perfect time to get outside, even if you have to work outside. I mean, this is going to be nice.
It's not going to be too stressing on you whatsoever. Could be some changes next week here. I've been alluding to it, getting a whole lot hotter, kind of the reverse of what we're seeing today with the comfortable conditions. We'll see higher humidity, temperatures up into maybe the low to mid 90s next week.
That's all you have creeping in this weekend already. Given
it's starting to creep in, and then it's fully coming in once we get into early next week. It's beautiful weather though right now. Looking towards uptown as we go throughout this morning here. Just a bit of a cool start out there for sure, but then getting really, really beautiful here across the Carolinas, and we're going to be absolutely treated today. Just some picture perfect weather after this cool morning, an amazing afternoon ahead for the region here, but once we get to the weekend, we start to heat up, and that really continues as we go into next week here. Charlotte live cam, 54 degrees right now. Northerly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the upper 40s here, so it's going to be a very, very comfortable day out there across the region. Pinpoint radar is quiet. Zooming out here a little bit more, we've got great conditions across the central mid-Atlantic states. No issues here if you're going to be taken to the friendly skies, though always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures, a lot of southerly flow through the Great Plains here. 70 right now in Omaha. They're actually warmer than places like Atlanta and Charleston right now. Actually, just one of the weird things, Minneapolis is warmer than Atlanta currently, as we're seeing a lot of southerly flow through the plains. Temperatures, low to mid 50s, starting to warm up here more and more. And we're going to continue to warm up very nicely here after temperatures about 5 to 15 degrees cooler compared to this time yesterday. Temperatures warm up into the 70s here as we head into the afternoon. Talking more about a fabulous forecast with my full pinpoint 7-day in just a few minutes.
All right, looking forward to it, Andrew. Thank you, sir. eBay's board shoots down the GameStop offer to buy the company.
And inflation numbers show what we already knew, that we're paying more for a lot of stuff.
That's right. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, what were the inflation numbers and how is the market reacting about a minute and a half into the day?
Right. Well, let's start with the inflation numbers because they were hotter than expected. 3.8% inflation for the consumer price index. So this is April of this year versus April of last year. And no surprise, it was led higher by energy prices, especially gas prices. That's the biggest year-over-year jump we've seen since May of 2023. Now, the markets are lower. You know, it's interesting. The big board is not working right now, but I have another way to get these numbers. The Dow is only down by a few points. NASDAQ down about 200. So it's the tech stocks really under some pressure today.
All right, and this is as expected, Jane. The board at eBay has rejected GameStop's attempt to try and buy the company. What's going on there?
Right. So eBay's board says this $56 billion bid is neither credible or attractive. Now, analysts have wondered how GameStop would pay for eBay. It's never been fully explained, even by GameStop leadership. eBay has, however, been underperforming for several years now, and many agree it could use a new strategy. Maybe or maybe not. GameStop is the right solution to that.
All right, Jane, American Airlines, they're preparing for what could be a record-setting travel season.
They expect 750,000 flights. So American Airlines gearing up for what they think will be a record-shattering summer. So this kicks off Memorial Weekend when American expects to welcome more than 4.2 million customers with 40,000 flights from May 21st through the 26th. The carrier has made investments to improve operations at key hubs as it ramps up for one of the busiest travel periods of the year.
If people want to go, Jane, they're going to go regardless of how much it costs. They're just going to do this and swipe the card, right? All right. Thank you so much. We're going to see you dark and early tomorrow morning.
Okay. All right, 9:33 the time. The White House is weighing its next move after President Trump rejected Iran's response to a U.S.-backed peace proposal. News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has the latest.
President Trump described the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran as being on life support. It comes just one day after rejecting that regime's proposal. And as for those high gas prices that Americans are seeing across the country, the president says he's now in favor of suspending the nation's gas tax. But the big question there is, how much will this help?
Unbelievably weak. I would say, I would call it the weakest right now.
A fragile ceasefire now showing signs of cracking. The president says Iran refused to make key concessions on its nuclear program, including allowing the U.S. to remove enriched uranium from damaged sites.
We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper.
The breakdown in talks comes at a critical moment for the White House as President Trump prepares to travel to China this week for a high-stakes meeting with that country's President Xi.
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats continue to slam the president's handling of the war.
Donald Trump dragged America into a war, an illegal, costly war, without any goals, without any end game.
And the White House continues to insist that diplomacy is the preferred option here. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Charlotte City Council members are beginning a search to replace Mayor Vi Lyles, and her predecessor says she's interested. Former Mayor Jennifer Roberts tells Queen City News that she would be the right choice to serve in that office until the next election. She says her background and experience is enough to lead the city in an interim role and emphasizes that she has no political aspirations to run past Mayor Lyles' term. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber reports.
I'm just so grateful for the number of people that have been so supportive of me making a decision that was probably the most difficult thing that I've ever had to do.
Current and soon-to-be outgoing Mayor Vi Lyles is speaking publicly for the first time since announcing her planned resignation on June 30th. In a letter released last week, Lyles wrote she was looking forward to spending more time with family.
But if you saw my little girls, oh my gosh, you'd just know I was doing the right things.
The council now has the task of interviewing and selecting someone to serve out the remainder of Lyles' term, expiring in late 2027. A former Charlotte mayor is already expressing interest in the role.
I think a lot of folks don't feel like they're being heard. They don't feel like they're being brought into the conversation before decisions are already made.
Jennifer Roberts made her case to be the city's interim mayor during an interview with Queen City News on Monday. Roberts is pledging she will not seek election when the term expires, adding that she would want to focus on transparency.
I'm connected to a lot of the community groups that are meeting about different issues, and what I could bring to the table is that accessibility, that ability to listen, and to be in the community to help them feel heard.
Roberts served a single term from 2015 to 2017. She says her time as mayor taught her important lessons, specifically referencing the unrest Charlotte saw in the wake of the killing of Keith Lamont Scott in 2016.
Watching Mayor Lyles, I did learn a few things. For example, how you respond when there's a police shooting in a crisis. And she made it very clear that the police chief is in charge of public safety, that the police department reports to the council, but the council is not making those day-to-day decisions for the police department. And the way that she handled press conferences around some of that made that really clear for people, and I thought that was probably a good separation that I didn't think about when we had a shooting during my time.
And that was Andy Weber reporting. Several current city council members are considering a run for mayor, though it's unclear right now if any of them will choose to apply for the interim role. Officials hope to have that interim post decided and filled by Lyles' departure on June 30th.
Charlotte City Council members are also making progress to pass their budget for fiscal year 2027. They held a public hearing on their proposal last night on the nearly $2 billion spending plan. They'll be voting on the adjustments to the plan by May 18th, with the final vote coming up on June the 8th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will be voting tonight on the latest revisions in the district's next budget. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a proposal today that will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and positions. That meeting is set for tonight at 6 at the Government Center.
Lincolnton City Council members will hold a joint meeting with Lincoln County Commissioners today to discuss a funding model between the two governments. It comes as the city is considering layoffs due to a revenue shortfall. More than a dozen positions would be cut from the police and fire departments. The joint meeting begins at 3 this afternoon in Lincolnton.
Questions about Silfab Solar Facilities safety have been a hot button issue in the community now for years. But now newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about the facility in Fort Mill. Reporter David Schuman tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar. We have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move SilFab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
SilFab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning SilFab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting SilFab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
We have reached out to representatives for SilFab Solar asking about the pattern of medical emergencies, but have not heard back.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together.
A Belmont teacher always knew music was in his future. Now he's giving all he can to the musicians of tomorrow. We'll introduce you to the Teacher of the Year making a difference in Gaston County. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after the break.
Our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Coming up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we are exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City and cannot wait to see, all I gotta say, 2 words, Annie and alpacas. That's all you need to know for tomorrow. If you've missed any of our hometown shows in the past, you can catch up online on our website, qcnews.com. Only on Queen City News Plus, our original show, Behind the Lens, takes you into the life of our incredible photojournalists. This week, we talk with the man who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, including their most iconic moment in recent years. Take a look.
This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
It's absolutely right. Where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across the bay there. I look at him after and I'm like, "You're a wild man." And he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really," because one of two things happens: we catch it and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're gonna win regardless.
I mean, there was a little bit of adult beverages, involved in that tossing of the trophy. You can watch the entire episode of Behind the Lens, any of them, right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Samsung Smart TV, Fire TV, or Apple TV right now.
Well, a lot of young people struggle to settle on a career.
Belmont's band director was happy to follow the lead of his family and blaze his own trail.
Queen City News storyteller John Lee finds out more about the band Blood in Faces of the Carolinas.
Pull up a chair at South Point High and a dichotomy hits you like a wall of sound. A, you feel younger. B, you feel super old. Especially when you meet the Gen Z band director.
You just gotta be you.
He definitely kind of gets us a little more.
And 1 and 2.
Connor Settlemyer is 22 and approaching the end of his first year as a teacher. He was born around the time the TV show Desperate Housewives debuted, but let him cook, the man can teach.
I'm up here singing the whole time y'all are playing. I think it's important to kind of establish that it's okay to mess up, okay to make mistakes, but just we're trying to grow from that and improve every day. And if we're improving every day, then we'll have a good product at the end.
Connor Settlemyer from South Point High School.
Mr. Settlemyer was named Gaston County Schools' new Teacher of the Year.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together. I'm so excited to do this with 30 percussionists. I don't know how else to tell you guys that.
He shares his recognition with the students.
I thought it was amazing for him. He definitely deserves it. He really helped us.
It's taught me how to be a better musician, a better drummer, and he's just a good person overall.
Mr. Settlemyer is a natural-born teacher, and that's really no surprise considering music is in his blood. His mother, Kelly, is a church minister of music. His uncle Scott's been a band director at universities including West Virginia and App State. And brother Josh is a high school choir teacher.
I think music was always going to kind of be the way. It's just what avenue of music.
I wasn't expecting a 22-year-old guy who likes to joke around with us and we can talk about anything.
Yes, he's youthful and approachable, but not afraid to challenge them musically.
Yeah, percussion, don't be the reason we fall apart back there.
And that's why this Gen Zer is well equipped to make learning a snap.
I definitely really connect to him.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
And Settlemyer wants to grow the band program for years to come. Their spring band concert is tomorrow night at South Point High.
With the start of the World Cup less than a month away, excitement isn't the only thing heating up. As temperatures keep rising as we approach summer, medical experts are issuing warnings about hot conditions at soccer matches. Matches during soccer's biggest tournament will last from June 11th through July 19th during some of the hottest times of the year. More than a dozen cities across the United States, Mexico, and Canada will all be hosting events. FIFA says athletes will get 3-minute breaks to hydrate midway through each half. Staff and team substitutes will also have climate-controlled benches during outdoor matches. They've also created a heat illness mitigation and management task force, which is working on stadium medical action plans and alert systems for fans. But the risks could be made worse by alcohol consumption.
There are some other inhibitory effects from alcohol that may inhibit some perceptions as far as, hey, I'm not feeling too good, or, it's very hot out. Maybe I should go find a cool area or a shaded area.
Medical staff are expected to be stationed at FIFA fan festivals and around several stadiums. Well, temperatures are slowly climbing today, but they're going to be perfect. Andrew's been talking about it. We've been excited since the minute you mentioned it at 4:01.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about it too. It's really nice to get the low humidity. This is what springtime in the Carolinas is all about, the type of weather we're going to be treated to. This afternoon, 54 degrees right now, northerly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour here across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, got beautiful weather, lots of sunshine for you across the higher elevations. Watching some of that cloud cover moving through the central Carolinas right now, but this is all high cloud cover, and as we get into the afternoon, it should get even better out there. Temperature outlook. This is one of the big stories we're watching here. As we get into next week, going to get dramatically warmer here across the region. At least mid-80s, likely some low 90s on the way here down the road for the Carolinas. Part of a pattern change we're going to be seeing. Notice the dip in the jet stream, the cooler temperatures through the end of this week. And then we start to crank the ridge here across the southeastern portion of the United States. That big ridge out across the plains, that will start to shift east, and that will really start to juice our temperatures as we go into this upcoming week. Futurecast as we go through the next few days here, 5 o'clock this evening, looking good here across the region overnight into your Wednesday morning. Going to be another cool start out there, though maybe a few degrees warmer compared to what we've seen this morning here across the region. And then heading into the afternoon, partly cloudy skies, looking absolutely beautiful, but then the potential for some scattered showers as we go into the afternoon and evening hours here across the Carolinas. Kind of more of a nuisance. Might see a couple of showers for the Charlotte FC match, but I don't think it's going to be a huge deal out there. A bit of a reinforcing shot of cooler air, a little bit more northwesterly flow as we head throughout your Thursday afternoon into your Thursday evening, and then we start to warm up each day after that, starting on Friday. Charlotte FC forecast here. Chance of showers, though I don't think we'll see a major amount of wet weather with this particular system as it moves on through. Weekend forecast here, temperatures heading up in the upper 80s, eventually 90s here on Sunday, and probably getting even warmer than that as we go into next week. Around the Crown, or around the Carolinas today, we'll see temperatures up in the mid-70s here across the Santos. Beautiful weather, more mid-70s here across the upstate South Carolina. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle, we got beautiful weather for you. And then as we get to Shelby and Gastonia, partly cloudy skies, looking great. Statesville and Salisbury, also another beautiful day out there. Just really a treat, the weather. We're going to see your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Notice how each day we start getting warmer and warmer, beginning on Friday, continuing right into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. All right, one last check in, your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. We have got a lot of great weather ahead for the Carolinas, but once we get to the weekend, we do start to really heat up in a noticeable way, and that heat is going to continue right as we go into next week.
Andrew, thank you very much. We like making you feel good. Before we say goodbye, here's a feel-good story. Some officers making an off-duty call to help save a little sea lion. An off-duty Brisbane, California police officer spotted this little sea lion on a busy roadway yesterday. Officers quickly blocked the traffic to protect the animal to keep it from wandering away before experts from a nearby marine mammal center were able to step in to help rescue the animal.
The sea lion, named Sierra, is now being treated at a local vet hospital with hopes for a later release back into the wild. It's a sea puppy.
A sea puppy. His eyes were so big, like, hey, I'm lost.
Can you look at that face?
Right?
I like it.
Man, listen, if they get him back where he needs to be and feed him the way he's needs to be fed, he's going to be a big boy.
He'll be like Chonkers.
Chonkers, yeah.
That's a chunky puppy.
Hey, where is he, out in San Diego or
He's
somewhere
in
else?
Francisco.
San Francisco,
He's in the
yeah.
Bay Area.
Yeah.
Baby Chonkers.
Baby chonkers.
Baby chunks.
All right, listen, we have just enough time to send it over to Alicia and Liza with Positively Charlotte. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Well, we've got a lot going on. You know, flag football was just made an official sport in North Carolina for high school girls. So we're speaking with the Panthers about how they played an integral role in making that possible.
And we're also talking about Camden Commons, so that's coming up this weekend. It's essentially South End's block party. So it's going to be fun. We've got a good show.
Yeah.
If you two were on a flag football team, who's the QB? What's the other position that you would play?
I'm the cheerleader.
I'm the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Okay. I like to run and catch. What about y'all?
Here we go. I'd be a tight end.
Wide receiver, cornerback, that's what I played.
Okay.
How about you? A quarterback, right? You're a pitcher.
Yeah, quarterback. And I feel like
QB.
I'm dating myself saying that. Maybe can I be like a defensive back potentially?
Oh.
Okay.
Are you big?
I like that.
Okay. Harper?
Harper, you say?
Water boy.
Me too. Jason and I are going to be
Listen,
in that water.
Jason
you
doesn't
gotta
wanna hurt the
hydrate. You gotta hydrate in these
That's a
situations.
high quality
Jason, you just don't want to hurt the pretty. Yeah.
Listen, enjoy this gorgeous weather on this Tuesday. We will be back tomorrow.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. All season long, we've been getting to know our Knights. Get ready for our very special edition today.
And a new addition to varsity sports in North Carolina has people talking. So we dig in with our friends from the Panthers to learn.
And he's repped big-name stars such as Jennifer Lopez and Paris Hilton. How this insider with A-lister access is now out with his debut novel, It Started with the Whisper. We get the scoop from him later in the show. Good morning. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. Thank you for starting your day with us. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek. It's so great to have you joining us here today. We're still at this brand new set.
We're in our new set.
You're enjoying it.
We got our coffee mugs.
Yeah,
we're ready.
we got
So
our mugs.
get
We're
your
ready to
tea,
go.
get your coffee. Let's get to sipping.
So let's get to talking too. So Charlotte is getting some serious real estate bragging rights. A new list just dropped ranking the best places to live in North Carolina for 2026. And the Queen City, hey, it showed out. Several Charlotte neighborhoods landed in the top 10, including number 2, Brook Hill, number 5, Dilworth, number 6, Ballantyne East, which is Alicia's neck of the woods, number 7, Davidson, and number 8, Southside Park. Number 9 is Provincetown.
Okay, but the love doesn't stop there. More local favorites made the top 20, like 4th Ward, Uptown, Elizabeth, and Freedom Park. Love it, right? The rankings come from Niche, which looks at everything from schools to livability. So it's not just about curb appeal. From the context, Cary took the top spot statewide. Of course, it's right outside of Raleigh. But Charlotte's growth is now nearly 3 million people. It's clearly putting us on the map. And bonus, Windsor Park was named the most diverse place to live in the state. And nearby Marvin scored big for its public schools. Long story short, if you're house hunting, Charlotte is still a hot pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that also there are so many great areas to live in Charlotte.
Absolutely.
But you know, like Dilworth, I love Dilworth.
Beautiful.
Ballantyne's gorgeous.
Yes.
Davidson, which you're looking at right now. Davidson is gorgeous.
That's why.
So this makes sense.
There's something for everybody. I think Plaza Midwood is so cute too. There's so many mom and pop shops. You know, I love that. Our little Belmont neighborhood close to here. I feel like that should get an honorable mention. It's like a little Mayberry. So there's a lot of good stuff. All right, guys, come on down and make history because a Price is Right contestant just had a seriously iconic moment, and it all went down on a special Mother's Day episode that's still being talked about a few days after.
So this is the fun part. So we have 5 numbers, 8, 13, 21, 25, 27. You can pick them in any order you want. Let's get lucky number 13 out of the way. 13 is?
We're going to start things off with $2,500 in cash.
21. Lucky 21. 21 is?
21 is $25,000. We're glad you kept going because it is $100,000 in cash.
She's got $127,500 on the line. It is?
Well, her birthday is a lucky one because it's $100,000.
What do you want it to?
I have to believe. I'm going to go with 8. It is a mother-daughter trip to Morocco.
Look at that. $240,150. Vanessa, nice job. Almost $250,000.
Did you hear her say, I have to believe? Yes, girl, believe. So her final total blew the past for the previous record of $210,000, and that record has stood for 10 years since 2016.
Her daughter was cheering her on from the audience, and Vanessa even said one of her big decisions was inspired by her daughter's birthday numbers. Talk about a good luck sign. So
That's
afterwards,
right.
she called the whole thing surreal, saying that the win is life-changing, which that amount of money really
Heck
is.
yeah.
And with plans to invest, treat herself a little, and of course, celebrate mom.
This is the Mother's Day content I like to see. She deserves it. You guys should have heard Liza screaming in the clip. She was like, oh,
so excited. I mean, just win after
I
win
know,
after
that's really
win.
cool. That's really cool.
Like, girl,
yes,
that's
girl.
amazing.
Yes, believe in yourself.
So fun. All right. Well, here's another story. Sports Illustrated is making waves again. The 2026 swimsuit issue covers are here, and this year it's a 4-star lineup. So Alex Earl, Tiffany Haddish, Hilary Duff, and Nicole Williams English. So The magazine features 4 different covers and more than 30 women from all corners of culture, including athletes, actresses, and social media stars. So Alex Earle brings the digital star power. Tiffany Haddish makes her cover debut, and Hilary Duff steps out into a whole new era. Been loving her back out in the press, proving that this issue is all about range and reinvention.
Okay, so the shoots took place in stunning locations such as Botswana, Mexico, and the Caribbean, of course, giving each cover a completely different vibe. The big message this year: confidence, inclusivity, and celebrating women of every age of life. So it's safe to say this isn't just about a swimsuit issue, it's a statement. You know, back in my day, it would always be the supermodels on there. So you'd have the Tyra Banks, you'd have all of those. So I think it's cool these recent years. They had Elon Musk mom as one. This year they've got Hannah Berner, who's a comedian. Wow. I was like, oh, Tiffany Haddish, okay, girl. Yeah. I think
but
it's
also,
cool.
I mean, Hilary Duff coming back for this too. It's so funny. I mean, 5 years ago, I would not have ever imagined having her back on.
No, but she's like a mom of 2. I think it's cool to show everybody can do it.
I love it.
All right, guys, this week we have a homestand, so it's the perfect time to get to know our Knights. Liza and I took a trip to Truist Field. Take a look.
Liza and Alicia here, and we are getting to know your Knights, and we've got the king of the ballpark, Homer, here with us. Alicia's got your first question for you.
Okay, Homer, if you weren't playing baseball, act this out. What would you be doing professionally?
An influencer? Oh my gosh, Homer would be. You know what? I know that Homer would be such a good influencer. We love it. Okay, what is the best ballpark snack? You know what? We'll come back. We'll come back. We'll come back, Homer. We promise. We promise. Okay, do you have any You know what? We'll come back. We'll come back. We'll come back, Homer. We promise. We promise. Okay, do you have any pre-game rituals? What is it? What is it? Okay, we gotta sleep. We gotta take a little nap.
Homer, what is your go-to dance move when you're on that field?
Yay! That's right. Hey!
And there you have it. You've got to know your night. Shake it, baby.
And let's keep on the sports kick. Play like a girl. Find out about the exciting changes happening for girls in high school sports.
And we're talking swiping right on the future. Let's talk online dating after this short break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Well, recently North Carolina sanctioned girls flag football as a varsity sport right here in North Carolina. This, of course, opens up new pathways and opportunities for girls to compete in the sport. The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation announced a $1 million commitment to girls flag football programs in both North and South Carolina. And here to tell us more is Riley Fields, who is the Director of Community Relations for the Carolina Panthers. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Alicia. It's exciting to be here.
All right, let me throw out some numbers.
Yes.
So since 2022, the Carolina Panthers and the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation have led the expansion of girls flag football across the Carolinas. Why has this been such an important cause to support? And you guys have given a lot of money.
Yeah, so when you get down to the crux of it, it's a couple things. One, girls want to play.
Yes.
They want to engage in the sport of football and flag football. So that's number one. Two, why have we been so heavily invested in the effort? It's really, you kind of hit on it earlier, it's about the access and opportunities that it's creating for girls that didn't previously exist. So with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association sanctioning the sport, what that means is now it's going to become an official varsity sport across the state. And so now you've got girls who will have the opportunity to compete for state championships for their school. And it's that access and opportunity to the game that never existed before. So really where we are right now, this is a transformational moment in time for girls in our region.
I think this is so cool. I used to play flag football co-ed.
Yeah.
The sport is so much fun. Talk to me about how it's been growing.
Yeah, so we began our first pilot program back in 2022 with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, and they were the first district to step up and said, not, we want to do this, like, we're going to do this. And so with that initial just success, we had a proof of concept, and we're able to work with partner school districts across the state. Currently now going into the 26-27 school year, we've got 155 schools.
Oh, that's a lot.
Across the state that are committed to play. And that's now with the sanctioning vote, that is only going to trend upward significantly. So we're really excited about that. And then we're also seeing explosive growth in South Carolina. And so it's been our privilege, our responsibility to be able to provide resources both through grant funding, uniforms, equipment kits, events and tournaments to help build that foundation for the sport as we enter into a new chapter.
What do you want people to know about girls flag football?
I think number one, the girls want to play. That is the energy around this is unlike anything that I've ever experienced before. And so when you talk about the access and opportunity to the game, now we're seeing growth at the collegiate level in our region. The NCAA is likely to sanction it as a varsity sport this coming January. So now you're talking extended, not just access and opportunities, but a pathway where girls now are going to have the potential to continue their education through playing in college. And so that's really exciting. So to go from like zero to now all of this opportunity that is going to engage girls, it's terrific. And our data is showing that between 25 and 50% of all the girls that are currently participating, it's the first time they've ever engaged in a high school sport.
Oh my gosh.
So when you think about all the things that come out of that, being part of a team, being a teammate, the discipline that goes in with being an athlete, that experience, and how that creates a deeper level of engagement in your school experience. These are all the kind of the fun ripple effects that come out of it, but really it's just the excitement of seeing the growth of the game and being able to celebrate with girls in our region that now this is an opportunity that's available to them.
Well, Riley, we appreciate you so much. Positively Charlotte, we're now invested in this. So I'm sure I'll be interviewing you again soon. I want to keep up with the sport.
Thanks so much, Alicia.
Thank you.
Well, Bumble is making some major moves, and your dating life might look very different soon. The popular dating app is officially ditching the swipe. Yes, the very thing that made online dating what it is today. So CEO Whitney Wolf says that they are saying goodbye to left and right swipes and hello to a more revolutionary way of matching, with a big focus on AI-powered matchmaking that, really gets to know you beyond just a photo.
Okay, so the shift comes as more users admit they're just burnt out. They're tired of endless scrolling, quick judgments, and matches that never turn into any real dates. And that's not all. Bumble is also moving away from its signature rule that required women to make the first move. opening up things like a more flexible experience. The new features are expected to roll out later this year, so if you're still swiping, enjoy it while it lasts, because the future of dating is about to get a whole lot smarter. I think this, what you said, I think it's a good thing.
I think that I'm interested to see how it changes things.
Yeah.
Because I've been reading a couple books on this, and one book, it's a book called How to Not Die Alone. And I was honestly reading it as research for Unhinged, which is our podcast that we talk about on Queen City News Plus. But one of the things that they talk about is the kind of the downside of having all of these options out there, where it makes you think that there's a full pool of people just waiting for you, and so you can always find something better.
I think people have such swipe fatigue, though, so I think anything that can elevate the experience and make people get back out there.
I think it's good. And also, I mean, I think that dating apps have completely changed the way that we date, and also the way that we even approach romantic relationships.
Yeah, it's true.
So I think that, if there's a new step in this that
Let's
could
try it.
make it better.
Let's try it.
Great.
Okay, guys. Well, here in the U.S., we take a lot of things for granted. So when we saw this story, we had to take a second look. We're looking at the obscure international laws that you might not know about, courtesy of Mental Floss. Okay, did you know it's actually illegal to bring common over-the-counter prescriptions to Japan? So NyQuil, Tylenol, Sudafed, and other allergy medicines, they're not allowed.
Japan's strict pharmaceutical affairs law also bans certain prescriptions for ADHD and depression medications. And in some cases, even a doctor's note won't cut it. And packing some of these items in your suitcase could actually end up getting you arrested. Officials say do your homework before you go and take extra precautions. Japan's strict prescription and medication laws are rooted in a long-standing priority for patient safety, public health, and social order, combined with cultural attitudes towards substance use and a desire to control the pharmaceutical market. I mean, this information is very valuable because you could end up in a bad situation.
You don't want to end up in a bad situation. One of my favorite things to do, I don't know if I should be saying this, fine. When you go to other countries, is to go to their pharmacies and see what's legal. I love that.
Well, it's interesting just to go to like pharmacies, grocery stores, the things that they have there. Like when I was in Italy, we were looking at their pharmacy and I was like, this is so different.
Oh, I load up. I'm like, yes, I think it's just amazing. I don't know, it's just legal there, it's fine.
Oh my gosh.
All right, guys, our next guest has had access to A-listers for decades. Now he's out with his debut novel. It started with The Whisper. Find out his secrets he's spilling right after the break.
And here is a live look at Uptown on this gorgeous spring day. Doesn't it look beautiful out there? Well, you're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back.
Thanks for sticking with us. Well, there's no better person to write about ambitious media insiders. That's because Rob Shuter has seen all sides of the industry. First as a celebrity publicist and now a gossip columnist. He takes us inside the cutthroat world of celebrity gossip with his debut novel, It Started With a Whisper. It explores the line between loyalty and ambition. Rob, welcome to the show, my longtime friend.
Good to see you. I'm an author, Alicia. Whoever thought it?
Right, reunited again, darling. Okay, so Rob, you've represented everyone from J-Lo to Diddy to Paris Hilton. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, I started as a receptionist. So when I first arrived in New York 30 years ago, I didn't have really many skills that were sellable. And so I started at the bottom, which is, in hindsight, a blessing. So I used to answer the phones at a big PR office. It was before cell phones. So if you were Cameron Diaz and you wanted to talk to your publicist, you had to go through me, the receptionist. And so I really learned at the bottom what this business was about. And so I loved being a receptionist. After a few years, I worked my way up to running their entertainment division. Then I had my own company, and then I went into journalism. So it's been a really rich, interesting past, always surrounded by gossip, by celebrities, by all these juicy subjects that we all love.
Okay, speaking of juicy subjects, I love this book title. It Started With a Whisper. What's this novel about?
This novel is about 4 entertainment insiders who get themselves a job on a morning show. So 4 celebrity reporters, columnists, publicists, they get a job on a failing cable network where for 30 minutes every day, 5 days a week, they dish about all the celebrities. However, it becomes evident very quickly in the novel that the real secrets are not about the stars, but rather about themselves. Each of them, all 4 of them, has a secret, and that secret starts with a whisper.
Rob, we know a lot of the same people. We know a lot of secrets. How much of this book is based on reality?
You're going to know everybody in this book. So it's a roman à clef. It's been compared to the Devil Wears Prada, which is so flattering. And I get why that has happened. This is based on people that you will know. If you work in the media business, there's producers we've all had a boss from hell. We've all had a difficult co-host. We've all had trouble in the hair and makeup room. And so there's a lot of characters in this book that people in the business will know. But if you don't know them, they're really exciting characters. We're so lucky to do this for a living. It's such a exciting world. It's such a pressure cooker. I understand why so many books and TV shows, The Morning Show with Jen Aniston, 30 Rock, are set in newsrooms, in TV. It's such a rich environment to build a story. And so it's 4 characters on a morning show. Each of them has a secret.
I love that you're bringing people into our world, because sometimes you tell stories and people are like, wait, what? I can't believe it's true. For you, was it cathartic to write this book? Because we've seen a lot of crazy.
Yeah, it was lovely. I really enjoyed it. I'm an optimist, and so there are some moments in the book that are challenging, and it was difficult to go back and realize that I let people treat me maybe not very well. But I think all of that is growing up. The book's about friendship too. So yeah, I love gossip. I love celebrity, but I also like friendship, and I think friendship is something that brings us all together. And often the people we work with do become friends. It's a really interesting relationship, because when you have a job, it doesn't have to be in TV, anywhere, you are pushed into a group that you might not necessarily choose, and yet you have to work together. And that was certainly the case when I had my own morning show on VH1. There was 4 of us at the table every morning, 2 of which I wasn't really that sure I liked, but we had to smile for the cameras. We had to put the show on. And so this is about friendships in life and how friendships can change, and also ambition. What would you do to get that step ahead? Who would you betray to get that one step up the ladder? So a lot of different themes in the book.
Well, Rob, I'm so proud of you. Everybody go check out Start It With a Whisper. Bye, Rob.
Well, if you've ever made the trip to the West Coast for a certain double burger, this one is for you. Get this. Fast food fans specifically are going viral over a McDonald's order hack that supposedly tastes like an In-N-Out animal-style burger. According to Food Republic, customers are modifying a McDonald's double cheeseburger with Big Mac sauce, extra pickles, and grilled onions to recreate that In-N-Out classic taste.
Okay, some are even making animal-style fries using McDonald's fries topped with cheese, onions, and Big Mac sauce. I spent a lot of time, I was born on the West Coast, 20 years there. So, I could tell you, but Liza, is this something that you would try to recreate in the magic of In-N-Out?
I would love to. I remember when I went to Arizona for the first time, I was so excited because I went to In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah.
But I think that everybody has their own specific brands for a reason. I will say that. Yeah. But while we don't have In-N-Out here, you might as well try it. What about you?
No, I grew up off In-N-Out. There's nothing like In-N-Out. Yeah. Let's keep it real. I would try the fries at McDonald's. Fries at McDonald's are bomb.
They are
If you
good.
can kind of recreate that, I think the fries at McDonald's are better than In-N-Out's fries.
I do love a good.
But there's nothing like an In-N-Out burger.
That's true. All right, well, after the break, South End is turning into a block party this weekend. We hear about the Camden Commons and how you can support local this Sunday.
You're taking a live look over Independence Boulevard. The streets are looking clear. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. What's better than a block party as a way to head into summertime? Camden Commons is changing South End into an outdoor living room, and we've got Brianna Bowers with Charlotte Center City Partners and Elizabeth Laswell, founder of Vela. And so there is so much fun to be had this weekend. I'm so excited. But talk to me a little bit about Camden Commons, because I think that a lot of people know of it, but they don't know the official name and title. So walk us through it.
Yes, so we are shutting down South End's Camden Road to bring out a block party to the streets of South End, celebrating all of our local businesses. We are going to have over 50 local vendors that people can shop from, but we're also going to have a couple different zones for people to check out and lounge and linger. We've got a game zone with larger than life games. We've got a dog zone where you can bring your pup out for a little baby obstacle course.
Every South Ender is going to have a dog. They're going to have some golden doodle, you know, so you got to
starter pack.
Exactly, it's part of the South End starter pack.
We have a reading zone where you can grab a free book from Books on the House and have a little lounge and read. It's going to be beautiful weather outside, so we are just so excited to see everybody take to the streets of South End and celebrate everything that South End's about.
And everybody wants to be in the streets in the summertime, so this is perfect. And so we've got some photos up there just of all of the excitement that happens with Camden Commons. But what's great about this is that you get the opportunity to support local. So talk to me a little bit about your company, your business, and kind of how you guys participate in Camden Commons.
Yeah, so Vela, we are a holistic med spa in South End, right on Camden Road. So we get to be in the center of all the fun and buzz of Camden Commons. It's so stinking fun. But as a small business owner, events like Camden Commons make such a huge impact to our revenue, our viability as a business, and we really just try to leverage that huge amount of traffic right in front of our store and plan really fun activations in store. So we've done everything from pizza parties to different like sales events and stuff at Vela. Specifically this weekend, we're having our Clear Skin Soiree. So yes, we're kind of known for our acne healing program. We have a 90% success rate. It's kind of like our, it's insane. Yeah.
90%?
Not to toot our horn, but we're really stinking good at clearing acne. So this Sunday, we're having our Clear Skin Soiree to celebrate all the success we've had with our clients and celebrate clear skin.
That is amazing. Oh my goodness, how fun. But also I think that this is just such a great time to support local. So, you know, for South End specifically, why is it so important for us to go and visit these local businesses?
Oh my gosh, there are so many amazing hidden gems, and they really keep South End vibrant and exciting and amazing. And you know, the more we support these businesses, the more they get to stay and the more we get to bring in. So it's just so important to keep supporting these businesses.
What kind of role does community play in your business?
Well, community is a huge role in our business. In fact, it's one of our core values at Vela is community. And when organizations like Center City Partners put so much effort and time into, you know, not just planning and hosting these events, but marketing these events, I feel like everyone knows about Camden Commons because they put so much effort into getting the word out. It really just makes me feel like I'm not only kind of like in this island silo. Sometimes being a business owner could feel very kind of lonely, but it feels like I have all of these people rooting for me, rooting for Vela and our success. And I mean, it's just overwhelmingly appreciated, the stuff that you guys do for us. So,
we love it. Yeah. So much fun. Well, it's happening 11 to 5 on Sunday. Head on over to Camden Road. If you show up in South End, I promise you will be able to find it. Ladies, thank you so much, and we cannot wait to see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Well, have you not been keeping up with all the Hollywood hype? No worries, because Melvin Robert has you covered in today's Entertainment Report.
We start with some TV news. A TV series based on this action-packed franchise is in development.
Ask any racer, any real racer. It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
Yeah, a Fast and Furious TV series is officially in the works at Peacock. Vin Diesel made the announcement earlier this morning at the NBC Universal Upfront presentation in New York alongside Jimmy Fallon. Sharing, for the last decade, we have realized that the fans have wanted more. They wanted us to expand the legacy characters, their stories, and I had to wait till it was right. It became right when Donald Langley started to oversee it all, because that's when I knew that the integrity of the characters, the international appeal, what makes us all feel like family, would be protected in the TV space. Donald Langley, who he refers to there, is the Universal Pictures CCO, that's Chief Creative Officer. Plot details for the show are still under wraps, but Diesel promised that the show would honor the legacy of the films. And this news comes amidst the upcoming Fast and Furious movie, Fast Forever, which is set to release in 2028. To another project now, a new occupation for Matthew McConaughey. The actor plays a beekeeper in his upcoming movie, The Rivals of Amziah King. And the official trailer just dropped. Take a look.
I'm listening. There's truth, and there's lies, and everything. And I'm here to tell you what's the truth and lies. What's your honey?
White clover.
That's a pretty rare crop.
God bless us all, everyone.
Y'all reckon we could talk to Amziah?
There's been a lot of honey, Deb. It doesn't look good.
If you really want to ruin someone's life, you take away everything.
Someone loaded up everything he built and took it all away. And I'm gonna find them, and I'm gonna take it all back.
In addition to McConaughey, the movie stars Kurt Russell, Cole Sprouse, and Angelina Lookingglass. The Rivals of Amziah King hits theaters in August. Amazing. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, Gin and Juice has become much more than a song for Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. The latest collaboration between the newly minted billionaire producer and the rapper TV personality is a new line of hard iced tea and lemonade canned cocktails. That sounds pretty good.
It does. The non-carbonated drinks come in 8 packs of 4 flavors. It's the latest expansion of the duo's Spirit line that includes Still Gin, Gin by Dre and Snoop, and the new cocktails are available on store shelves nationwide. Girl, they are making that money. They are diversified. I love it.
You know, and also this is just in time for summer.
That's it. Look, and the packaging's cute. Okay.
It looks
Get refreshing. Get behind that. All right, guys. Well, everything is so expensive these days, so maybe we should all take a page out of the Gen Z playbook when it comes to entertainment funds. A new study shows Gen Zers have found a way to save money on streaming services. So 59% of Gen Z unsubscribe right after they watch a show or a movie they wanted to. They have no loyalty to the streaming service. I am not mad at this.
Yes, learn from Gen Z to have no loyalty. According to a new Dentsu and IGN entertainment study, 62% say that they won't pay full price for a video game. They are frugal, but not when it comes to old school movies. So 13% say they are more likely to attend opening weekend. Sometimes those tickets cost $50. So it may be a little extra effort, but in the long run, those subscription costs are hitting Gen Z the way that they are hitting others. And my thought is, first of all, I think Gen Z is just money struggling.
That's it. You're right.
Just like the rest of other generations, they're on the struggle bus.
Right.
But you know what? They're finding a way. Regardless.
Also, they're smart. You watch what you want and then cancel it.
Exactly.
You know, I'm not
That's
mad
true.
at that. Smart generation.
All right, well, coming up, is your kid of the Velcro variety? We take a look at what makes a clingy kid after the short break.
And we're live from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, a recent article asked if millennial parents are raising Velcro kids. Okay, so let's get into it. They're the kids who just won't leave mom and dad alone. And they follow you from room to room. They'll interrupt you when you're in the bathroom just to tell you something random. They do this not because they want to be around you. They do this, according to the study, because it's a world you created for them.
So relationship experts say that growing up, most millennials spent their time outside or in their rooms. They didn't really involve their parents in their day-to-day routines. And now that they're all grown up, they over-involve themselves in their children's lives. And they want to soothe them, make them feel secure. But it also can be a bad thing because it sets no clear boundaries. So the question is, Alicia,
hot check
for Huddy and Harlow, do you think that they're Velcro kids?
My son, 1,000%. I literally was like, I didn't know parenting was so physical because he's on my.
He is.
Girl.
It's so funny. Because when we were hanging out with him the other weekend, he is just like, he's first of all bouncing off the walls. He's so adorable, but he does love to be around you.
He just, she doesn't want to be bothered. We have like an L-shaped couch size that's huge. He just comes and pops right here, and I'm like, child, you've got a whole,
you've got a whole couch you could be sitting on. He said, no,
nope.
I'm supposed to sit next to you.
With my mommy, and every night I put him to bed, and then I hear, Mommy. And I'm like, we sleep together, we wake up together, Mommy. So
that is so cute.
Yes, I have a Velcro child. Were you a Velcro child?
I don't
You're
know,
probably independent.
honestly. I feel like I had a mix, but also, I mean, like, I think that now, like in my generation, I was still going outside all the time and things like that.
This is of my own doing. I'm like, come here,
but
child.
I mean, also, they're so cute. How can you not?
And I just think this age isn't going to last forever.
Exactly.
Just come on, boy.
You know,
yeah.
so it's like,
my sister's always like, you got to hug your daughter more. I'm like, I'm trying.
Well, she's minding her business.
Yeah, she's minding her business. You saw Liza.
Yeah, she's just like doing her own thing.
Yeah.
Like pretend calling people on the phone. I love her.
Independent. That's right. Thank you, girl. Thanks, Liza.
She is drinking her water and minding her business.
She loves you too. Yep, that's how we do it.
Okay, well, have you heard of the term Disney adults? Grown-ups who love Disney so much that they're hitting the parks with or without the kids. So now some big names are weighing in. Kylie Kelsey recently said after multiple trips that she's starting to think that Disney isn't even for kids. It's for the adults now. So she says that grown-ups can better appreciate the magic, the food, and let's be honest, have stamina to last all day long.
And actress Brenda Song agreed. She calls herself a Disney adult, saying she and her husband Macaulay Culkin probably enjoy the parks more than the kids do. And this is a big part of a bigger trend. More and more adults are embracing Disney as their own escape, not just a family trip. Of course, some people are split. Some say it's fun and nostalgic. Other think it's a little much. The question is Disney really for the kids, or are the adults ruining the show? I know so many Disney adults.
Yeah.
Like I know somebody whose dream, two people whose dream it was to work for Disney, and they now both do.
Yep.
They now both work in their PR departments.
Yep.
My former nanny is a Disney favorite, but first of all, Disney's cool and it's expensive too.
Oh, it's expensive. But also, get this, there's this huge trend going on where people go and drink around the world at Disney.
Oh, I like that.
Which,
I could
mean,
be a
again,
Disney.
it's like you're getting more and more adults
Oh, that's
there. And
great.
So the question is because, you've got you've got a drink in Paris, you've got a drink in Italy.
Get lit at Disney.
But people do this and that is clearly for adults.
Right.
So I think that there are parts of Disney that are for the kids, parts of Disney that are for the adults, but it's also like everybody wants to feel that nostalgia and that magic, and it's a place where you can go that you can feel
It's bringing you happiness. And I don't think that it's ruining it for the kids. I think it's unifying.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, with summer weddings just around the corner, here's a new reception element you might be seeing. Blowing out the candles on a wedding cake. So brides say it's a fun way to add the spark to the cake, plus blowing out the candles has meaning behind it. So if you do it with your partner, it's a symbol of partnership, of course.
Now, the idea is to have one person do one end and the other to start at the opposite and meet in the middle to show equality. So it provides an interactive, immersive element to the cake cutting part of the reception. And wedding stylists say that they have seen a growing number of requests for candles in cakes. I'm just glad people are doing cakes because we were moving away from that.
Yeah.
I really do love a wedding cake cutting.
Too. Yeah.
Because I think it's just such a classic look.
Yes.
So then when you're doing I love some macarons. I love, the cupcakes and things like that. But it's
bougie.
you still want to do the actual cut.
I do. I think this trend is stupid. I think light the candle together.
I guess that's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
I see like the vision where I think it's for the photos, really.
Yeah, right.
I think it's for the
But
photos.
that's
I
what
think
you
it's
have
for the
birthdays for.
visuals. That's true.
Like, come on, guys. Like,
because it's kind of like,
let some traditions be
what are
sacred.
you wishing for?
Yes, everything for the gram. I'm
You
just
know,
saying.
that's fair. I mean, hey, if you're doing it at your wedding, power
you
to
do
you.
You
Power
do
to
you.
you.
All right. Well, in headlines we didn't think we'd be reading, the state of Texas is going to battle with Netflix. So Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is filing a lawsuit against the streaming giant in Texas District Court in Collin County, claiming the company violated the Texas Deceptive Trade Practices Act.
The AG's office goes on to say that Netflix has been, quote, spying on Texans, including children, and collecting users. And actually specifically collecting users' data without their knowledge or consent. So the lawsuit further claims that the streamer's use of autoplay, which creates a continuous loop of streaming content, was designed to make it addictive. No response from Netflix has been made public at this time. But
I mean, are we surprised by any of this?
No,
Right?
I think that also this is kind of, it's kind of like how we're now going into a lot of lawsuits with social media.
Yes.
Now, you know, with different forms of media, trying to become more, you know, marketing forward also can be considered addictive.
But I just think anytime you log on to anything, you know that your information is being sold. You know it's out there. So what is the expectation of privacy, really?
That's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is the question. And so I think that this case will determine a lot of other things moving forward, clearly.
That's what happens.
Well, a restaurant in New York City's Upper East Side is getting a whole lot of attention after making an appearance in the Devil Wears Prada 2 film. So this is it. Marlowe East opened its doors barely a year ago, and the co-owner says that they hadn't even soft launched when producers knocked on their door asking to film a scene there.
Well, the restaurant is featured towards the end of the movie where, spoiler alert, you guys, okay? So if you don't want to hear this, spoiler alert.
Yeah,
but it's where Emily Blunt's character and Anne Hathaway's character, Andy, they meet up, so it's not too much of a spoiler. Shooting began in August of 2025, and the restaurant's decor, dishware, and even staff members were used in the film to give it an authentic feel. As for the food, it came from Chef's Executive Braxton Decker's menu, including a basket of potato wedges.
So tell me about the day of the filming and what that was like to be making the food that's in the movie.
So it was exciting. I mean, I showed up here, I think at like 5 a.m.
Wow.
They had 50 dishes from our main menu to do, and then the wedge fries that everybody's talking about for Anne and Emily. That was for like 8 hours straight, just making one order of wedge fries every 15 minutes.
Well, the restaurant says the potato wedges were only served during brunch, but after making a debut on the film, there has been so much demand for the wedges that customers can now order them for any meal. That's a smart choice.
That's right.
Alicia, are we taking a little trip for some wedge fries?
Liza, we'll always take a trip for food.
gonna
Come
say,
on,
you're a New
girl.
York City girl. You'll have to show me around.
Done and done. We need to take a New York City trip.
We do.
Let's take a food trip, and we'll go to Broadway.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Okay, done, Liza.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a great plan. All right, well, America has a new idol, and her name is Hannah Harper. The season 24 finale of American Idol brought the drama, the emotion, and some serious vocals, with Hannah facing off against finalists Jordan McCullough and Kayla Richardson. So the night kicked off with a big group number before each singer took on songs from mentor Alicia Keys, plus personal hometown-inspired performances that really showed who they are as artists.
And midway through the show, Kayla was sent home, leaving Hannah and Jordan as the final two. And in the end, America made the call. Hannah Harper was crowned the winner, capping off her journey with an emotional final performance surrounded by family, fellow contestants. From small town roots to the big stage in music, Hannah is your American Idol for 2026.
Wow.
Congrats to her. And we had a top 5 from here in North Carolina. His name is Braden. He's phenomenal. He's from Western North Carolina. So he says no matter what, obviously he didn't make it all the way to the end, but he's going to pursue his musical career.
Yeah, but a huge congratulations to Hannah as well. And, you know, everybody who ended up in that top 10, top 5, such a success.
Congratulations. All right, guys, let's keep the good vibes up because we're all about positivity here on Positively Charlotte, clearly. So listen up. There's a pro spring cleaning tip courtesy of decluttering experts. Your drawers and office are filled with lots of excess paperwork. We all got that junk drawer. So if you've still got those old files, those receipts, that junk mail, remote control manuals, your kids' artwork, report cards, they're just taking up space.
Experts say that you should just toss those manuals. You can find that stuff online now. Just Google it. As for other paperwork, take pictures and store them in a digital folder. And for the things that you really want to keep, get a compact file storage folder in your house. Well, thank you.
I think this is good common sense, but there is something good about keeping a junk drawer.
I know. I do love.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm always going to need a junk drawer.
It's
you
your
know?
catch-all drawer. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just throw everything in there.
That's right. All right, guys. Well, coming up, we've got more positivity for you after the break, including a much-needed spa for the day. PSA for the day. Don't go anywhere.
And here's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We will be right back. Thanks for sharing an hour of your Tuesday with us here on Positively Charlotte. As we get ready to head out for the rest of this beautiful Tuesday, we'd like to remind everyone, human or otherwise, that moderation is key. Police in rural France issued warnings to drivers to be on the lookout for erratic deer that can be unpredictable when drunk on fermented fruits, or as police said, a forest aperitif. So the French police department of Saône-et-Loire posted a video alongside their warning showing a deer moving in unpredictable circles, saying not all road users are sober. The proof is in the picture. And that is the video of a drunk doe.
Okay, so in the spring, some wild animals consume buds, fermented fruits, or decaying plants that can have totally unprecedented behavior, they said, warning that the unpredictability can cause danger. If Bambi's having a few too many forest aperitifs, maybe this isn't the time to drive as you have on the road all to yourself, the police said. So this is just nature's way of getting drunk, I guess.
I mean, you know what? They've probably seen us do it so many times. They said, let's figure out
Let's
a way
just figure out a way to do it. Look, he's out there living his best life.
No,
okay,
seriously,
he's not
you
hurting
know what?
anybody.
And he said it doesn't have to be 5 o'clock for me.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Wow. Would you have ever guessed? Would you? Well, you know what? Cats have catnip.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, the deer have their fermented fruits.
They got to do something to entertain them. Look at him.
That's
yes,
true.
chase your tail, boo.
You know?
Okay, guys.
I hope it wears off eventually.
Or maybe not. He's probably happy. Well, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you. And here's mine. There will always be someone who can't see your worth. Don't let it be you. And that's Mel Robbins. You better believe in yourself if nobody else does.
That's very true. All right, here's my quote. Life has no remote. Get up and change it yourself.
Boom.
Boom.
Be motivated.
That's a very Alicia quote, I feel.
that is an Alicia quote. You better get up and change it.
Change it.
You don't like
Nobody's
it,
going to change it for
That's
you.
right. Nobody's you better get up and
you
be motivated.
you can stay right here, keep on going like this. But it's just going to stay on the channel Positively Charlotte. Hey,
hey, we
keep
like
it there.
We like it here. You guys, today is so beautiful. Go out there and enjoy it. Liza and I will see you back here at 10 a.m. on Wednesday.
Thanks for sharing an hour of your day with us.
Hey, welcome to Queen City News Plus. We got order in the court today. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Khalif, all right, good to see you. We got three good topics as we always do. Court is in session right now. We're going to be talking about Spirit Airlines, their demise over the weekend, and what's passengers going to be able to do, their legal rights that they have if they've been stranded. And then also NASCAR's got some more feuding back and forth. What's NASCAR? That little feuding with some lawsuits. So we'll break that down. But the first one we want to talk about is SCOTUS jumped in today is about mifepristone, as people can order that. They're restored access to the abortion pill. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened here.
Brian, you're talking about mifepristone. You're talking about abortion. So we started at the beginning. Roe v. Wade, constitutional right implemented in this country, 50-plus years of court's precedent, was struck down by the Dobbs decision. At the time, legal experts said that this Dobbs decision would open the floodgates to having litigation, back-to-back types of litigation, and they were accurate. I mean, once you decide that there is no constitutional right and the states can make a determination on an individual basis, who and when and what type of abortion you can have, if any, in their individual states, then you knew that there would be litigation, and that's what we've had. Any type of legislation that's been implemented has been challenged. Any type of rulings that have been implemented has been challenged, and this is nothing different. The Court of Appeals for the 5th District decided to strike down the use of telehealth type of mail-in distribution, and it's worth noting that this case directly impacts drugs used in two-thirds of all abortions in this country. And so limiting telehealth prescriptions and mail-in delivery of mifepristone was major. This wasn't something that was, on the fringe of abortion, 1 or 2%. You're talking about 75% of all U.S. abortions are using that type of drug. And so it sent a crater into that industry, and then you had a number of folks challenge it to the Supreme Court. So the standard when you are attempting to do an injunction is 4 things. It's irreparable harm, it's likelihood of success on the merits, it's the public policy, and it's the swaying of the public interest. And so the court will look at those 4 factors. The biggest one is irreparable harm. If money can fix it, the court is not likely to grant an injunction. And so you can't fix it with an abortion. You can't say, hey, you didn't get the abortion pills that you wanted. You end up having the child that you didn't want to have, and so now we'll pay you money for that. That's the easiest, elementary school breakdown of that standard. But that's something that the court would look at, and I can guarantee that's what they did here. And remember, this is on the shadow docket. This isn't a full-fledged hearing. This is an emergency.
Let's talk about that. Shadow docket, real quick. Just explain that process when a Supreme Court jumps in on these emergency type of situations.
Well,
like
it's
that.
supposed to be where they're taking things that are on an emergency basis and they're making determinations that are temporary. Now, there has been a number of pushback from, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sotomayor and Kagan that have said, hey, this rendition of the Supreme Court is using the shadow docket for things that it's not supposed to. But historically, the shadow docket has been for emergency basis. You have something that can't wait, can't be delayed, has to be heard right now. The court takes action and then kicks it back to the lower court. That's historically what has occurred. The last few rulings off the shadow docket, because it's not really going to be an order. It's going to say, hey, we rule like this and go back and wait or do something. In this regard, we ruled that we're going to overturn or stay, I should say, the Court of Appeals decision. And because we're staying the Court of Appeals decision, we'll have a full-fledged hearing. It goes back to if nothing occurred with the Court of Appeals until they have a full-fledged hearing. There have been instances with the shadow docket where it hasn't done that, where they have taken action without writing a court of appeals.
This is a temporary ruling here. This is not a permanent ruling. So there's a lot that's going to have to be hashed out before this can go forward in any way.
It will. And this is going to probably be less about abortion, even though it's an abortion case, and more about administrative law, like who makes the determination of rules. So because obviously you have the FDA versus the courts. This is going to be federal preemptive. Does the federal government have an ability to preempt state law? And you would assume that the court wouldn't rule that way, because in the Dobbs decision, they're saying the courts don't want to make this determination, and the states should make that determination. So if they're consistent with their previous rulings, they will say, hey, the states have the ability to do this. So now we have to determine what insight does the FDA prove or provide into this, and what guidance and or regulatory authority do they have. And so this may be an opportunity for this court to weaken another agency's ability to render rulemaking, policymaking, and pull that back a step as well.
One of the things, too, you have differing laws in states right now when it comes to abortion. Specifically, North Carolina and South Carolina. South Carolina right now is moving to go to even a more extreme law where it's almost
A near permanent ban.
New
almost.
permanent ban.
Yep.
Right. So if someone is ordering this in South Carolina, they're ordering mifepristone by mail in South Carolina, what could happen with that person? What do they need to know?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're ordering it from a doctor in another state and it's being sent to you in South Carolina, there are a number of states that are attempting to criminalize that action of it coming from a state that is legal to a state that is illegal. And there is a older law called the Comstock law that hasn't been used, Comstock Act, I should say, that hasn't been used and is rarely used, but that could be used to ban mail abortion drugs nationwide. For being able, that's more of an obscenity type of law that was used in place with adult material years ago, and that's what people are pushing to say, listen, courts, if you want to take it from the states, again, states' rights versus federal preemptive rights, and you want to make sure that we can stop the mail-in aspect of it, you could use this Comstock Act to prevent that. So there are a number of ways that you can get there, but this is big time litigation. Let me put it in perspective. This is like big tobacco coming to the table. Because what do you have? Big pharmacy. Pharmacy companies are warning of regulatory chaos. They're warning of undermining the FDA's scientific authority. And so they're saying, hey, court, step back and allow the states to handle this and don't allow the Fifth Circuit to do what it did, because now you're stepping on a lot of people's toes.
What kind of time frame are we looking at here?
It depends on how fast they're able to hear an argument. I mean, the fasting already happened. That was the emergency shadow docket. So it could be pushed to the next term, or they could move it up as soon as possible. It really will just depend on the court's decision. I mean, but Justice Alito, who we're looking at there, this is another Louisiana case, right? Hot off the heels of him, authoring the Louisiana decision in the Voting Rights Act. And so this court is wanting to address these types of decisions sooner than later.
Yeah, they definitely want to hit on the hot button issues for sure.
They have not strayed away from it.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to do that. Another hot topic we want to talk about coming up in our next segment before we take a break here. Spirit Airlines folded over the weekend, just went away. A lot of it was rising jet fuel costs. The administration was trying to get something done there with a deal. That didn't happen. So let's talk about passengers' rights and what they have coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court, Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian here, and we are going to be talking about the next segment here. A big story over the weekend, Khalif, and that was Spirit Airlines folded, just went under, trying to come out of their second bankruptcy. And, within hours, thousands of flights have just been canceled, leaving passengers just stranded mid-trip, trying to scramble to rebook. Very little notice here. Let's talk a little bit about the Spirit operations, how this happened, and also what can passengers do?
The writing was on the wall for something like this, obviously, for years. I mean, there was a number of mergers that attempted to occur. I remember most recently with Elizabeth Warren cheering the fact that the Spirit Airlines last merger that they tried was not successful.
With JetBlue, right.
With JetBlue specifically, because she argued at the time that it would raise prices, the merger would raise prices for consumers needing to have a lower tier option. Of Spirit came back at the time saying, hey, well, if we don't have a merger, we're not going to be existing. You talked about 2 different bankruptcies that have occurred over the years, and this was, again, the writing on the wall with the increase in fuel and other things that were costing them. They haven't made a profit since 2019. And so that was almost 7 years of not being a profitable company. And so you'd have to be blind or had your head under a rock, not looking at what was happening to see that this was something that was coming. In terms of the process, you're talking about they had 4,000 flights scheduled through May 15th, but they also said most recently, as of today, that most of the refunds for those flights have been sent back to customers. But so I think the cause of action would be, I mean, first of all, you can't get what is it, juice from a turnip, right?
Right.
If there's nothing there to squeeze, you can get a judgment in hand. It's meaningless. And so even if a person was able to find a cause of action to bring against Spirit, are you going to be able to recover if a court rules in your favor against a company that is insolvent? They're in this liquidation, not restructuring. So they're not trying to go through and, sell off items so that they can rebrand. They're selling off items so they can pay other debtors that are the other creditors, I should say, would have priority over you as a customer, stepping up, not having any type of priority in terms of recovering and recouping some type of debt that's owed to you. And this is straight law school 101. If you're a holder of debt, you want to be a priority holder of debt. So you want to be someone like the federal government having a tax lien, for instance, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has a judgment that's filed, top tier priority. You want to be someone that has it in order in front of someone else so that your priority can be higher. But a person that wins a judgment after all those other folks have already filed their claims, you'll be so far down the loop that it won't be even worth attempting to spend the resources on filing a claim. I mean, but does my heart go out to folks that were stranded over the weekends? It does.
Yeah.
But it also is going to be hard.
And for the employees, thousands of employees who just all of a sudden were told not to come to work, that's your last day.
And that's the other issue that I would have with something like this. When you talk about bringing a claim, it's not just was the action something that we didn't recognize was going to happen, right? And so did you cause me injury by a reasonably foreseeable incident? So if I'm saying that the writing was on the wall and you have flights that were scheduled through May 15th, but you just announced this immediate shutdown, how soon did you know? And again, if someone wanted to go through the process of trying to become successful in litigation, how soon they knew, how soon could they have cut it off to and mitigate the damages? Should you have been taking flights to locations where hey, there wasn't a return flight going to be available? Those are some of the questions that would be asked in a potential claim. But yeah, in the bankruptcy claim, they're going to have the weakest argument. They, as in a consumer ticket holder, would have the weakest argument to getting recovery. If, for instance, okay, they caused you to not be able to make your flight back or miss your honeymoon or something like that, it's not going to be recoverable. And even if they weren't insolvent, most of the time, they had the common carrier protections, which would say, you didn't contract with me to get you there at a specific time. You contracted with me as the airline to get you there, period. And so I get you from point A to point B, and if I happen to delay it by 10 hours or 2 days, I fulfilled my end of the contract. And that's always been the airline's argument when people say, hey, well, I want to sue because they didn't get me there at 5 o'clock like the ticket said. Well, the ticket's fine print says we're obligated to get you there, not at that time listed.
Yeah, we knew about this from Spirit Airlines because they were hinting about what was going on. They were hoping the Trump administration was going to step in, and the deal was over the weekend. It gave some a little bit ample time there for people that were flying with Spirit.
Yep.
But still, if you kind of already got it booked, you got it booked. But the deal, apparently, the government was going to try to take over 90% of the company going forward, which is it was just too much for the people at Spirit to swallow, and so they took the official announcement to go ahead and to end everything. Refunds, those are for people that purchased directly. If you did have a ticket that was purchased by a third-party travel agency like an Expedia or something like that, you'll have to contact them. Compensation for customers who used vouchers or credits or loyalty points will be determined later as part of the bankruptcy process.
And that's why I say those folks are so far down the line. If you had a voucher and it was connected to credit, you can pretty much count that as not going to occur. Because remember, in the bankruptcy process, the individual or company that has priority to their debt is going to be the one that takes priority.
Yeah, the loyalty.
It's in the name.
It's just the way it is. And then loyalty points, those are worthless right now. So
yeah, I mean, and it's even a step further. I mean, in law school, the course for this type of thing would be secure transactions. So when you're looking and taking a class like secure transactions, you want to ensure that you have secured your debt, right? And so if I have a debt to you, have I secured it by filing it, by giving proper notice? Okay, a secured debt is going to be even more priority than an unsecured debt. The folks that we're talking about, those are unsecured debts. You purchased it, but it's just money owed to give back to you, not secured by anything else. And so because of that, the priority is so far down the list. And I mean, yes, a person could ultimately go through the process of attempting to recover vouchers that were credited and now lost. But the cost of doing that would be far exceeding what you would recover.
You talked a little bit about, obviously, the passengers. We mentioned some of the employees, the thousands of employees are pretty much just left without a job, left without, benefits or that sort of thing. They're just kind of high and dry right now. What can they do, if anything, legally going forward?
I mean, it depends on the state. I mean, if they are at-will employees, a company would have the ability to terminate you for no cause needed at all. And then if the company is no longer in existence, any type of severance packages that were secured previously, hopefully they were ironclad, and they also would not fall under a secured protected debt that you'd be able to collect. And so you'd fall in after all of the secured folks, you'd be able to jump in line there as well. And so it's going to be a complete problem for employees that were recently terminated to try to be made whole from a company that's just insolvent. This isn't the first company to go out of business. It is definitely one of the first major airlines to be put in a situation where just a perfect storm occurred. And as you mentioned, the bailout was something that folks thought was going to at least save the company for flights and for employees, but it just was unable to occur.
All right, we're going to leave that one there for Spirit Airlines. Hopefully those passengers will get things worked out, and also those employees too. Coming up next, Order in the Court, that guy right there, Joe Gibbs Racing, JGR, they're involved in some trade secrets, a lawsuit with that. We'll have more on that coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus with Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Right now, we are going to have our last segment. We're going to be talking about NASCAR. Trade secrets being stolen, possibly. And this is a case really here with Joe Gibbs Racing out of Huntersville, JGR, suing former competitor, competition director Chris Gabehart and Mooresville-based Spire Motorsports here in late February for trying to steal some trade secrets impacting the NASCAR results here. What do we know about this? What goes on?
Oh, this is like ripped right out of a movie headlines. They're talking about, look at this. They say this case is really about protecting competitive intelligence in a data-driven sport. And I'm laughing when I read this because it was so many instances where like, hey, that sounds like a movie. That sounds like a movie. The individual recognized, hey, I got to this company and they promised me a number of things. And this was said in the hearings. They promised me creative control and a number of opportunities to lead and be in charge. He said, ultimately what happens is Gibbs and the team was basically lurking over his shoulder the entire time. And it wasn't any control. It was micromanaged to the point where he believed the relationship started to deteriorate. So he leaves, right? In the process of leaving, and that's what they're saying is they're alleging the trade secrets. He connected his personal email to the company laptops. Additionally, they said that he created a folder on the computer named Spire and did a number of tests on that computer, and then took those tests in that folder with him. He argues that, hey, I created this folder because I recognized the relationship was deteriorating, and I was weighing my options of why I should go and leave here at Gibbs Racing and go to Spire. The other thing I think was interesting is that part of their complaint, they included from the telecast of a race that one of the announcers saying that, hey, Spire seems like they have been, becoming extremely successful since this individual got to their company, and hinting at, the likelihood that it's because of something that he acquired while at Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, Carson Hocevar winning Talladega 1 week before the lawsuit was filed. And they're pointing to that race specifically where they got the information and Gabehart's information help one of the racers help win.
That's the allegation. But I mean, the fact that they're in Joe Gibbs' team in their complaint and their reason for citing a preliminary injunction is saying that, hey, right on the telecast, they're saying the only reason they're winning the race is because this guy came from our team and is in essence
saying the quiet part out loud.
Right. That is definitely the quiet part out loud. So just like in our other case that we talked about earlier, the judge went through the preliminary injunctive standards already. Likelihood of success from the mirrors, irreparable harm, the balance of the equities in the public policy. And it goes back to irreparable harm. Joe Gibbs is saying, okay, and this is why the court didn't grant it fully. They denied the injunction against Spire. Why did they deny it? Well, because money could fix it. If you're saying they're stealing our information and they're using it against us to win races, and these races are going to come with purses, right? Well, you can fix that by getting the money back that they got from you or by properly acquiring or winning these races by using your information. However, the court did partially grant Joe Gibbs Racing's relief with must stop using trade secrets, must return all materials, and cannot perform the same role or functions that Gabehart had while at Joe Gibbs Racing. So they're saying even after the judge granted that preliminary injunction, he's already violating. Why? Because he's circumventing the restrictions, observing live races from the pit areas, potentially real-time advertising. And those are the types of things that they're saying, hey, judge, you granted this, but now they're not even doing what you said that they should.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is going to be a lot of back and forth. But for me, the most damaging part is going to be the folder, because that forensic trail of evidence is going to be hard to defeat, right? If you create a folder with the new name of the company that you're going to on your old work computer, and then you've done these simulations and these tests on the work computer, and if you're taking these files from the company, the trail of breadcrumbs will be there for them to say, hey,
Well, what happens then? What's the penalty?
Well, I mean, if you're return, I mean, if they can point to use of their trade secrets, their data that they've created over years to make their vehicles perform faster, and now this other company is now utilizing it to win, i.e., in that most recent race that you talked about. I mean, there could be a number of things that the court can implement for sure. Return. I mean, you can point to any profits that they gained from that, and you could say, hey, from the day he got here, if they were finishing dead last and now they're finishing 15th. I want to be able to recover all of those amounts, and I can directly connect it to his, taking of our trade secrets. That is going to be hard to prove. It will. But there are a number of things, at least from this early reading of this, that seems that it's going to be easier to prove than I suspected when I first started reading this, which is, again, spy type of drama, that there's proprietary data and if you're using these simulated models to create and take information to another company and using Joe Gibbs Racing's data to do it, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. If they can point to multiple instances of that, unless he has a reason for it,
So is it a big monetary fine?
It won't be a big monetary fine. I think it's not just a fine. It's going to be a return of those proceeds. And so if they can put a
Take
dollar,
the win away?
I don't know about taking the win because that would be more NASCAR.
Yeah.
But it would definitely be more money. On the court's perspective, it would say, if you can point to a date in time where he arrived and a connection to the winning, right? So go back as long as they've been around. Have they been winning these types of races, right? And then part of it will be, in his argument, well, this is what I bring to the table. Me, my mindset. I didn't take proprietary information. It's they're winning because of what I brought to the table. Not your trade secrets, but yet my own abilities that I wanted to use when I was working for Joe Gibbs Racing, but you guys didn't let me. So there will be multiple arguments. They're seeking $8 million in damages, misappropriation of trade secrets, breach of contract, misconduct. These claims are definitely nothing to laugh about. But again, reading it ripped straight from a novel.
I love it. And maybe a movie someday. Always good stuff with NASCAR and always good stuff with you, Khalif. Especially appreciate it. That's going to wrap it up here for Order of the Court. Court is out of session right now. We're going to send you back to Queen City News Plus.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, we've got a special guest on the show today. Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service is joining me on the episode. We're talking about how the burn ban was lifted for 81 counties, but why 19 counties still are under the wildfire restrictions. We'll detail what's different in those counties versus the others. Plus, the drought continues to worsen here in the Carolinas. Now, pretty much all of the Queen City News viewing area is under extreme drought conditions, and even exceptional drought conditions are popping up. Why this latest drought monitor has now entered historic territory. You're watching Pinpoint Weather University, and this latest episode, it starts right now, my friends. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here at Queen City News Plus. Big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. And if you're following me on IG at WXBrandon9 or following us at Fox 46 Charlotte, our Queen City News Instagram page, thanks so much for all the support. And if you have any suggestions for the show here at Pinpoint Weather University, as always, send those our way. You can also connect with me on Facebook at my meteorologist Brandon Lawson Facebook page or over on X at WXBrandon9. I always love receiving your comments and some of the suggestions you guys have for the show, and I'm trying to incorporate those as much as I can. So I do appreciate the love and support there, and we'll continue to grind on. And we're going to be talking about the drought again. I know the drought has been a big topic here lately, and it's been more of a bigger topic over the last few weeks now that water restrictions have been put in play. I feel like a lot of folks have really started to pay more attention to it now that's impacting everybody. But something else that we've been monitoring over the last several months really has been the wildfire threat. That is a threat that has been there for quite some time with this drought. And I know not everybody burns, not everybody has a fireplace or a fire pit in their backyard or their front yard or whatever, but a lot of people here in the Carolinas do. In North Carolina, due to some of the recent rains that we've had, that has actually helped us out a little bit when it comes to the wildfire threat. So the recent rains aren't necessarily getting us out of the drought, but they are bringing us some temporary relief in some areas. The wildfire threat has been lowered for some. It has washed away some of the pollen as well, which I know a lot of folks are really excited about. And it's also at least slowed down some of the worsening drought. It kept the drought from getting much worse than what it could have been last Thursday with some of the recent rain. So that's how the recent rain has helped. And again, highlighting that, the wildfire threat being lowered. And actually joining me on the show today is Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service, the Public Information Officer. Philip, I like to call you the voice sometimes of the NC Forest Service because I've texted you, I feel like, a couple of times a week over the last few months, just because wildfire season has been so active and the drought has been a big reason for that. Just talk about this wildfire season so far and just the activity you guys have seen.
Yeah, so going back to early March when we first started creeping up into wildfire season, our activity was pretty much statewide, balanced out from the mountains all the way to eastern North Carolina along the coastline, which is ultimately one of the reasons that we decided to implement a burn ban is our fire activity had just gotten to a point where it was almost too widespread and too frequent. And we needed to do whatever we could to slow down those new wildfire starts. And a burn ban is a method in which we can do that once we reach a point where our forest fire conditions have reached a hazardous level.
And then what are some of those ingredients that you guys use to issue the burn bans? What are some of the indicators that you have in place to help you guys make that call? Oh, we need a burn ban for the state.
Yeah, so the main trigger, if you will, would be once our forest fire conditions reach a hazardous level. And what are the contributing factors to that? There's going to be consistent low humidity, windy days. Obviously, prolonged drought was a factor as well. Spring wildfire season, March through May, is typical this in our state anyway, simply because of the green up process with the vegetation as we work towards the summer months. And when you don't have rain to offset the greening up process, if you will, where more moisture and nutrients is required for the green up process, then you can dry out rather quickly. And of course, North Carolina, you go back to September, October of 2025, which is when those rainfall deficits began to build. And so when we got to the later stages of March, we looked at our wildfire activity, how fast those fires, not only how quickly they were igniting, how easily they were igniting, but then how fast they were spreading once they were igniting. Ultimately, the rate of spread of some of these fires was outpacing our containment efforts and our ability to control these wildfires. So when you look at the long range forecast and you don't see any relief in sight in the form of rainfall or high humidity, you're already dealing with widespread fire activity. The wildfire behavior is acting a little erratic, and then you have to consider resource availability and where you are in terms of stretching resources too thin. And so all of those factors were at play late March when we decided to implement the burn ban.
And I was going to mention, we've got a lot of video from Georgia. They have been dealing with very significant wildfires there, especially over the last week or so. And they've also been experiencing the drought conditions. Was this a concern for you guys as well when it came down to issuing the burn ban? Were you guys worried about the potential for massive wildfires, or was it more of just like a smaller wildfire threat?
Yeah, I mean, the potential was certainly there. You saw several wildfires in South Carolina as well. South Carolina has implemented, lifted, and re-implemented burn bans throughout the spring in the duration in which ours was in effect. And so really the wildfire activity and potential of the risk was pretty much across the Southeast due to the factor of drought and some of these other conditions that we've discussed. And so again, when we were dealing with these situations in late March, we looked at the long range forecast and do we see any relief in sight over the next couple of weeks? And the answer at that time was no. There was not a whole lot of rain forecast, if any. Temperatures were going to fluctuate between 90 and 50, and with that, you get the frontal systems with wind. And so you pretty much saw textbook fire weather that time of year back in March. And then one extra element that some of your viewers can take to heart is the Hurricane Helene impacts that still remain in western North Carolina. Of course, if a fire were to ignite in some of these areas in western North Carolina where the Helene blowdown and the timber damage is still substantial, well, then a fire can spread quickly, become difficult to contain, and that's going to be a threat moving forward for the next 10, 15, if not 20 years. And so
And I was actually going to ask that. Why is that threat just going for so long? We'll get. I know you guys have actually lead the burn ban for some kinds. We'll get that here just momentarily. But the Helene vegetation down threat is going to be around for years, possibly over decades. Why is that? Why does that threat linger for so long?
Yeah, so in terms of volume, roughly 822,000 acres across western North Carolina experienced some form of timber damage. And some of that's partial, but a lot of that's actually still physically on the ground. That are, in some cases, entire mountainsides that still have the entire blowdown present. And so cleanup efforts are going to be slow moving simply because of the magnitude of the timber damage. And so as the timber continues to lay on the ground year in and year out, it's going to further dry out. It's going to die. Most of it is dead, or if not dying, and it's going to become more available. And so each year that we get further removed from Hurricane Helene and that timber is still on the ground, it's going to be more flammable next year than it is this year, and so on and so forth, until it's gradually removed through prescribed burning efforts, if and where that's possible. That might not always be practical, and then just the gradual cleanup efforts over time. And so each year that we're removed from Hurricane Helene, that timber is going to be more kindling for fires to spread.
Definitely something to watch for years to come, for sure. And you guys actually, over this past weekend, have actually released the burn ban for 81 counties in North Carolina. So that means 19 counties are still under the burn ban. This was the map you guys released on your Facebook page. So the burn ban still continues for Gaston, Mecklenburg County, Union, Cabarrus, Iredell, up into Rowan, Stanley, and Anson County. That is the Queen City News viewing area, but also, Rockingham, Stokes, as you're getting up towards Guilford County, Randolph, and a few others more as well included in there, some counties up towards District 11. So why is that area still under the burn ban, but counties around it, the burn ban has been released?
Yeah, so again, going back to those previous conditions and factors that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, over the course of the last couple of weeks, we begin to see temperature somewhat moderate, but we're also seeing higher humidity levels. And so when you go back to March 28th, when the humidity was in the 20 and 30 percentile, even down to the teens in some cases, is now in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and even 70s, if not higher. And so the higher humidity days, even though it's not rainfall, so it's not going to do much for your drought, it indicates that the air is more saturated, and therefore there's a little bit more moisture available that wasn't there before. The overnight recovery, as we call it, when you start waking up in the morning and you find dew on the ground, the grass is wet. So again, those things don't do they don't do anything for the drought, frankly, but they do help us in terms of reducing wildfire risk. Also, going back to late March, we would look at the forecast and you wouldn't see rain for 2 or 3 weeks. Whereas now you're starting to see the potential for unsettled weather at least every 3 or 4 days. And so the map that you're showing right there indicates last week's rainfall totals. And as you can see, the area basically missed out. The area that remains under the burn ban, those 19 counties, unfortunately just flat out missed that rainfall from last week, and especially on Saturday. And so when you look at the other accumulations being somewhere between nearly an inch to almost 2 inches in some areas, those are the areas that we felt confident that with that rainfall, as well as some of the higher humidity levels, full green up is another thing. Now that we're in the later stages of spring, the vegetation, your trees, we've almost reached full green up, if not complete full green up in some areas. And what that does, again, doesn't do anything for the drought, but it is a reduced wildfire risk simply because the vegetation is a little more fire resistant than it was back in March. It's no such thing as fireproof. And so it's definitely green up doesn't mean that we can't have fires. It just means that things tend to be a little bit more fire resistant. So between the higher humidity levels, the full green up that we've seen, additional moisture and a recovery overnight, as well as the recent rainfall statewide over the last 7 days going back to last week, those were all the factors that ultimately put us in a position where the forest fire conditions are no longer hazardous. Therefore, we felt comfortable lifting the burn ban for those 81 counties. But as that map illustrates right there, those 19 counties, unfortunately, when Saturday's rain event moved through, it just flat out missed them.
My next question, it kind of leads into the upcoming rainfall that we have for later this week. I mean, models are still a little spread, but there are some indications that we could see over an inch of rain in the Piedmont of North Carolina for the first time since mid-February. If that rain was to happen for later this week, could that burn ban then be lifted for the rest of our counties here in North Carolina?
That's certainly what we're hoping for. We're hoping that that rain produces on forecast, if not maybe gives us a little bit more. It's certainly a welcome sight. And so we will certainly reevaluate and see what rain actually falls and hits the ground and is able to be absorbed. And so we are looking at that now, and we will continue to look at that through the week. And as that rainfall physically hits the ground, and we'll reevaluate. Our hope is that it will be enough for us to remove the burn ban entirely. We're not quite there yet, simply because a forecast is a forecast. So we need to see what actually falls. But those are the intentions. Burn bans are not ideal really for anyone, us included. The same resources with the North Carolina Forest Service, who are responsible for responding to thousands of wildfires across the state every single year, they're also tasked with enforcing the burn ban and extinguishing and writing citations for these illegal fires. So when we have a burn ban in place, it is just another element of responsibility for our initial attack resources that they have to deal with. And so burn bans are not ideal really for anybody, us included. And so the objective is not to hold it in place for as long as possible, to keep it in place for as long as possible. It's until we're no longer seeing hazardous forest fire conditions. That's what's outlined for us in North Carolina General Statute. And so hopefully we'll get the rain this week. That's forecast, and hopefully that will put us in a position for those 19 counties where those hazardous conditions are no longer present, and hopefully we can get back to fully lifting this ban.
And Philip, I do have one more question for you. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, but after the break, I just want to ask you more about what the threat could look like going forward if the drought continues. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint. Weather Universe. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Got my good friend Philip Jackson with me with the North Carolina Forest Service. And Phil, you were talking earlier about how things are greening up. It doesn't completely eliminate the wildfire threat, but it definitely can lower it a good bit. And as we get more towards summer, I actually am seeing grass grow quite a bit. People are starting to mow their grass, and trees continue to green up. So even if the drought were to continue into the summer with extreme drought conditions and even the potential for exceptional drought conditions, would the threat for wildfires still lower due to that green up?
So as we move into the summer and we move out of spring wildfire season, we typically see our wildfire risk reduced because of that green up, but also because of the humidity that the South in general just experiences every year, where we're looking at 80, 90, 100 percentile with the humidity levels. And the South is hot and humid, and so it might be unpleasant to deal with outside, but it does help with our wildfire risk. With that being said, if this drought does continue and we were to find ourselves in a patch of a 2 or 3 week span during the summertime where the temperatures are 90s, 100 plus without any rainfall, then we could very well start seeing extreme wildfire risk again, especially we have summertime thunderstorms become more common throughout June, July, and August, even into September. And so that's when we tend to see some of our lightning wildfires caused by lightning. It's not super common. We do have them. They only account for about 1% of our fires across the state, but that 1% typically is most prevalent during those summer months where we're seeing more thunderstorms. And so ultimately the message is going to remain the same year in, year out when it comes to prevention, is that most of these fires that we have, they are human caused, which means they are avoidable. And so the main culprit of that, of course, is unfortunately debris burning, where folks are just out burning yard debris in their yards. Most counties allow that. It is a legal practice, but you need to make sure that you're doing it on the right day and under the right weather conditions. And one of the biggest issues that we have is folks just not staying with their fire. They will light a debris pile on fire, and then they will walk away and they will continue to do other chores around the house. They will run errands. And when that fire is left unattended, it's going to do what it's going to do, and the weather is going to have a huge impact on that. So ultimately, even if we do find ourselves here the next few days where the burn ban has been lifted for all 100 counties, we are at full green up. We see some unsettled weather. If we get into the summer where the temperatures are high and the moisture and the rainfall is just low and this drought continues, then we could very well be in a position where we start seeing widespread wildfire activity again. So folks need to be extremely careful. And even as you and I talk right now, even though the burn ban has been lifted for 81 counties, right now we are still in spring wildfire season. So folks need to be extremely cautious in those areas where the ban has been lifted.
All right, Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service. Thank you so much. And, May 4th was International Firefighters Day. So big shout out to all you guys at the Forest Service, all the fire crews that have been working tirelessly over the last few months to put out wildfires and to keep wildfire awareness in our heads as we navigate this drought, and with the wildfire threat being a little bit more higher than usual this year due to the drier conditions that we've been seeing. So, Phil, thank you so much. Always love having you on the show here on Pinpoint Weather University here on Queen City News Plus, and I appreciate you joining me today.
Thanks, Brandon. We appreciate all that you do.
All right, thank you, Phil. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk about April. April is over and May is now here, but April was creating some history here in Charlotte. We detailing for you just how hot it was, and other dry month too, just how dry April was here in Charlotte. Coming up for you on the other side of the break. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Philip Jackson with the North Carolina Forest Service's public information officer there. Gave us a lot of good information on the wildfire threat we've been experiencing over the last few months, during the spring months in particular, and the drought conditions. Just how greening up might help us out a little bit in the summer, but still, if the drought continues to be as significant as it is, burning still could be an issue coming up this summer. So something we'll have to pay attention to. I enjoy talking to Philip, and hopefully the rain that we're getting from later this week of May 3rd, hopefully later this week we'll be able to see that burn ban lifted for all of our counties here in North Carolina. The Tar Heel State could use it, and we were talking a little bit offline about, the state parks, how you can't really have your campfires at the state park, can't go camping really and enjoy it and grill and stuff on some of the grills they have there in some of the areas where the burn ban is still in effect. So fingers crossed we can get some good rain in here and hopefully at least limit the wildfire threat, but we'll need a lot more rain to get rid of the drought. We need like 2 or 3 inches a week to really help us out, and it's got to be more on a consistent basis. But it looks like we'll get into more of a wetter pattern here starting this week. I do want to talk about April. I know April's kind of long gone now, but there's still some things I didn't get a chance to highlight, and it has to do with our temperatures and precipitation for the month of April. So April in Charlotte was actually the second warmest April we've ever experienced here in the Queen City. We had 2 record highs this month, and we start April off on a bang, right? April 1st, 86 degrees, new record high on April 1st, and then we get into April 15th, just 2 weeks later, and we see another record high of 89 degrees. We got our first 90-degree day of the year this April on April 18th, which is about about a month or so before we tend to see our first 90-degree day. Our average first 90-degree day, I believe, is around May 20th. We saw it on April 18th this year. So yeah, second warmest April on record for Charlotte. It was a very warm month, and you look at all the orange days there. All the days in orange are days where we were above average. So I mean, we look at it, including the red days there. So you've got 86 degrees on April 1st, 89 on April 15th. So if you include those 2 in there, and just kind of count it up, doing a little bit of math for you here offhand, we're talking about 6 plus 7, 13, 17. So it looks like about 18 days of the 30 days of April were above average. That's significant. That is a very significant April here in Charlotte. That's why it's the second warmest on record. And then you look at some of the blue days, which obviously there's a lot less of those. Those are days where we were below average, and we didn't see that quite often. We did get a little bit of a cool down for the second week of April. I should say, the first full week of April, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough to cool us down for the rest of the month. We went on a heater ever after that. So I do want to talk about rainfall too. Rainfall has been the big story here lately, right? We need it, and we don't have it. And when you look at April and look at the rainfall totals here, bringing you full screen, it was the 5th driest April on record for the Queen City. We had 4 days of measurable rain, if you will. So March, we only had 2 days of measurable rain. Might have been 3, but this month we get 4 days of measurable rain. Unfortunately, none of these days got us over 0.4 of an inch of rain. The rainiest day was April 5th, and we only saw 0.3 of an inch of rain that day. April 28th, we saw some recent rains here where we got about 0.2 of an inch of rain. And then April 30th, yeah, 100th of an inch. That's not going to get you out of a drought. 800th of an inch on April 25th. So we need to get a little bit more aggressive with rainfall totals. We obviously don't want to get so aggressive to where we're flooding out, but we need to do a little bit better than this. But it was the 5th driest April on record for Charlotte. And guess what? March was the 8th driest March on record for Charlotte. So we're continuing to stack on these dry, historic months, and we're continuing to add to this historic drought that we're in. So we'll get the latest update on Thursday, March 7th, for the United States Geological Survey. This was the update last week. Obviously, we've got extreme and exceptional drought conditions popping up over the Carolinas. Those exceptional drought conditions that you see there, that little darker shade over Monroe County, Union County, but over Monroe, and even parts of Cabarrus County, Stanley, and eastern Mecklenburg County. That's the first time we've seen exceptional drought conditions since March 2008. So we obviously are now in more of a historic territory when it comes to this drought. Just a matter of how long the recovery is going to be now. In 2007, 2008, we got exceptional drought conditions, I believe, in December of 2007. We did not get out of those exceptional drought conditions until March 2008. So it took about 3 months to get rid of all the exceptional drought conditions. And then it took about another 6 months leading in towards like September, October to get rid of the drought completely, to recover. So it takes months to get out of this. It takes a little bit to get into drought. It takes a lot to get out of it. So definitely something we'll have to continue to work to do over the next several months. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Again, a big shout out to North Carolina Forest Service, Philip Jackson, for coming on the show with us today, breaking down the wildfire threat, what goes into why those burn bans are issued, and what goes into getting rid of some of the burn bans as we get some rain around here, as the green up continues, more as we get into the summer months here. Again, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As we end the show, I always like to say, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Also, as we navigate the drought together. I know it's frustrating saving water. I know it's annoying. I know it's not fun to do. Nobody wants to be told how much water. Nobody really wants to be told anything in life anymore when it comes down to what to do. But please follow these water restrictions that are in place. They're for everybody. It's to help everybody out. And again, if it's, using the dishwasher when it's actually full, or watering your lawn less, or washing your car a little less, go to a car wash place where they use recycled water. And I know it costs a little bit of money, but again, it's going to help us out a little bit when it comes down to getting out of this drought. Just some ways to help out. And again, let's work together to do this, as we always do here in the Carolinas. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll see you next time on the new edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
A new video showing the moments leading up to a deadly shooting involving officers in Gastonia. The latest from investigators on whether the use of force was justified. Plus, a pushback continues against I-77 expansion plans, why some Charlotte leaders are now pulling their support. Andrew?
And shaping up to be a picture-perfect afternoon across the Carolinas. I've got the latest in the Pinpoint forecast at noon.
It's good to see you all again. I'm Matt Still in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, the I-77 expansion project has lost the support from the Charlotte City Council. Members voted last night to rescind the city's approval of the controversial plan to add toll lanes along 77 South from Uptown to the South Carolina state line. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell explains why local leaders want the state to hit the brakes on the plan.
In a 6-5 vote, Charlotte City Council members decided to pull their support for the interstate expansion project. Some council members saying they won't back this private-public partnership again until there are more studies done to look at the impacts of the expansion. Now, community members and environmental advocates have spent months voicing their concerns to project managers. They warned city, state, and transportation department heads the plans would displace people in historic neighborhoods and create more pollution. The latest design showed the addition of elevated toll lanes along the 11-mile stretch of 77 from Uptown to the South Carolina state line. Now the city's regional transportation representative will bring the council's resolution back to NCDOT.
What I'm saying is not that we're pausing it, and if it doesn't meet our satisfaction, then we're going to rescind it. Let's rescind it now. Yesterday was Mother's Day. We know as mothers, if there's real consequences, there's action. So if we say we're rescinding our approval until these things are done.
One of the chief concerns among those council members who voted to continue to support the project is if redesigning the I-77 expansion would be an option in the future. North Carolina officials say that funding for the nearly $3 billion project would be in jeopardy if there's a holdup in the plan. Reporting just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Also, during last night's meeting, several city council members signaled that they want to put a moratorium on all new data centers in the Queen City. Council voted last night to schedule a public hearing in 2 weeks and set a final vote on a moratorium for next month.
We need to stop. We need to pause. We need to rescind. We need to halt until we know that there's no harm to our residents.
As that moratorium would bar the city council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of data centers can be completed. That moratorium would last 150 days. The public hearing, where citizens will have the opportunity to weigh in, is set for May 26. In our next half hour, we'll sit down with Charlotte Councilmember Dimple Ajmera to discuss concerns over data centers and how leaders are factoring in transparency within their decision on a potential moratorium. Now for a check outside as we take this live look around the Queen City. Plenty of sunshine and clear skies on tap this afternoon, but how long will it last? Much of the area still in need of more rainfall. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, beautiful day, but tomorrow could be a different story, right?
A minor different story here. Tracking maybe a couple of showers, but for the most part, still looking drier and drier here across the Carolinas. It was a chilly morning, got down into the 40s, an amazing afternoon. What we're talking about more and more here is how much it's going to be warming up across the Carolinas. Temperatures heading up probably into the 90s here by the time we get to the end of the weekend. 67 degrees right now, winds out of the east at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the low to mid 40s. Got dry weather, pinpoint satellite, a little bit of high cloud cover moving through. Otherwise, it is picture perfect across the region. Pinpoint radar right now looking good here across the Central Carolinas. Beautiful. As we zoom out, we've got high pressure in control across the Central Carolinas, and it's going to be staying that way at least through the end of the day today. Zooming all the way out here, got all the southerly flow going through the plains here. Temperatures in the middle 70s, 63 in Denver, 57 in Bozeman, Montana here. But you can notice how much we're warming up across the plains. That is eventually going to be making its way into the Carolinas. Right now, though, across the Carolinas, middle 60s. I've got more in your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Matt.
Looking forward to it, Andrew. Thank you. Charlotte and Mecklenburg school board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's budget for next school year. As we've reported, members have rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today, which will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and a reallocation of money for school services and other positions. That meeting starts tonight at 6 at the Government Center. The Queens University community is remembering a recent graduate and member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning on Queens Road West in Myers Park. CMPD says 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car she was in went off the road and hit a tree. McKinney died from her injuries in the hospital. The Queens University swim team posted this photo on Instagram saying Keegan was a cherished teammate, friend, and member of the Queens family. That crash is still under investigation to see if impairment or speed played a factor. It's still unclear if any charges have been filed. Well, Queen City News is still working to learn if police are still searching for suspects involved in a shooting and an attempted kidnapping involving a baby in Newton. It happened at the Love's truck stop at NC 10 and US 321 yesterday afternoon. Investigators say a man and woman in the car were attacked by gunmen. The man was shot and crashed into a utility pole. The woman in the passenger seat was thrown from the car. That man is in the hospital while the woman and the baby suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Investigators are not releasing any further information at this time. Well, new surveillance video shows the moments leading to the deadly officer-involved shooting. We want to show you. Some viewers may find this video disturbing. It's from a January incident at a Gastonia convenience store involving a pair of detectives doing an alcohol compliance check at Jacob's Food Mart on Gaston Avenue.
I just said, what's up? I just said, what's up? I said, what's up? That's it. Straight up.
Investigators say the video shows Derek Manigault, the man in the red tracksuit, getting into an argument with another man. Now their argument continues inside the store, and eventually it escalates to the point where Manigault is heard saying, you lose your life tonight? He then stands in front of the door and pulls what appears to be a handgun from his waistband. One of the plainclothed Gastonia detectives was at the counter, pulled out his gun, and starts firing at Manigault.
Bags. I promise you. Oh. Go outside. Where am I? Go outside.
The detective followed Manigault to the door and continued firing. That other detective was outside and also fired his weapon at the suspect. Manigault collapsed and died at the hospital. His weapon turned out to be a realistic-looking plastic imitation gun. Witnesses told investigators the undercover detective tried to de-escalate the situation before pulling his weapon. Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page determined the use of deadly force was justified. Gastonia police are now conducting an internal review of that incident. Queen City News spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Cleef Rhodes about that ruling and what could come next.
I'm not sure if I would say the standard is imminent fear of bodily harm, because traditionally, and I've had cases like this, homicide cases, where another individual is literally pointing the gun at someone. And then my client may not have raised his gun at that moment, and that self-defense issue is still contemplated, where this person now would have to go to trial and go through determining if I will defend myself. And so I'm not sure there. What I can say is I'm certain if this goes to civil wrongful death claim, that the family will be successful in bringing the claim against them easily. The standard is different. For criminal cases, we're talking about.
For that full conversation with Cleef, just head to our website, qcnews.com. Well, new at noon, Mooresville officials are honoring fallen officers. This is a look at the memorial this morning at MPD headquarters on Charlotte Highway. Authorities say this year's ceremony honors the lasting legacies of Chief James Earl Rimmer, Lieutenant Larry Vernon Barger, and Officer Jordan Sheldon. Officials say the three officers made the ultimate sacrifice for their community.
Regardless of where you are with this, wherever you think, if somebody will kill a police officer, they'll kill you in a second. So that should, if nothing else, that should be a wake-up call to a lot of people, because I don't know if a lot of people look at it like that.
Communities across the country are holding events for National Police Week. A National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil is set for Wednesday in the nation's capital. 911 calls shed light on medical emergencies at the controversial Silfab Solar Facility in Fort Mill. What we're learning through reports made at the site. Plus, Netflix heading to court. Why the streaming giant is being accused of spying on its customers, including children. And how long has it been since you were in driver's ed? Hopefully, you know about North Carolina's Move Over law. A look at the new campaign to keep all of us safe on the road. Andrew?
And I've got the latest on a picture-perfect forecast and what we're tracking for the rest of the week with my Pinpoint 7-Day next.
We're watching Queen City News, the most modern and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. A statewide enforcement campaign is underway here in North Carolina to remind drivers about the state's Move Over law, which requires drivers to change lanes or slow down when approaching emergency and service vehicles. Chief Transportation Correspondent Maykay Beeler is here to explain what can happen if you don't follow that law.
So important to know this. It's so important. And really, in a nutshell, it's really quite simple. This is what you need to know. Move over for emergency vehicles. It is the law. All right, this campaign, sponsored by the North Carolina Governor's Highway Safety Program and law enforcement agencies, runs now through May 18th. Compliance with the law is designed to protect emergency responders and roadside workers. So the law requires, drivers move over one lane when safely possible, or slow down when approaching emergency vehicles stopped on the roadside displaying flashing blue, red, or amber lights. This law applies to law enforcement officers, emergency responders, utility crews, tow trucks, and North Carolina Department of Transportation workers operating along highways and roadsides. Now, this is very important. If you can't safely shift lanes away from the parked vehicle, if changing lanes is not possible or unsafe due to traffic, you don't want to pull out in front of somebody, weather or road conditions, whatever, if you can't pull over, reduce your speed and pass with caution. You know, all 50 states have this law in place requiring drivers to safely change lanes or slow down when approaching emergency roadside activity. North Carolina State Highway Patrol officials say emergency personnel, they work in dangerous situations at all hours of the day and night. Drivers increase that risk for them when they ignore the flashing lights and don't comply with the law.
And since this is the law, Maykay, I'm assuming there is a fine for drivers who don't comply.
Yeah, it's not just a slap on the hand, it's to the tune of $250. It varies by state too. Now, it could be worse with misdemeanor or felony charges if violations result in injury or property damage. You know, I see this a lot, and I try to get over sometimes, but I can't. There's a big rig and a bunch of traffic, so you slow down. But if you can get over, get over. Some folks aren't aware of the law. I think back in the day when I had driver's ed 100 years ago, they didn't have it. But I know, move over, it's the law.
And most times, if there is someone coming in that lane to your left,
yeah,
they will typically slow down.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll see that you're needing to get over. We've all got to work
Yes,
together.
that's right.
We got to keep our arms.
So true. But be careful and slow down. Don't be distracted. That's the big thing. Pay attention.
$250.
Yeah.
Keep that in your pocket.
There you go. Loving that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
President Trump says he wants to suspend the federal gas tax to help high gas prices sparked by the war with Iran. During an interview with CBS News, the president said that he would support the pause until prices drop again. In response, Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley says he will introduce legislation to suspend the tax. If passed and signed by the president, it would lower prices by a little more than 18 cents a gallon. Well, Charlotte City Council members may bring back red light cameras. The council safety committee advanced a proposal for a pilot program. The city would work with the North Carolina General Assembly to change how revenue generated from fines are used. State law calls for 90% of that revenue to go to schools, which is why the city stopped using cameras to catch red light runners in 2006. Well, Memorial Day is typically seen as the start of the summer season, and this year travel is expected to set records yet again. According to AAA, 45 million Americans are expected to travel between May 21st through May 25th, and 39.1 million are expected to drive despite higher gas prices. Live look over at West Charlotte from our tower camera. Andrew, I've been in Charlotte for a couple of months now, and I've told people, the low to mid 70s here, just give me those.
Now, you've been here for more than a couple of months, my friend. I remember covering winter storms with you, buddy.
Seeing it all in these past couple of months. Who would have thought? 11 inches, right?
11 inches, an ice storm. Now we're talking about beautiful weather in the 70s. Getting to see it all, my man. 67 degrees right now. Winds out of the east here about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Here, a beautiful, spectacular, wunderbar, however you want to call it. It's a great day out there. Beach Mountain here. We've got mostly clear skies. As we get towards pinpoint radar here, we do have completely quiet conditions. Nothing to talk about there across the region. Clouds and radar, we zoom out. We got a little bit of high cloud cover moving through the region, but otherwise we are in good shape. The big story here, yes, we could see a shower tomorrow, but it's really the heat that's going to start to take over this weekend and as we go into next week. A bit of a pattern change on the way. Notice the big dip in the jet stream here as we go throughout your Thursday and Friday, but then that moves out. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, we get a lot of ridging starting to develop, and that's going to mean warmer temperatures here across the Carolinas. It's going to start to get toasty as we get to Sunday and especially into early next week. But let's talk about the next few days, shall we? Tonight, quiet, clear, beautiful across the region. Heading into your Wednesday morning, still should look pretty good. Decent sunrise here, partly cloudy skies, a little bit more cloud cover as we end of the afternoon. There is a chance of a shower or storm with another reinforcing front moving through. This is 8 o'clock on your Wednesday evening. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal across the region, but we can't rule out a little bit of shower activity for the Carolinas. Heading into your Thursday morning, mostly clear skies. Notice a little bit cooler weather, a little bit of a breeze too out of the north and west across the Carolinas, but generally a really nice day as well as we get closer to your weekend. And then as we head into your Friday morning, mostly clear skies across the Carolinas and a little bit warmer. Charlotte FC forecast tomorrow. First of a couple games actually this week. We are going to see the chance of some showers moving through. It's not going to be a washout, just something to be aware of there across the Carolinas. Backyard grilling forecast, mostly clear skies. Temperatures going to be dipping down into the lower 70s here as we head into the evening hours. Low temperatures, 46 in Boone, 48 in Jefferson, upper 40s and lower 50s out there elsewhere here across the Carolinas. High temperatures tomorrow, even though we could see those showers late in the afternoon, still actually should be a little bit warmer versus what we're going to see today here across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, watching some of those showers here as we go throughout your Wednesday, a little bit more likely there versus what we'll see here in Charlotte. A couple cool mornings, and then you start to heat up as well as we make our way into your weekend. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, we have got a lot of toasty weather on the way for the Carolinas as we make our way into the weekend and continuing into next week. Could see multiple days of temperatures in the low 90s. Matt?
Ooh, need some rain on that board. Andrew, thank you. Sure. Just how contaminated is the food you eat? A look at the new report revealing the products with the most pesticides. And a North Carolina breakfast staple missing from store shelves. How the abrupt halt to Nice's production is affecting local businesses. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. A pet food company is recalling one of its products over salmonella risk, and we've learned that it was sold here in the Carolinas. Indiana-based Albright's Raw Pet Food has issued a voluntary recall for its chicken recipe for dogs complete and balanced product over potential salmonella contamination. Now, no illnesses associated with the product have been reported. The recalled product was sold in 6 states, including here in North and South Carolina. It came in a clear vacuum package as frozen 1-pound bricks. FDA administrators say contact Albright's Raw Pet Food for a refund. Well, many of the fruits and vegetables that you eat carry a concerning amount of pesticides. That's according to the Environmental Working Group's new produce report listing the dirty dozen with the most pesticides. More than 1/3 of non-organic or conventionally grown fruit and vegetable samples tested positive for at least one of 31 pesticides. Peaches, plums, strawberries, and grapes had the most PFAS pesticide residues, while products or produce such as sweet corn and mushrooms had the least. Well, a North Carolina-based company is pausing all of its production, and executives are sharing some answers as to why. Nice's Sausage has been in business for more than 100 years in Greensboro, but all of production of its sausage is currently suspended. According to the USDA, the company has not requested food inspectors, so it can't operate. The plant suspended its ready-to-eat portion of the facility in September when the USDA found that it was not meeting certain health requirements. Local sellers and meat markets say the shipments became sporadic and sparse in the fall, and now their shelves are empty of Nice's products. Well, the owner of Dunkin' Donuts is filing to take the company public. Inspire Brands owns several other popular fast food chains, including Buffalo Wild Wings, Jimmy John's, and Arby's. If Inspire goes public, it will be one of the biggest ever restaurant offerings. The private equity firm backing Inspire is reportedly seeking a valuation of $20 billion. Wow. Taxing millionaires to fund public schools in North Carolina. Why lawmakers say the bill will level the playing field. Live look at our friends down in Union County. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The Queens University community is remembering a recent graduate and member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning on Queens Road West in Myers Park. CMPD says 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car went off the road and hit a tree. McKinney died from injuries at the hospital. That crash is still under investigation to see if impairment or speed played a factor. The I-77 expansion project has lost the support of the Charlotte City Council. Members voted last night to rescind the city's approval of the controversial plan to add toll lanes along 77 South from Uptown to the South Carolina state line. Charlotte City Council says that they won't back the public-private partnership again until the state completes more impact studies. Environmental advocates warn the plans would displace people in historic neighborhoods and create more pollution. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions in the district's budget for next school year. As we've reported, members have rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today. That meeting starts tonight at 6 at the Government Center. Let's get some weather now with a live look over Gaston County. Cooler start to the, oh, that's not Gaston County.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I was like, Gaston County has had a serious glow up if that was Gaston County.
You know what I'm saying? But a cool start to the morning, Andrew, but slowly warming up as the day goes by.
Yeah, really just an amazing afternoon out there here across the Carolinas. Doesn't get much better than Gaston County, here in Mecklenburg County. All across the region here, it's going to be picture perfect. Possible shower tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. Now, as we get to the weekend, it's going to start to get hot out there. In fact, we're likely going to be heading into the 90s. Charlotte live cam right now, 67 degrees. Winds out of the east about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the low to mid 40s. Pinpoint satellite here. A little bit of high cloud cover moving through the region. Otherwise, looking fabulous. Pinpoint radar, mostly clear skies. It's just, we're in great shape here across the region right now. High pressure building on in and going to be staying that way at least through the middle part of the day tomorrow. Temperatures here middle 60s for most of us, low to mid 60s. We get on up into the mountains compared to 24 hours ago. Some places actually a couple degrees warmer, some places a couple degrees cooler. A little bit warmer here once we get up into the higher elevations. Dog walking forecast this afternoon. It's going to be great for you and your best friend as we go throughout the rest of your Tuesday. I've got more on the rest of the week and the weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Matt?
Thanks, Andrew. Questions about Silfab Solar's facilities, the safety at Silfab Solar, has been a hot-button issue in that community for years. But now newly obtained 911 calls are raising new concerns about that facility. Our reporter David Schumann tells us about the pattern of medical emergencies at the controversial site.
York County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm at Silfab Solar, and I have someone in here throwing up blood.
Hi, I'm here at Silfab Solar in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I have an operator of mine saying her chest is tight, she's having hard breathing, she's lightheaded.
What's going on?
Silfab Solar, we have a 29-year-old male who's having difficulty breathing. He says he has chest pains, bad headache.
These are the concerned voices of people on the phone with 911 from inside the Silfab Solar manufacturing facility in Fort Mill.
In a less than 3-month period from January to March, first responders were called here to Silfab 11 times for medical emergencies, for issues ranging from abdominal pain and nausea and vomiting to trouble breathing and chest pain.
The volume of 911 calls has gotten the attention of Move Silfab, a community group that doesn't want the plant in Fort Mill, particularly next to an elementary school.
If there's people in their 20s vomiting blood in the factory, what is it potentially doing to the children on the playground?
In March, during the same time frame as the medical calls, the plant facilities director called 911 about the first of 2 chemical leaks in a week.
And this is like a chemical spill?
Yes, ma'am. So it's high. It's high pH water. So it's water that was mixed with potassium hydroxide.
Silfab has always maintained the safety of its facility, and following the leaks, it reached an agreement with state regulators to continue operating with conditions. A lawsuit concerning Silfab's zoning compliance has a hearing scheduled later this month.
So we're hopeful that the judge might issue a cease and desist.
York County says it acted legally in permitting Silfab to operate. A spokesperson also says the county determined there's no indication the medical emergency calls involve hazardous chemicals that would affect the health or safety of employees or the public. In Fort Mill, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Now, we have reached out to representatives for Silfab Solar asking about that pattern of medical emergencies, but we have not heard back yet. Well, one person from North Carolina is confirmed to have been on board the cruise ship at the center of that hantavirus outbreak. The state's Department of Health and Human Services confirmed it yesterday and says it is monitoring the outbreak closely. The individual was taken to a quarantine unit at the University of Nebraska. Whether that person returns to North Carolina is up to federal authorities. For now, all American cruise passengers exposed are being monitored in Nebraska and Atlanta. Well, a discrepancy during the COVID pandemic could lead to millions of people getting an extra tax refund. A federal court ruling found that the IRS should not have added penalties and interest during the COVID-19 federal disaster period from January 2020 through July of 2023. If that court ruling holds up, taxpayers could file to get those fees refunded or tossed out. If you qualify, though, you'll need to file a claim by July 10th. Well, you're looking live at Washington, D.C. The Supreme Court is extending the use of a widely used abortion pill. That ruling allows women to seek abortions using the drug mifepristone. The move also prevents the restriction of the drug and originally put in place by the Federal Appeals Court from taking effect as justices consider possible limits. The temporary extension is set to end Thursday. Now, back in 2023, the last year that statistics were available, medication abortions were said to account for almost 2/3 of all U.S. abortions. A bit closer to home, a new bill would ask the wealthiest North Carolinians to contribute more to fund public schools. The Fair Share for Public Schools Act would create a 7% tax income above $1 million. That money would go to the state's public school fund. Data shows that North Carolina ranks 50th in the nation in per pupil spending, and of course, 46 in teacher pay. That's according to the North Carolina Association of Educators. Supporters of the bill say the legislation enforces what they call a fair tax system.
Paying my fair share is a civic duty, one that would have a positive rippling impact across the state as we rescue our public schools from the dire straits we all know they are in. In the end, there's no justifiable reason why a millionaire like me should get a tax break.
Republicans have previously said that lower taxes help keep North Carolina competitive for businesses and job growth. Well, the state of Texas is taking Netflix to court. Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit against the streaming giant, accusing Netflix of spying on people, including children, and collecting users' data without their knowledge or consent. The lawsuit further claims that the streamer's use of autoplay, which creates a continuous loop of streaming content, was designed to make it addictive. A response from Netflix has not been made public as of yet. Joining us now, our expert attorney and chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, good to see you again, man. On face value, how strong is this argument against Netflix?
Strength is one thing, timing is another. So I think sometimes both of those can help you to success. And so I think right off the heels of the California cases against Meta and YouTube, being that they were extremely successful, showing some of the same things that Texas is saying that these folks are doing here with the endless looping and the continuous tying in of children to this activity. And so I think they do make some great arguments. Ken Paxton and his team have went through this lawsuit and attempted to utilize some of the key points they use there. Specifically, look, if you're saying that you guys made this allegation that we won't do something, record data, utilize data, monetize data, and then down on the other side, you are actually doing those things. All right, now you've put us in a situation where we, as the folks that are supposed to defend the consumers in our state, we have to bring a claim against you. And so I think they have some strong, legitimate claims that flushed out in court, ultimately probably in the settlement.
I think this line of the lawsuit really stood out to me. It says, quote, Netflix's end game is simple and lucrative. Get children and families glued to the screen, harvest their data while they're stuck there, and then monetize that data for a handsome profit. That's kind of the heart of this entire argument.
Yeah, the monetization of the data isn't a problem, right? I've said it a number of times on the air here that data is the new oil, right? It's the new gold rush. If a company can figure out how to get your data
they'll get it. And they're not getting it to hold it. They're getting it to be able to sell it and monetize it. But the issue here is if you're doing something that's unfair, deceptive, and that's what this claim is based in, unfair and deceptive trade practices, well, how do you get to that? Well, Netflix is saying, we'll never utilize your data. We'll never, monetize your data. But they're saying, okay, you sold the subscription as a way to get away from big tech, to avoid them pay money to avoid tracking. That's what they say in the lawsuit. Well, they're saying if you guys are making this promise while on the other side selling the data, now it's the bait and switch. You've told me one thing and done something completely different. That's the unfair, that's the deceptive, and that's what they're saying. The monetization of data is not an issue. It's happening all around us all the time. It's saying that you're not monetizing it while on the other hand doing that, that's the problem.
I mean, this isn't the state of Texas like taking on some little video store. It used to be, Netflix or, your video store around the corner.
Yes.
This is one of the largest streaming services in the world. They have about 300 million subscribers worldwide.
Yeah, this is not, David versus Goliath. This is Goliath versus Goliath, right? You have the power of the state of Texas versus a company that has the money to fight. So typically you see these drag out. While I do think it gets to settlement at some point, I don't think it's a quick settlement. First of all, you're going to go through the discovery process. Netflix is going to want to push this back and delay this as much as they can. Ken Paxton and his team is going to want to see, well, what did you know? What type of data did you have in the background? What type of algorithms were you using to be able to make sure that kids were fixated on those screens and continuously scrolling on it? Some of the things they were utilizing, we'll see it all the time. You hover over something on your screen, the next thing you know, you're getting an advertisement over it. That's your data being collected. They're saying Netflix utilized that on a number of bases while ultimately saying we would never utilize that technology.
Okay, it's something, they say Netflix intentionally designs its platform to be addictive, and, that's something we heard you mentioned with the Meta lawsuits. This is something we've heard a couple of times.
We'll keep watching it for sure, but I can tell you this, it's not going away.
Yeah, it appears that way. Khalif, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Deeper dive into data centers. We sit down with a Charlotte leader to discuss the potential development and pushback facilities here in the Queen City. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Hitting the brakes on the federal gas tax. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on News Nation. President Trump revealing he supports pausing the federal gas tax for the time being. He would need the approval of Congress, where the idea has some bipartisan support. It comes as gas prices remain elevated since the start of the war with Iran. The current cost per gallon, roughly $4.50. Before the war started, it was just under $3. The gas tax is included in the price you pay at the pump. It's approximately 18 cents per gallon for gasoline and 24 cents per gallon for diesel. States also have their own gas taxes. The revenue collected from the tax is a major source of funding for the Highway Trust Fund, which pays for road construction and projects around the country. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget estimates that a pause of the tax could add billions to the deficit, depending on how long it's in effect. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
Back here at home, data centers remain a hot button topic across the country, including right here in the Queen City. Several Charlotte City Council members are signaling that they want to put a moratorium on new data centers here in Charlotte. If passed, that moratorium would bar the City Council from approving projects or accepting new applications until a further review of the potential impact of those facilities can be completed. This comes as data center developers plan to rezone and build on land in East Charlotte that was recently delayed. A petition opposing the project gathered thousands of signatures. And joining the conversation today is Charlotte City Council member Dimple Ashmere. Councilwoman, thanks for being with us. You were in that meeting. You called for a pause on data centers. What did last night's discussions reveal about where you and your colleagues stand on this particular issue?
What it revealed, this is not a partisan issue, Matt. This is something that Democrats and Republicans agree on because this is about the quality of life, about protecting our communities, protecting our neighborhoods, and protecting our health.
Supporters say, data centers can bring economic growth and better position Charlotte for the future, but we've heard a lot from critics who worry about energy use, water use, and just the overall impacts on neighborhoods. How do you balance those two sides on this topic?
Well, the balance is that this is not about anti-development or anti-AI or anti-technology. It's to ensure that we put guardrails in place. Currently, we do not have a framework for data centers. We do not have a framework for where they should be located. Currently, they are allowed by right in 9 zoning districts, which means close to residential communities. And clearly, these facilities are large industrial facilities that we are seeing being proposed closer and closer to residential communities, and they do not belong anywhere near residential communities. So we are looking at what those guardrails will look like and how do we protect our community and our neighborhoods and our health.
So from what we understand, there will be a public hearing later this month, if I'm not mistaken, in 2 weeks, and then the council will then decide on this moratorium sometime in June. Do you think that's enough time to hear input from the community, or have you and the other council members already made up your mind on this?
Well, I can tell you that we know that we do not have currently guardrails in place, so we do need a pause. But we are legally required to have a public hearing. That's the first step. So we will have an opportunity to hear from all sides. And we've already heard from the community that they need us to protect them. They want the council to take an action. So the pause will help us do our homework and put guardrails so this is not wild, wild west.
Speaking of June, of course, Mayor Lyles has announced that she'll be stepping down next month. At that point, council will then have to, by state law, appoint an interim mayor. Do you think that person should be someone currently on council or an outsider? What are your thoughts?
Well, I have to look at all the candidates who will be applying for this position. Currently, all options are at the table, so it's premature to say whether we would go with internal or external candidate because we do not know who all are interested in applying. So first step is to understand who all the applicants are and then figure out whether we need someone from externally or internally. But the first step is to understand who all the candidates are.
A lot of members have expressed possibly running for mayor in 2027. Are you considering a run? And if so, how long will it take for you to make up your mind, if so, in 2027?
Well, Matt, I've gotten a lot of calls and emails and messages, and I'm honored for overwhelming support. I love this city. but I have to have that conversation first with my family. And I'll be having that conversation in coming months and what that looks like for our family. Because at the end of the day, this job is not just the person who is serving, it's the entire family, because it requires tremendous sacrifice from not just the person, but for the entire family.
Councilwoman Dimple Esmer, thank you very much for sitting down with us.
Thank you, Matt, for having me.
Let's get a check on the weather with a live look over beautiful uptown Charlotte. Man, what a day it is.
What a day.
Andrew Brightman, yeah.
What are we even doing here, Matt? Let's get outside.
Yeah, let's keep it right there, huh?
Yeah, just a fabulous afternoon shaping up here. Just one of the better spring days you will see here across the Carolinas. Is going to be spectacular opportunity to go for a nice stroll here in and around uptown. Temperatures in the upper 60s. Winds out of the east here at about 5 to 10 miles an hour across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, as we get up into the higher elevations, mostly clear skies, looking absolutely fabulous across the region, and a great day and afternoon ahead. Pinpoint radar. Yeah, not really much to talk about here. Let's zoom out and get a little bit wider. See a little bit of high cloud cover moving through portions of the central Carolinas right now. Otherwise, though, we've got a front off to our north and west. That's going to be moving in once we get to tomorrow. Could give us a couple of showers across the region. Quick check in the all-important pollen forecast for all my allergy sufferers out there. Medium high today, and then starts to cruise down once we get towards the end of the week and heading into the weekend. In terms of a bit of a pattern change, things are going to start to heat up once we get not so much the end of this week. You notice the dip in the jet stream indicating the cooler temperatures here across the eastern third of the country, but heading into Friday and the weekend, that's when things start to crank with a big southeasterly ridge, and that's going to really start to push our temperatures up. Back here to Futurecast as we go throughout the rest of your Tuesday. Beautiful weather here across the Carolinas, then continuing overnight into your Wednesday morning. We've got partly cloudy skies looking good, and heading into the afternoon on your Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we got some scattered showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm for the Charlotte FC match. If you're going to be heading to the bank here, a little bit of wet weather trying to move through across the region. Later Wednesday night into your Thursday, that clears out. Notice temperatures a little bit on the cooler side here for your Friday Eve across the Carolinas. The temperatures do come down behind this cold front. This will be our last reinforcing shot of cool air for the foreseeable future across the Carolinas, and then things really will start to flip. And already on Friday, things will begin to get a little bit warmer here across the region. Weekend forecast, 87 on Saturday, up to 90 on your Sunday, and things only go up from there. Backyard grilling forecast this evening, looking beautiful, mostly clear skies here across the Carolinas, down to 52 in Charlotte, 51 in Chirra, upper 40s as we head on up into the mountains. Let's go around the Carolinas tomorrow. Watching that isolated shower storm down across the Sandhills here. Chester, Lancaster, Rock Hill, partly cloudy skies, looking beautiful for the most part. There's that isolated shower storm that's possible here as we get later in the day on your Wednesday. Shelby and Gastonia more the same. Statesville and Salisbury, we've got generally nice weather, about 1 in 5, 1 in 3 chance of a shower or storm. Similar story here as we get up into the foothills and mountains, but the chances for wet weather will be a little bit earlier in the day. Let's go to your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Got another Charlotte FC match on your Saturday. Got nothing to worry about there. Going to be nothing but sunshine, just a little bit warmer here across the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We will be right back.
Well, the Cheerwine Festival returns to Salisbury this weekend. Thousands are expected to visit the historic downtown area. There will be live music, Cheerwine-inspired food and drinks, family fun, and a whole lot more. A portion of all sales will support Rowan Helping Ministries, which provides shelter, a food pantry, and transitional housing programs to county residents. Several shuttle services will run this weekend to make it easier to travel to and from downtown, which is great. You know, we're now less than a month away from one of Eastern North Carolina's most highly anticipated events, the Big Rock Blue Marlin Tournament in Morehead City. Staff members are already prepping ahead of time with street closures and staffing planned around Big Rock Landing. Officials say they're expecting a lot more boats, and for the first time, the tournament is allowing cell phone footage this year. Welcome to the future. The festivities for the Kelly Wagner Lady Angler Tournament kicks off on June 5th. With lines for Big Rock on June 8th. Good stuff. You're still watching Queen City News, the most honored, most local news in Charlotte.
All right, one last check in. All important pinpoint 7-day forecast. You got a lot of sunshine here over across the next 7 days, man. It's gonna be getting toasty. It's gonna be getting hot. I'm not a big fan of hot weather. I love comfortable weather. I love what's gonna be happening this afternoon here across the Carolinas, but toasty days are ahead.
I'm good until the weekend, Andrew.
Yeah, we are all good.
Yeah. So, Queen City News is back at 4. See you then.
to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, meteorologist Andrew Brightman in today, hanging out.
Right,
I'm just going to say, taking my gap year from Pinpoint Weather University to be with you guys.
Oh,
What? Okay.
We are not worthy.
We're honored. Well, you know what, Andrew, that kind of gives me a segue because gap year, take time off from school. It seems like the Charlotte City Council is taking some time off from the I-77 expansion project here. They voted last night to withdraw their support for it. Guys, I feel like this is the ongoing story. Does not seem like there's a resolution. Doesn't seem like there's a good resolution to it. And it seems like it's just getting murkier and murkier.
It really does. And we had Shannon Binns from Sustain Charlotte come in here and have a really good, lengthy conversation about alternatives and discussing it's not just an opposition to, we don't want this, right? There's a lot of good reasoning behind it, right? So we're talking about our history and dividing historically Black neighborhoods and pushing people out, creating spaces, literally dividing communities. And that's something I didn't know that Shannon brought up, is that kids remember playing with their best friend next door, and then all of a sudden they were separated by all of this highway. So I love the idea of putting it to the community, saying, what do you want? But then saying, okay, sure, kids, you want a slide that goes to the blueberry fields, but what can we actually do? And I think some of the designs that I'm seeing more and more of, and even a lot of people who are doing developments in Charlotte, who actually are in the business, saying this is something we could really do by putting those lanes underground, creating green spaces on top. So think more tunnels than layering these lanes on top like it's been proposed. I don't know. So I feel like we're just going to be talking about this for a long time, but I think it's better. I'm happy to see people thinking about it and actually saying, pause. We don't know what's going on. The problem is that we could potentially lose out on state funding.
That's the part.
About $3 million worth, right?
I feel like we're under $3 billion.
With a B.
Yeah, with a B. Yeah, and so I feel like we're under pressure here. Not that we're being threatened by the NCDOT, but there are developers out there. I mean, let's call it what it is. They kind of are a little bit threatening, going, hey, if we don't make this decision and to make it soon, we're going to use it in Raleigh. We're going to use it somewhere else, because there's a lot of places in North Carolina.
A business, and I mean, there's a lot of projects going on
Yeah.
at the state. And so, okay, you don't want it, we'll give it to someone else.
Yeah, and you're right. And so, I don't know the exact. I still have a lot of questions, and this has not been like my story where where I dove deep to try to find out all the answers. But I don't know what is the timeline from the NCDOT before they pull their funding. I'd like to know what that is, because there are some really great submissions that are coming in. Like Annie, you mentioned we had Shannon Binns in here with Sustain Charlotte. They're looking at other cities like Austin, and even Dallas, where they've made a really cool green space park over one of the interstates. And so there are cities that are making it work. It's always hard when you can't conceive an idea or a concept and you just see it on drawings or renderings. It's hard to put your head around it and go, well, what would that actually look like in Charlotte? But with AI, with technology, with 3D, 4D mapping and all that, you can really give a realistic look. But that's just part one. Part two is go look at another city that's actually made it work. And then, so I would love for us to take some more time to look at this and make some of these options.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things. First off, I live in the area. I live in West Charlotte, and just walking around kind of in the Wesley Heights area near Fraser Park there, I've just been seeing lots of flyers. A lot of the community was not, I'll just put it this way, not super excited about potentially what was going to be going on. And then you were talking about, Jason, examples of big expansions, trying to make the infrastructure more efficient for everyone. Boston actually is a really interesting example here. They had this big project called the Big Dig. It was one of the largest projects ever done here. It took over 20 years, but they basically moved the entire infrastructure of the highways around downtown Boston underground. Because if you look at sort of the, again, if you've been to the Boston area, it's an amazing city, but like the Haymarket area where Faneuil Hall is, there used to be highway running right by it. It was kind of crazy. They moved all of that underground. They turned that into a green space. It's actually, there were a lot of complaints in the city because of, I think it took over 20 years. It, with a lot of these public works projects ran incredibly over budget, but when they actually finally got it done, it made everything so much more efficient, actually made the city more beautiful at the same time.
Wow.
It's one of those things where it cost too much, took too long, but also still turned out really good.
Yeah. it turned out fine.
Yeah.
I don't know that any government project doesn't feel like it takes too long to get done, right? Like does anybody feel though
30 years.
Like I know we didn't rush the process, right? Because they
No.
had public hearings
Mhm.
on this. But it seems to me, why didn't they address this sooner? The sentiment out there has always been, we don't want this to happen. We don't want to divide the historically black neighborhoods like what happened when they built 277 and 77 in the first place. So why now is the council pulling back? It's not like they learned something new.
I'm speculating here. I think they wanted to fast track it originally
Mhm.
Sure.
because there are partnerships between big developers,
Mm-hmm.
concrete companies, steel manufacturers to I don't know what the money swapping kickback, I don't know what those agreements look like.
Mhm.
But if you just do toll lanes and they're elevated, just get it done quickly. There's a lot of agreements and money going back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe they were hoping that they knew there was going to be pushback. I don't think they thought it would get to this level.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, whoa. We know we need expansion. We know we need to help because the city's growing so fast.
Sure.
And we need to be forward thinking. We need to look, 20, 30, 50 years from now, like Boston did, Andrew. But they knew there's no one's ever going to be happy with whatever you present. But now I think they're like, oh, shoot. I mean, some of these people in their city council or, a county council
Right.
positions could lose their next go round if they vote for something that
Okay.
now the whole city's in uproar about.
But here, I guess this is my gripe is when you presented or when you asked for ideas, why didn't you ask for something that was an alternative besides the above ground toll lanes?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, look, when you're asking your wife or Andy, your husband, where you want to go to eat, you give more than one option, right? It's slightly different. You don't
Very
throw
important.
out 3 Chinese places.
important.
You throw out, okay, maybe we'll go Chinese, Mexican, or Italian, right? You don't go. So why didn't we
Don't have
look?
too many choices, but
You don't want too many
You
choices, right?
can't have too many choices.
But why didn't we consider it before? And now we're in a place where, yeah, if we lose the funding, then we're definitely in a bad position because we know that we're overcrowded. We know that there needs to be a different option to try to alleviate the congestion on 77. It just seems like we're almost borderline the worst case scenario where now we're back to square one.
Mhm.
We're on a timeline now where we could lose funding and we don't have a concrete plan.
I wonder.
Uh-huh,
No pun
concrete.
intended. Get up.
Yeah.
But I wonder, if that funding won't come around again, right? Like if we, if it's contingent on it has to be now or never, because that doesn't seem normal, right? Or fair.
Government and fair.
Listen,
Yeah,
we know how hard it is for them to pass a budget. I mean, we're the only state in the country that doesn't have a state budget. So
yeah.
$3 billion.
Right.
I mean, $3 million and $3 billion. Those are two very different
Yeah.
pots of money. I can't imagine that large a one coming around again in another 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But-
It is hard to everyone's point. The city is growing, and I think a big complaint in Charlotte is that we didn't think far enough in advance. What's always the
Right.
complaint
Yeah.
is like you build the schools, you build the housing, but the infrastructure around it is terrible, right? We didn't expand the roads. This is a single lane road and everyone's trying to travel on it. So I think it's important to be thoughtful. What do we want to look like as a city? What's going to keep attracting people so it's not just like, Charlotte's not the butt of jokes of how bad the traffic is and how bad the infrastructure is. I've only been here for literally 5 years, and that is the joke, right? It's just how bad the infrastructure is. So I encourage being thoughtful. But again, if there's a clock ticking, I wouldn't want to be in anyone's shoes to have to make this decision. Let's just put it that
No.
way. That's not
But
that's not my
I
thing.
guess I can applaud the fact, let's not make the wrong decision. So if it means pulling the support for it for now to get the right decision,
Agreed.
okay, right? Better to correct the course now than let it be another terrible decision like 77 and 277 were the way they're implemented.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the traffic is bad when we say in a relative sense. Growing up in Philadelphia, they're like it's actually been kind of nice coming down here to the south. But we can
But
always
that's like same in the DC area. It's because they didn't plan far enough ahead,
that's
Right.
true.
right? So now let's avoid the mistakes that bigger cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington D.C., New York City, all these ones have made, and let's plan ahead and actually get something that works.
No, and underground is like it interesting. Yeah, it gets, and again, going back to Boston where I went to school.
Yeah.
Work began in 1982. The main construction was 1991 to 2007.
Wow.
And then it was open. Original price adjusted for inflation was thought to be 7.4 billion. It actually cost 14.6. So
Inflation happens.
But the whole time
Right.
we talk about a big infrastructure project, I just see the analogies
Right.
of what they're trying to do here. that's just kind of what you're dealing with in terms of you want to try to make everything efficient, but also sort of try to retain the character of the neighborhoods that basically you're trying to do this construction around.
I am not a civil engineer, but I really would like to kind of be a fly on the wall, to be in some of these meetings, because just like if you were to build your own computer, you always leave like extra space for growth.
Right.
You leave room, an extra slot for another hard drive or more memory or whatever. I feel like, because my wife has lived here more than 20-something years, and she remembers when the 485 loop around the city was finally built. They've been begging for it for 20 years.
Yeah.
And they built it too small. Like, they didn't build it thinking 10 years, 20 years later, we're going to need another lane.
It's like when you get pants, Jason, you got to think maybe you grow a little bit over time.
You got to wear expander pants, and you got to have expander lanes. Like, you can't make for where things are. You have to make for what's coming.
Same thing with 277.
That's what I'm saying. I would love to be in these meetings going, how are you building it, not only for now, but how are you building it for our grandkids? Because that's who you should be building it for.
There it is. All right. Well, looking into the
ask
future,
us.
just talk to us. Come and talk to Morning Edition.
answers.
All of them. All right. Well, coming up on Morning Edition, we're not done talking about more things here. Dropping out of a plane, we've heard about the hantavirus, but how are they treating it? Some of the passengers actually needing to have airdrops to get supplies, and also a micro escape. You may want to take a micro escape after talking about the I-77 expansion plan.
please.
We're telling you what a micro escape is. All that and more coming up on Morning Edition. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, into Morning Edition. We're having a good time talking about all things that we don't have enough time to talk about on the show, things that really interest us. And I think the world is a little freaked out by the hantavirus, right? We started talking about this almost 2 weeks ago now, right? This outbreak, and we use that word loosely because I think people think there's a new COVID that is spreading around the world with the hantavirus on this one cruise ship that was just off the Canary Islands over near Europe, right? So we want to show you this video because the links that they have now gone to not only evacuate some of the passengers from this ship, but to get medicine to some of these passengers that are on these secluded small islands. So look at this. Okay, we're giving you point of view video here. A team of 6 paratroopers and 2 military clinicians parachuted onto this remote British island. It's a territory. They're airdropping medical supplies. And this is the British nation Tristan da Cunha. I don't even know where that is on the map, you guys. But apparently,
I know where it is.
Do you really?
Yes.
The meteorologist knows.
It's in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean here. It's like kind of not. It's a few hundred miles south of, several hundred miles south of where St. Helena was, where they infamously left Napoleon way back in the day. But it is extreme.
Come on now.
This
A
is
geography and a history lesson all in one. What kind of cloud is that, Andrew?
That's a great. I need a better
And
view.
look like the rain, like on his mask, on his helmet.
It's a lot of pressure, Annie.
Okay.
But no, this is in the truly the middle of the Atlantic, the South Atlantic Ocean. Like when we talk about South America on one side, Africa on the other, they're basically about 1,800 miles right in the middle.
Holy
This is
cow.
incredible video.
It's
Can you imagine?
It's extraordinarily isolated.
They said that the let's see here, oxygen supplies on the island were at a critical level. The airdrop was the only method of getting vital care to the patients in time. So I mean, as you watch this, like this is insane. He jumps out of the back of the plane. Now he's going through clouds, going through rain. You look at this island, going, I think I want to land near one of those homes in that grassy field.
not
I
on
got
the top of
mountains
the
to the
mountain.
right, ocean to the left, and you're at the mercy of. I mean, obviously some of the controls you have. Right there, but really, Mother Nature and wind. This is insane.
That's someone's job.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Like
mean,
someone
they're
literally gets
they're military
Yes,
paratroopers.
yes, they are. I know that's not their only job, Julian. Like to jump out of, but to jump out of airplanes, this is a very cool mission. But we wanted to talk about hantavirus.
Yes.
This video popped up. So that's a cool angle for it. But I've had a lot of people, like say, "Oh my God, hantavirus."
Same.
And I don't know why they look at me like they think I know
You're the
everything.
news
But
lady.
no,
You're
I'm
the news lady.
right? So I've had to like tell a bunch of people this is not new COVID. We're not going into a new pandemic. Like all the memes and the funny videos are hilarious about like, all right, we're gonna be in quarantine. Better learn your TikTok dances and get your bag this time. It's such a rare disease to start off with, right? But this particular strain is also incredibly rare in that there is the possibility of it passing from person to person, where normal hantavirus does not. That contact, though, is not like I sneeze in the room and y'all are going to get it. It's more of prolonged contact. You share a bed with your partner, you share utensils, things like that. And so it all comes from rodent droppings, feces, which is the same thing, urine, and any fluids. You have to really breathe in those particles. So unless you are around a lot of rats and rodents and mice,
You're not gonna get this.
You're not going to get this. Don't freak out. It's good that we're aware of it, though, because how many, if I'm thinking of hoarding situations, right, where a lot
That's a
of
good
medical
point.
teams
That
go
is a
into,
great-
that's
Yeah.
why when you have hoarding situations, they're always wearing those ventilating masks because of diseases like hantavirus.
That's so true.
We were talking about this last week because we've been talking about the hantavirus, and again, Annie hit the nail on the head. Not going to be a pandemic situation,
right?
We're okay.
But the couple that originally contracted it, they were on, I guess, a bird watching excursion at a landfill.
I have questions about that.
That is the weirdest part of this whole story.
What is going on in the
What
landfill?
cruise ship takes you to a landfill?
Do you want to see some great
for bird watching?
Yeah, maybe, but maybe these kinds of birds, like
1 star in TripAdvisor.
literally, I'm right. They're writing TripAdvisor. Well,
Okay,
they
but
can't
maybe I don't know. I don't know what I would have to see from the passenger's perspective.
Yeah.
What the view looks like. If you're looking out, maybe you don't see the landfill, but these incredible birds that are rare only to the landfill, whatever they're finding and munching on. I mean, maybe through
Don't you want to go on a
amazing.
beautiful hike, see a waterfall? Screw that. I want to go to the landfill, see some birds.
golly.
The moral of the story is don't freak out about hantavirus. It's okay. Obviously, it's a very serious thing, and now we're all educated. And just because people are coming back to the U.S. does not mean that we're all going to get hantavirus.
Y'all, I had someone send me a message this morning going, "Oh, great! Now I hear someone in North Carolina has it." Don't freak out. First of all, they don't have it.
Second of all,
it was a passenger from North Carolina, but they are now in Nebraska in quarantine for a couple of weeks to
Getting
make
watched.
sure they don't have any of the side effects.
I do want to play this
don't
game.
panic.
Let's see if I can do it here.
Oh,
game?
all right. Let's see here if
play
we
the
can
game?
play.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, all right, Andrew, put
see
it
if
to
you can
test.
find.
Can you find it?
Yes.
All right, where are we going?
Where are we going? Which
Zoom
way?
in on the South Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
Enhance.
I know where it
Farther
is.
south. Enhance. Farther
Enhance,
south.
enhance,
Farther south.
enhance.
Enhance.
South.
Farther south. Enhance.
Uh-huh.
Is it that
Farther
little
south.
blip?
Enhance.
Uh-huh.
Enhance.
What?
Enhance.
This guy?
Yes.
That's
There
it.
it is.
Wow.
There it is. He's right. I was.
Guys, I dominated trivia, okay? Dominate.
That wasn't even. Julian, that wasn't even a game.
That was not a.
Yeah, that wasn't because that was no
No,
fun.
it's just Andrew showing off.
Because we lost.
I should have scrambled a little.
That was a terrible game.
On the morning show and on Morning Edition. Now, you guys were talking about not being concerned about becoming a pandemic.
Yeah.
What are the good ways to kind of understand how a virus spreads? Or something called. You ever seen the movie Contagion? They talk about.
Oh, yeah.
They talk about the number of the R naught, like how when someone gets affected, how many people will they infect?
You're right.
So, like for the flu, it's like 1 to 2. For coronavirus, it was like 2 to 3.5. Some studies said it was high as 5. If it's less than 1, it basically is going to peter out because it's infecting less and less people over time. Hantavirus is about 0.5.
Oh,
So basically,
that's a good perspective.
if you think in that perspective,
Half a person.
yeah, like yes, half. So if you have, let's say, 4 people with hantavirus, they might infect 2, and then those 2 might infect 1, and see kind of how it kind of goes down from there.
Interesting.
Brightman.
Wow,
All
Dr.
right.
Brightman.
I
Where's
like
his? He needs Professor Phaeton's blue light.
Yeah,
That is true. He did all that without blue light glasses.
did. Yeah.
So there's proof, Ted,
proof,
that you
Ted,
don't
you're
have to
good.
wear those dang things. I will say, listen, I try. One of our 4 daughters is love her to death, a little bit of a hypochondriac.
Well, you have 4 daughters?
I do have 4 daughters.
No way.
Breaking news. Yep. And our second oldest, who is a college student,
Uh-huh.
so not like a teenager anymore, freaked out over the weekend when she was over for Mother's Day about this and how this is going to destroy the world, and she's scared about it and all that.
No.
And I'm just trying to say, listen, to all you people that might get a little worried or fearful when a news story comes out, it's not our intention to scare anyone
No.
or cause panic. It's just to inform you what's going on. But see, even backed up by what the research that Andrew just brought us just now, listen,
Scientists have.
yeah, it is not worth living every day under panic and fear of what if, what may. I'm not going to go outside. I don't want to be around people because I'm afraid of what comes. Listen, whatever your time is, your last day on this earth is your time. So don't live in panic or fear.
Come to full screen.
Guys, it's just
Boom.
I'm just saying. Now pass the offering plate.
And don't go to landfills.
Don't reenact Ratatouille, guys.
There
Just
it
don't
is.
do that.
Right,
Don't
right.
do Ratatouille.
Remy doesn't need to be cooking. I love what Annie said to one of her friends, saying, "You don't leave the neighborhood. Like, where do you even go? Right? Like
Yeah,
a lot
I mean,
of us
like,
are.
Yeah, we're all just kind of like
I
hanging
go
out. We're
home.
in Charlotte. Like, what do? I go to the grocery store. I go to my house.
I make it out once a month, maybe if that.
But see,
I'm not catching the virus.
Cruise bookings are going down right now because of this. And
Okay,
there's
but
no
I
need.
stand by,
There's
like,
no need. No
Cruise
need.
ships are just petri
My wife and I are going to
dishes.
hop on those deals. Go ahead, Camp
I do
Steve.
concur with that.
They're
Saturday
petri
meeting.
dishes. Keep your norovirus.
Yeah.
That one I'm actually a fan of.
Never done a cruise, and I really don't plan on it right now.
No?
Only thing I
gonna
might
do
do,
it.
I've talked about
Alaska.
not Alaska.
Yeah.
I'm a psycho. I've talked about like Antarctica.
Of course you have.
Yeah, no, nobody's.
Wow.
Better get that money out.
She sent me videos of the Drake Passage, and she's like, "No."
Hey, here's a quick question, meteorology guy.
Okay.
Would it be harder for some of these viruses to go airborne or to be as active if you're in colder atmospheres?
Oh,
like Alaska or
They
the
don't thrive in like cold as much. Right?
so like the Caribbean and more
It
tropical
would
places.
kill, yeah, probably try because I've like at some point, obviously, they're also sensitive to cold the same way humans are. Like if it's cold enough, it eventually kills the virus. Like
no one's sick.
like hantavirus isn't going to be thriving in
There you go.
Antarctica at 60 degrees.
That's
below
what I'm
zero.
saying. All right, maybe it's worth it to
60
go down
below
there.
zero.
All right.
It's a
There you
hard
go,
pass for
everybody.
me.
All right. Well, as we head to break here, look, if you're talking about a vacation, right? I don't know if you could squeeze in.
Wanna get
What's
away?
it called? A
Micro.
micro
escape.
I don't think you micro escape to Antarctica, but we're talking about what a micro escape is coming up right after this break. You're watching Morning Edition. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Morning Edition. For our last topic here this morning, we're going to be talking about an escape, a little bit of a smaller one.
Okay.
We call these micro escapes. What is a micro escape? It's a short, affordable, convenient break, usually taking place across maybe a few days instead of a whole week.
Okay.
It might be a shorter trip. You know, one of the big things in here is how expensive gas has been. That's been trickling down into airfare prices. I've been trying to look into taking maybe a flight from hub to hub, Charlotte to Dallas. And you know how much it's going to cost round trip? Over $500 right now.
Sounds about right.
Good night. Bananas. How expensive.
Bananas are expensive too.
They sure are.
I was about to call the airline, ask if they take food stamps, but no, they're like, no.
So a mini vacay, a little mini vacay.
Staycation.
Yeah.
It's like you still go somewhere, but for a shorter period of time.
Yes, that's right. A shorter period of time. Like, let's say you want to save a little bit of money on the drive. Like, one thing, I actually did a micro escape 2 years ago with my wife. One of our wedding presents, a guy gave us I don't know how he found this place because he's not from North Carolina, but he found this bed and breakfast in Albemarle called the 1891 Inn. And he gave us a one-night gift certificate to that place.
Okay. Very interesting wedding gift.
It was a very interesting gift. And Nadia and we decided to take one Saturday off here. It was, back in, I think, July of 2024. And we were like, let's go check out Albemarle. I've never been there before. We drove about 50 minutes out there. It was this really cute little B&B. And then we walked around the downtown Albemarle area. And we went to this nice little restaurant where the food was noticeably cheaper than it was in Charlotte. And it was just as delicious, maybe better.
Okay.
And it was just a really nice time. That's kind of the essence of what a micro escape is. And we spent
Go a
time.
little bit farther outside the city.
Yeah.
And go do some stuff.
Yep.
Kind of like how we've been obviously encouraging people to go to Western North Carolina, right? It's a 2.5 hour drive. They need visitors to come, especially now that it's getting warmer. So, I mean, that's a good option. But I think, everyone wants to take a trip. And we've been talking on the show. AAA says that record people are going to travel for Memorial Day. They're still going to do it. And like I said, you just do this and then you take your credit card and then you go like this and you deal with it later, which is not, I don't recommend it, but that's what people are going to do because they
Americans
want to go.
have higher credit card debt than ever, but I mean.
Yeah. I mean, because they're going to do it because because everyone works hard.
That's true.
You want a break.
Yep.
And you're going to make it happen.
Everyone says they deserve a vacation. Yeah.
We all deserve
You do deserve a vacation. Everyone does.
You could do an there's a weekend.
I like it.
There you go.
I just think this is going to be something we see maybe more and more during the summer. People driving a little bit, not as far. And again, the airline prices, it really has been shocking how expensive that has gotten. Again, hub to hub, over $500.
You got the Iran war going on with the impact on gas prices. You also have the fact that we've heard that they're now targeting the premium customer, so the offers for the low-cost carriers no longer there. So we'll see.
All
All right.
Good idea, Andrew. Thanks for finding that
Thanks,
one.
Andrew. What a great
Andrew.
idea.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, you know what? We're going to go ahead and take a micro escape from Morning Edition. We'll catch you next time here on Morning Edition. For Andrew Brightman, Jason Harper, Andy Satowski, and myself, Julian Sador. We'll catch you next time.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're catching up with an old colleague, a guy who took what he learned in the TV news trenches to the world's most celebrated football game. I'm lucky he still takes my calls. There's just no telling where a TV camera will take you. Just ask Stephen Lynch. Once a lowly photog, Lynch took what he learned behind the lens all the way to the top. It's a long way from Vosok Patrol, but Lynch says he wouldn't be there were it not for what he learned shooting good old local news. Who knew? And joining us to tell us all about it is the man himself, Stephen J. Pierre Merriweather Lynch. I don't know if that's your real name, but I just like the way that it sounds. How you doing, man?
Yes, my government name. Good to be with you, Stuart. Thanks for having me, man.
Where is it you're joining us from today?
I'm in my office in Tampa, Florida. It's the off season for us, but we're staying busy with a few projects. So it's like I said, man, it's good to be with you. I've listened to, I've seen plenty of your work over the years, but the behind the lens stuff has been super cool to, be able to appreciate from afar these past couple years.
Well, been a fun project, and I'm just getting started because I realized I got a hell of a Rolodex. I know everybody. I know some of the most interesting people in this business from having been in this business for so long. And Stephen, honestly, you're right there near the top of the list. So I do thank you for your time.
I guess the Reader's Digest version of how you and I met. Fast forward to the job process. I'm 20. I'm sending out these manila envelopes, which before we started rolling, you and I were talking about, age, and I'm 37. I don't feel like I'm old, but yet as I tell this story, I'm sending out manila envelopes with hard copy resumes and covers. I've got a DVD of my worthless reel. I didn't have a ton of work coming out of college, but I'm doing my best. I've tried my best to personalize everything. I sent out about 50 or so hard copy resumes and covers. And let's call it 50. I call 49 of the stations, and I have one more left. And it is for WGHP in High Point, North Carolina. And I'm like, I don't want to call this place to follow up. I just got done emailing and calling, and all these stations either don't want me or don't need me. So when I call this 50th station, that means I'm going to have to start from scratch. And sure enough, I call, and this sort of hyper British voice answers the phone. Fox 8, this is Keith. And it's our old colleague and boss manager, Keith Hale.
Jolly good.
In my opinion, jolly good. In my opinion, titan of the industry and just an awesome dude to learn from. Chief photojournalist, just to get the titles right here. But Keith was the one who picked up the phone, and I was like, a British guy in North Carolina, like this is a prank. Like it's the last thing I was expecting to talk to. But he basically was like, because you don't have any experience,
right?
We can't pay for your travel up here. You can find a way up here, then I got all the time for you. And so I was just always taught, like, if you want something, you need to go get it. And if you're really passionate about something, then it shouldn't matter the work that goes into it to being able to achieve that thing. And so to me, I was like, this is gas money. I knew a buddy that lived in Charlotte. I stayed with him. He was going to Johnson and Wales at the time. Slept over, drove up to High Point the next morning, met all you guys, and the rest is history.
Well, the rest is history. And I remember walking past Keith Hale's office that day, and he pulls me in and he's like, look at this guy. And it was you. And your tape reel, whatever, didn't have a lot of content on it, but it had you on it, and your passion shone through. And we're like, what the hell called him? And it's amazing why I remember that, but I do. And I'm going to roll some video right now because this led to a lot. You came on pretty soon after as the newest photojournalist for Queen City for WGHP Fox 8.
Yep.
And you spent about 3 years there shooting news?
Yes. Yeah. So shooting news, it was 3 or 4 years. And then I spent about a year and a half-ish doing the creative services stuff.
That's right. I remember when you went into creative services, I thought, who'd want to do that?
I know.
But looking back, and I've been in that department myself in the past, looking back, it was a smart move because it gave your product and skills some polish that you went and took that and went on to bigger things. And we're alluding to that by some of the video that we're seeing right now is you in your current iteration. And we're going to go to a break in a minute and get into all this when we come back. But we talked about really briefly how you started out. Tell me where you are now. My first question is this, and I'm sorry to interrupt already. Yeah. Did you go straight from WGHP Fox 8 to Tampa?
Yes. Yeah. So I started as the photog, as you mentioned, briefly as a I guess, producer for the creative services department. And then I was able to get enough of a reel together where the Bucks hired me.
That's amazing. That doesn't happen every day.
It doesn't happen every day. I applied for I had no affiliation to Tampa. I had never been to Tampa. I was a football fan growing up and still am, of course.
Sure.
So I knew enough about the Bucks to kind of like work my way through the interview, and I knew enough about the players and all that kind of stuff. And, I shout out to this woman, Jessica Larson, who was she no longer works for the Bucks, but the assistant of the boss that hired me. He had so many resumes to work through. He actually tasked her with going through some of the reels, and she was like, "This guy seems like there's something here." And sure enough, she was. I kind of owe in a way my career to the Bucks to Jessica, because if she doesn't get my reel in front of our old director, the job ironically that I have now, I don't ever work for the Bucks.
It truly is an amazing story, and I want to get into it when we come back, because you didn't just stumble into any NFL team. You stumbled into one that did quite well for themselves, and you were there for the whole thing. And I am going to want to hear all about it. But as I try and push these buttons and talk at the same time, I want to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. And this week, just where learning such skills can take you. We're joined by our good buddy, Stephen Lynch. Stephen is a director of production with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is that the correct title? Does that fit on a business card? I mean, that's kind of long and lengthy.
We're working on it. I got to get a business card for it to fit on first. I got to find those bad boys.
How long have you been with the Bucks?
This is going to be my 13th season. Lucky 13, I hope.
That seems impossible that much time has passed since you were out shooting drive-by shootings.
Do you feel like the time I wonder if this applies to news too, where it's like I always tell people working for the Bucks or really just the NFL in general, it feels like double the time and half the time at once. Cause it's like, man, you've lived some lives and then some, but then you're also like, there's an element where it's like, it feels like just yesterday where I was doing XYZ.
Yeah. Well, as you get older, time flies by even quicker. I can do a bad afternoon in 10 minutes, man. Things that used to just absolutely crack my skull open, sit quietly, withstand it in a way that I couldn't even at your age. But yeah, get in all you can because life moves fast. And I got to say, by looking at some of your pictures, you, my man, have stuffed a lot into your 37 years. And I'm a little jealous because since I last saw you, man, you become a world traveler. You have befriended some very impressive people, and I understand why. Tell me what your normal day is like now, because if I tell my wife that you're director of production at Tampa Bay Buccaneers, she's gonna go, okay, a video guy.
Yeah.
What is it you do?
Yeah. I manage a team of 5. We do all the in-house production for the Bucks. Social media, if you follow any of the social media accounts for the Bucks, we do that. If you go to a Bucks game and you see the video content on the big boards, that's us. We do have a local television partner, WFLA, down here that our content goes on. We will also put out stuff for NFL Network and ESPN and such, at league partners.
Sure.
And yeah, it's a blast. We do long form documentary, we do short form promo, we do highlight packages, all kinds of stuff. And in large part, it's because of the skills that I learned when I was hanging out with you and Keith and all those guys over at WGHP.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that because I think that's what you and I really want to talk about. And it's not just your glory that you've achieved since you've left news, and you've done quite well. And we're going to get into what the Tampa Bay Bucks accomplished while you were there. But you would not have gotten that job. You would not have been there, I assume, had you not utilized what it is you learned with us at a mid-market TV station in Central North Carolina. Who'd have thought that would have led you there?
I agree, and I think it's cool that I actually think about this often, Stuart, where it's like in many ways, as cheesy and cliche and awful as it's going to sound, I kind of have outlived any dreams that I had for myself. I've always been a passionate person that was, taught hard work and so on and so forth. But a lot of people are. And I think in many ways, I've been incredibly fortunate to be surrounded by, I'm not trying to kiss up, but it's surrounded by people like yourself where they could look past my youthful arrogance and ignorance and still teach me. And the fact that market 47, I think, is what WGHP still is, top 50 market right out of the gate for me. I didn't know anything. I'm this kid from film school that, I was given this job. Like, I gotta make sure everybody knows that I know what I'm doing, when in reality I didn't. But you guys stuck with me, and I always tell people, my interns, my producers, I'm still teaching a lot of the principles I learned with you guys about shot sequencing, shot composition, nap placement, the basics and some of the more complex things with assembling packages or long form doc or whatever. The lessons that I learned with you guys. And I always share with people, and again, this is not lip service. I think that if you want to know anything, just darn near anything about life and life experience working TV news, but also if you want to know about the craft and this idea, you and I would talk about this all the time. TV news is awesome for a million reasons, and one of them is certainly you get another chance tomorrow. Hey, if today was great, awesome. You get another chance tomorrow. If today was not good, all right, we can make up for it. We can make up for it in 12 hours. Like, it's always cool to be able to, the quote that I always tell people from Stuart Pittman, the main quote that sticks in my head, I know you're on bated breath. I'm going to edit it a little bit. It's the only job where you can start your day in the crack house and you can end your day in the governor's mansion.
Sure.
And it's so cool. I mean, it was an awesome way. I talk about and I'll finish here. the way that I was able to explore my community and be exposed to people, because there's the craft element of it, which I was invaluable. But then there was also the people skill reps and just being able to work a room and talk to the rich and the poor and all everybody in between.
And
It was awesome.
I have to say that you're quite naturally good at that. And that helps because it's that friendly attitude and that humble air that you had that made you a pleasure to teach.
I was not humble, but thank you.
Like, we're humble, but you faked it well, you know? And that counts. Because had you come on as this brash know-it-all from film school, I wouldn't have even knew the time of day, and you know me well enough to know I'm sincere in that. So
Yeah.
the fact that you were fun to be around was all it took. And, you know, back in the day at WGHP, we did nothing but snap towels and win trophies. I still talk about what an incredible place that was when I was there. I spent 16 years there. I love that place. Those were my people. Those were my family.
Yeah.
I hope you had the same experience. I feel like you.
And I mean, real quick, it's naming names. It's Chris Weaver, it's Matt Jensen, it's Kevin Wren, it's Timmy Hawks, it's everybody in between. It's Kevin Daniels, it's Angie Wren, it's all those folks that we knew forever, and we still know they're still with us. But it's like, we just don't work with them every day. But it really did feel like, for a 20-year-old kid, the closest thing to family in the workplace.
Sure. No, we've both got lifelong friends that we share among us from that time there. But you didn't stop at WGHP Fox 8 in High Point, North Carolina. You took your act to Florida, to the big time, and that's what I want to hear about when we come back, because, man, you've had a decade. I don't even like sports, and I understand what it is you have done. Hold that thought. We're going to be right back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. be right back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. Someone who knows what it's like to gather news is today's guest, Stephen Lynch, who's currently the director of production for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Man, you got to get a shorter title there. Maybe you don't.
I know it's been a cool ride. I started as a humble producer, and now I am the title that you mentioned. So it's been a fun 13 years.
Well, as we mentioned in our previous segments, you have gone on from a 5 some years of shooting news and marketing in a local TV station to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And everyone who knows anything about me knows that I'm not really a sports guy at all, but even I understand who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are and what an illustrious tenure they've had of the past decade or so. And as this footage that I didn't mean to queue up already shows, you were there for the whole thing. This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely right. The Bucks defeated the Chiefs, and we won the Super Bowl. Everybody's jacked up, and then the next 24 hours, our chief marketing officer's like, "Hey, we're about to get onto a Zoom call with the mayor so we can plan this boat parade down the Hillsborough River." And to my knowledge, I think we're the first full-on boat parade. I know Boston has the duck boats, but
yeah,
I mean that. You can't go anywhere with people still talking about. It's kind of like I remember where I was kind of thing.
Sure, and that's
where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across the bay there, and I look at him after, and we're talking about Tom Brady, and I look at him after, and I'm like, "You're a wild man," and he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really," because one of two things happens: we catch it, and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it, and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're gonna win regardless.
It's a heck of a photo op, no matter what happens.
I know, and you're almost kind of like, "Man, I wish he dropped it just to see what that would have looked like." But the good guys won.
Well, I know it's not something you can tell me in 2 sentences, but what is it like to and I kind of know this as well, but those outside our business don't. What's it like to be around globally famous people like that? Are they just regular people? I assume they are to some degree.
To some degree, they are. I think everybody's a little bit different. I think that starting with Tom, he is among, if not the most famous person that I'll have ever worked with.
Sure.
And the kindness and the time. I sat with him 30 minutes a month, and he was good enough to be able to. And it's during COVID, so no networks can come into our building. Nobody has access to us, and
right.
He was kind enough to sit with me and give us, whether it was social media stuff, documentary stuff, whatever we needed for that 30 minutes. He was with us, and I would say we established a really nice relationship. We weren't going out for beers on Friday night, but at the same time, it was cool to I never thought, growing up watching that guy, I never thought that I'd be in a position to have that. And I think the coaches I've come in contact with, the players, to a certain extent, I feel like there's been some celebrities along the way.
Right.
But I think you're right. I mean, I think for the most part, we just did a shoot yesterday with Bert Kreischer, who's a comedian, and awesome dude. He spent 10 hours with us shooting on the beach at Treasure Island, and it was just great to see a guy who has achieved his own level of fame. And we were like, hey Bert, we set the green room up for you. It's got your food and your Gatorade and water and all that stuff. And he's like, "Why do I want to go to the green room when all you guys are out here?" And so he sits on the beach with us. He's got his little beach chair, and I was so it was my first time working with him in that capacity. And he was so kind and generous with his time, and just one of the people.
That's awesome. We're showing some of these clips as you speak, and I have looked at these clips all morning long because I edited them together. And there's that shot of you shaking the president's hand. Tell me about that. I mean, you took this all the way to the White House. Come on.
I know. That was another thing, kind of like the parade, where you're like, "Oh yeah, we won the Super Bowl. That means we get to go to the White House." And it was a there and back trip, same day. We took a private charter up there, and because of the nature of my job, I was up there documenting it, and our photographer Kyle was like, "Hey, do you want a photo?" Because everybody after the ceremony's over, it's just kind of people shaking the president's hand. But he gets mobbed. Like everybody's on top of him, and so security, And Kyle, my photographer, our photographer with the Bucks, is like, "Do you want your photo?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. I've got the memories. I'm here." And then I'm like, at the time, I think I was 32, 33, and I throughout the course of the few minutes go by, and I'm like talking to myself. I'm like, "Dude, get over yourself. Go down there and shake the man's hand.
Yeah.
Like you don't necessarily need a photo, but go down there and shake the man's hand. Like when are you going to be back here?"
Exactly.
And then kind of the Red Sea sort of parted, and Joe's all of a sudden kind of by himself.
True.
And
There he is right there.
yeah, there you go. And that's the photo. I kind of just go up, shake his hand. He's like, in typical sort of like older man fashion, he's like, "Are you with the outfit?" And he's got his super cool sunglasses on. And I shake his hand, "Yes, sir." And it was a quick interaction. "Thanks for coming. Thanks for having us." And I look to my left and Kyle's there and he's like, "Gotcha, dude." And he sends me that photo and like, I could have cried. It was so cool because you're like, I know deep down I wanted that photo and I'm glad that I got it. It's framed right here in my office. It's cool. We had like on the little White House stationery, they also sent us little, like just a thank you for coming and congrats basically. And then he signs it.
Well, as your unofficial drunk uncle, when I saw that photo, I was just so pleased and proud, not because of politics or football or any of that, but just where you let your skills take you. And I talk all the time about what a magic ticket to everything a television camera on your shoulder can be. You might as well put it on my tombstone because that's about what I've learned in this life. And
Well, and for
taken your
you,
skills.
and I think for you, I'm interrupting you rudely, but I think for you, like you have seen much more than I have, and I think for you, you nailed it in the fact that a TV camera, a video camera, and the ticket that it gives you to be able to find yourself in rooms that I know I would never be in otherwise. I'm not a business student. I don't have a law degree. I'm not someone that's important enough to run the country and intelligent enough. And it's like, I'm just kind of this person that was able to figure out a way to string shots together. And it served me well.
Well, man, that is an incredible way to wrap up this episode because we're running out of time. But it certainly is, as you well know, a thesis I very much believe in. A television camera, being a part of the media, can provide you access to the good, the bad, and everything in between. And you are proving that. As we wrap things up, though, I've got a very short question, which may have a long answer, but keep it brief. And that is, what's next?
I don't know. I'll get married and get back to you.
Good enough, man. Congratulations on those impending nuptials. Thank you so much, Stephen, for coming on and sharing some of what you know and really helping out an old photog. I appreciate it. I love you, and we'll talk at you soon.
Love you too, Stuart. Thanks for having me, man.
Anytime, we'll have you back. And we will be back next time with an episode that I haven't given any thought to yet, but we'll come up with something and it'll be engaging, and I hope you come back and join us. So thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Is Washington confirming aliens or ETs or non-human intelligence, or is it simply confirming mystery? Today's the day, everyone. The Pentagon released 162 declassified UFO files, including videos, FBI interviews, astronaut transcripts, NASA records, military sightings. Will they reveal anything truly eye-opening and not heard of before or mind-blowing? Austin McCullum joins us today.
Oh,
I'm Nick
thank
K.
you.
Bueller. Austin is our producer here of on We Are Not Alone, Austin. We have been waiting for this since February.
It's huge.
Yeah,
Objectively, a big day.
yes, and it was in February. Former President Obama said, "Oh, aliens are real," right? And then
Yeah.
President Trump looked like a deer in the headlights when a reporter told him that. He said, "Well, that was classified. I shouldn't have said that." But he said, President Trump said he would release them, and he did.
Yeah.
So bravo. We'll talk about what we've seen so far. 162 files. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
How many have you gone through this morning?
I want to say I've gone through probably just a few dozen.
Okay.
Most
Yeah.
of the videos, and I'll show the website here because again, if you're unfamiliar with what was released today, and this is the website, so this is war.gov/UFO. It is a release from the Defense Department. Basically, this is their way of saying there's such a high interest in UAPs, UFOs. They wanted to send out, I think it's 162 different files, and I'll scroll here and show you. You can click through this yourself. PDFs, images, audio files from NASA transcripts, videos. I mean, I think there's 17
Right.
pages here.
And a lot of military reports.
A lot of military reports, but a
Yes.
lot of incredible videos that we really want to show because the point of this, and this is what the Defense Department said, and I think as we've talked with so many people over the last year doing the show, we want to give you that information. We want you to come to your
Yeah.
own conclusions
Of course.
about this. But
Right.
Maykay, I say we get started.
Okay, I do want to make it clear, kind
Yes.
of repeating what you just said. The Pentagon says the public can draw its own conclusions, kind
Yeah.
of like you and I just said, but this is up to you
Yep.
to decide if you think this is worthwhile. All right, let's get started.
All
What
right.
is the first one you have?
So
for
the
us?
first one today, so this is from 2013, and I've seen this one on X a lot today, and I think this was the first one I showed you. So this is from the United States Central Command. They sent in this report of an unidentified anomalous phenomena. Again, UAP. This went to the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the AARO, which you will hear this say UAP,
Right.
AARO a lot in this episode we're doing. It's 1 minute and 46 seconds. And as you can see here, what this is, we don't know.
Yeah.
But it is like an 8-pointed star. You see the movements it's making, especially right here. They really didn't give a lot of information. I mean, look at that movement. That is so quick.
And this is one of the clearest images I think I've ever seen.
Same.
And maybe we'll see today. I don't know what else you have.
Oh,
for
I
us,
got some
but-
surprises.
Oh, well, I can't wait because what I have seen so far, folks, hasn't been impressive.
I think it falls in line with, and we'll talk about, opinions and feelings within the community. I've seen a lot of comments today on some Reddit forums, on X, about what people make of these videos and images and reports. But again, this one I find fascinating just because of these movements, what appears to be a smoke trail coming out of the back of this. All we
I
know,
don't know what altitude this was at or where it was, right? No details.
really what's in the super right here, 2013, it is
Yeah.
off a military platform. That is what we're being told.
Okay.
And again,
Okay.
with the spirit of drawing your own conclusions. So let's talk about the second one today. So this one I find equally fascinating.
Okay.
So this is 2014. Again, U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, sent in this report. It's 65 seconds. And you'll notice that white object in the center of your screen. It's being tracked. Again, this is off a military platform. It was described. So we actually have a little bit of information. There was an accompanying mission report called the DOW, Department of War, Department of Defense, UAP D7. This was described as a diamond-shaped object moving at approximately 434 knots. So that's
Okay.
499 miles an hour.
Right, and that's the speed of an airliner.
Yep. So
Okay.
very fast. It appears very close to the water, but
Yeah,
again,
it
we don't
does.
have
We don't have that perspective.
altitude information.
Right.
But we do have at least that statement. The observer in this mission report said that this UAP was only detectable via a shortwave infrared sensor, otherwise known as a SWIR. Again, just the little bits and pieces here and there.
Right.
As we go through these 5 videos that we've put together today for you, our We Are Not Alone viewers, you'll see, again, most of us are kind of being left to say, okay, I have a visual something visual in
Right.
front of me.
Right.
What my conclusion is I draw from that,
Yeah.
that's up to you.
Right. Right.
But again,
And Austin, I think it's important to note that experts do warn the public that we may confuse advanced military technology
yeah,
with alien craft,
yeah.
right? So be aware of that. This doesn't mean it's from Jupiter, right?
No, it doesn't.
Wait.
Well, I mean, I think that's the healthy part of this,
Right,
And
right.
as this disclosure movement becomes more and more popular, I mean, when this got released today, we saw, it's front page news for CNN, for the New York Times, for the Washington Post, and many of the guests we've had on here have talked about in the last, I'd really say 2-3 years, how popular this movement has become and the interest people have in this. So,
Well, and it's like the government is no longer laughing it off
Yeah.
or denying it or covering it up. Now they're finally bringing it out into the public. And the timing is interesting too. But anyway, let's see some
okay,
more.
we'll see some more. Okay, let's move on. So this one is from U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. So this one's a little longer. So I'm gonna let this one roll because
Okay.
this one has some interesting visual layer separation you'll see here. So again, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command releases video of a UAP to the AARO, which again is the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. It's 1 minute and 39 seconds. This is an infrared sensor aboard a U.S. military platform just 2 years ago. We have no oral, no written description of the observation compared to the statement we had in the last clip that we showed. But as you see here, a more clear image of this bright object that appears to be moving quickly. Again,
Yeah.
but here's where it gets
Oh,
interesting.
there's a wind farm.
Going through the wind farm.
Oh, but it's hard to tell how high it is though. We
It-
don't know how high it is.
Yeah, we didn't do any research about the height of this potential wind farm and what this may be, but several hundred feet maybe above sea level, who knows? But again, you can really see the contrast between it with this infrared sensor, between it and the turbines. Very interesting, as it just appears to just kind of zips through there.
Yeah.
I wish that we were given more information, as we'll talk about a lot of these videos and pictures. And again, I'll show I'm gonna let this video play, but if you go through the war.gov/UFO website and look at this, a lot of them say there is a full analysis needed,
Mhm.
and then we are promised that they will be released when completed.
Okay.
So what we
Well,
want to
we'll
draw
see.
from that,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Okay.
Now, this one we talked about briefly before we came in here. I have a series of photos here, and these are very interesting, and you'll likely see these around today. So this goes back to the Apollo 12,
Oh yeah.
and the last photo is the Apollo 17 mission.
These are good.
These are
Yeah.
good. So, and I'll say that these are about 10 seconds each. We laid it out in a timeline for you. So let's take a look.
And let me just say
Yeah.
that there are many astronauts who have gone on record who have said they have seen things.
Oh.
Most, not all, but most astronauts have come forward saying they have seen things either in low Earth orbit or headed toward the moon or on the moon, like you're going to show us now, right?
And I will say that in the website, which we'll show one more time, because again, you can go and click through these. There are various NASA audio readouts,
Yes.
recordings, and they have printed readouts from these missions. So if you want to see this, please go check it out for yourself. That is what we're encouraging here.
Yes. And it's I read the one from 1965 from Gemini 7,
Yeah.
Frank Borman and Jim Lovell, that they saw a interesting UFO. All right, so let's
All right.
see what you've got.
Let's go to Apollo 12. So these are archival photos from, again, the surface of the moon. This is viewed from the landing site of Apollo 12. And as we show these, you're going to see several things that are highlighted. The contrast is increased. Again, this is what was released to us today from the Department of Defense. It might be hard to make out. We've done our best here to show them to you and present them to you. Not a lot of concrete details except for, again, the Apollo 12 mission. You can see the shadows of the astronauts there on the lunar surface. And some of these I find fascinating. And there's one that's going to be coming up towards the end I'll talk about that is from the Apollo 17 mission. But again, there are PDF documents on this website that give out some of these transcripts of what they were
Yeah.
seeing, some of their communication back with.
Can you imagine how they felt?
Yes. So this
Seeing
photo,
this?
real quick. This is the three bright lights.
my
It's
goodness.
gonna go away, but I'm gonna tell you about this one. So this is from Apollo 17. The DOW, so the Department of War, Department of Defense, they say they've opened the case to investigate the accompanying NASA photographs from Apollo 12, Apollo 17 missions. For 17, this was in December of 1972. And again, it'll come back around, but that image contains 3 dots, a triangular formation.
Which is a very familiar view on Earth, according to observers.
Many eyewitness accounts, as we've had on Michael Schratt before. He is our, I don't want to say resident UFO investigator, but he spends his time compiling all of these reports, official military documents, government documents, law enforcement documents of people who have said they've seen, firsthand accounts of UAPs, potential aliens. But these photos here, and it'll go back around to Apollo 17, these have never been released. So this is a new day for disclosure.
Yes, it is.
There's no consensus based on the report that we were given about the nature of the anomaly. There is a new preliminary U.S. government analysis that suggests the image feature in the photo is potentially the result of a physical object in the scene. So it's not just some dust or some light
Something on the
refraction.
lens, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So they did say, and we mentioned this earlier, additionally, and I'm reading this off, as part of this investigation, the government has obtained the original film from the Apollo 17 mission, and the results of a full NASA and DOW analysis will be released when completed.
I wish it could be released now because
Right
I'm
now.
so curious. And I'd love to hear, if possible, from the astronauts themselves.
Yeah.
This is what some naysayers say. The biggest revelation of these files may not be aliens. It may be that the government admits it still doesn't know what some of these objects are. So again, I know we're not saying they're aliens. We're just saying, well, these are suspicious looking UAPs.
These are official government documents that were released today, kind of a blanket, I don't want to say, and I'll get into our opinions in a little bit, of flood the zone, if you will. We have the saying in news, a Friday news dump.
Yeah.
Putting stuff out on a Friday where going into the weekend, that
Well
news,
thought of. Well thought of. Yes.
could it be a distraction? No. But again, it's interesting, the timing. And I think it's healthy as a part of this movement to question when things happen, where things happen, and who is giving you that information.
That's right. Yeah. And is this a narrative that we are being fed?
Yeah.
Right?
So last one.
Okay.
I find this one fascinating.
Okay. Because that was pretty good, that one on the moon.
I
love that
love
one.
the Apollo. Look them
17.
up. Apollo 12, 17. If you go through the website, you will see them in here. You can sort by type if you want to. You can see the videos, the PDFs, the images, the transcripts, all of that. So this last one, this is an FBI sketch. 2023. It is a composite sketch. We need to get Michael Schratt back.
Oh, Michael Schratt.
This is right up his alley.
yes.
So
my goodness.
the FBI says one of its labs rendered this graphic, beautiful color, beautiful detail, depicting multiple eyewitness reports from September of 2023. Where this happened, we don't know.
Yeah.
You can see this object, this bronze object. It was described. The witnesses say it kind of materialized in the air, out of a bright light. It is said to be maybe 130 to 195, 200 feet in length.
It's big.
And then it disappeared instantaneously.
Yeah. And, we've heard about these a lot. And a lot of military and fighter pilots have reported on this type of shape.
There was one, I wish I could remember, that we had talked about with Michael Schratt with the U.S. carrier. Remember they had the
Yeah, that's
object,
right.
multiple reports, multiple
Yeah.
service members who had went on record. They'd
Yeah.
drawn out the object, similar shape, similar design. I think that one had windows where they
It
depicted seeing someone waving down at hello.
I know. Yeah. But this shape we have heard of before, and even the triangular shape that they saw on the moon, that jives with a lot of other
It's
reports that we
consistent.
have heard. So it seems quite credible.
So we've gone through these. And again, there is 162 items you can go
Right.
through in
And,
this.
and let me just say, some of the images I've looked at, and forgive me, I can say my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like, really? Okay. Was not impressive. But the New York Times today described them as murky images that can be anything. Now, there you go again. You have to filter it through your own life experience and what you think it can be. I don't know. I'm delighted these have been released. Are you just, I'm a little disappointed, but you seem
I
happier.
objectively am very excited about
Yeah.
this because this is I think we've been playing kind of cat and mouse for the last few years about this. You know, a lot of this was spurred on, and I would say in mainstream culture, this disclosure movement with Tom DeLonge from Blink 182, and then that kind of kickstarted these series of congressional hearings. We know there are several members of Congress, one from Tennessee, one from Florida, who are on these committees, who have been pushing for the release of what would eventually amount to Disclosure Day,
Right.
and a firm announcement from the leaders of the country that
Right.
aliens
Mm-hmm.
are real.
Right. Are aliens real? Tim Burchett,
That's it,
right,
yes.
representative from Tennessee,
Yeah.
has spoken out a lot about this, and he said, you may have heard this because it's such a great comment. If you've seen what I've seen, it would keep you up at night.
So
That's what he said. Well, I don't see anything here that's going to keep me up at night, but I know this is just the first wave.
Yep.
I do have an open mind.
So
I am excited. It's
to-
just
today, he actually, I think he talked to News Nation. He said, this is the tip of the iceberg.
okay. Okay.
So what that
Tip
means.
of the iceberg.
So
All right.
again, a big point of this is, and you are encouraging, it says it on the website, it says it on these documents, that readers, viewers are encouraged to view this with your own eyes, draw your own conclusions.
Yes.
You know, be objective. The government is not here telling you, the Defense Department, this is what this is. These are just reports, videos, files, transcripts, audio, pieces of audio, and it's left up to us
Right.
to take away what we will from it.
Right. Now, Stephen Bassett has been a guest with us many times. The first registered lobbyist in Washington, D.C. 30 years ago. He is a disclosure activist. He is convinced disclosure is coming soon. And that means the head of state is going to come out and say aliens are real. And here's what we know. He is convinced President Trump will be that head of state. And we know President Trump likes a lot of attention.
Yes.
So we will see if that happens. Then we had Captain Ron Janix with Contact in the Desert, a well-known ufologist and podcaster. And he said, nah, not going to happen. Don't hold your breath. There are others that say the president doesn't know because he is a temporary employee. He may know a little bit, but on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah.
And then we've got the movie coming out, Disclosure Day, I think on June 12th. I can't wait.
Yep.
Um,
We'll take a field trip and go see
we'll
it.
take a field trip and
Yeah.
go see it. That I think is going to be mind-blowing, although it's fiction, right? The Age of Disclosure that came out last year is a documentary.
Very impressive.
With very credible people and something to know about on We're Not Alone. We've talked to so many great people. Captain Robert Salas with the Malmstrom incident, where he witnessed UFOs turning off, disabling Minuteman missiles, that this is just a huge cover-up to protect us.
Well, he even said his statements, the statements of his other service members, were buried for decades.
Right.
And he was afraid to talk about it
Right.
for
right.
years.
Exactly. And when it comes to Roswell, going back to 1947, Captain Ron Janix told us he believes these people because on their deathbeds,
Yep.
they talk
let it
about
out.
it. They let it out on their deathbeds. Why would you do that if it wasn't true? People, who say they did see aliens. It was a spacecraft. It wasn't a freaking weather balloon. This is for you to decide.
Yeah.
Though. We're just presenting the information.
And
Wow.
I think, this is, again, objectively an incredible day.
Yeah.
We've
Are
kind
you a believer now?
Ooh. So here's my thing. And again, I've worked with you on the show for a year. We have talked to some incredible people. You and I have a lot of discussions off camera.
We do.
And we come in here into this room, which I think is healthy, with very different opinions of the disclosure movement and UAPs in general, and the possibility, the existence of alien life. This is my opinion from today. I think that while this is a wonderful release, can you trust the government just kind of giving it to you in this very neat package? It's with the fun little fonts. It's typed up. It's presented. It says, "Hey, here it is." I am skeptical, so I would align myself with Captain Ron.
Yeah.
That's I don't buy it, but I find this fascinating. These do not appear to be AI videos and
No,
images.
I
These
agree with
feel
you.
like real
They do.
reports and
They do.
documents, and we take a lot from it. So while this is extremely interesting, it is intriguing, and I hope more people look into this because it deserves attention.
It does.
I am of the camp that, I'm not exactly, I don't feel like the government would be as forthcoming. Now, whether we'll get disclosure day with President Trump or a future president, who knows? But again, like we've talked about so much over the last year, it's so important for these things to come to light because for so long, it was a laugh. It was a joke.
It was the stigma is
Yeah.
horrible.
I mean,
yeah.
I just watched Independence Day
Mhm.
recently,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think they're on Air Force One or something. After the White House gets blown
Yeah.
up, and Bill Paxton's like, "There's no Area 51. I don't know what you're talking about." And
Yeah.
his Joint Chiefs were like, "Well,
Yeah.
it's kind of a need to know basis, and you were never told
That's
because
right.
you didn't need to know."
That's right.
So, is this one of those cases? Who knows? But again, May-Kay, I'm with you. This is a huge day, which is why
It
we're in
is.
here kind of doing
We've been
this
waiting for it. We're glad it's here. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh.
But I'm expecting great things, and I kind of am a believer.
Yep.
Kind of, because the more I know, though, the more I don't know. There's so much to this, folks. And it could just be spiritual. And it could be from another dimension, our own planet, adversaries. It could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be from another galaxy. We don't know.
We don't know.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Thank you for watching this very do I get to do your sign off today?
You can do the sign off
Thank you for
today.
watching this very special episode of We Are Not Alone. Please draw your own conclusions. And as May-Kay says every time, see you next time.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today we're talking about one of the most talked about listings that's on the market in the Charlotte area, and that is this Butte, this $15 million home. This is on Quail Hollow, and obviously we have the Truist Championship coming up. And this is the time of year that we tend to see any homes that will go on the market in this area do go on the market, because why not, when you're watching the PGA players play golf, also look at some absolutely beautiful homes. And the listing agent for this home is Liza Caminiti. Liza, thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
This is, I want to get into the personal aspect of this before we talk about the home itself. Anyone would be so grateful to list a home like this. It's gorgeous. But for you, this is highly personal because of who owns it.
Yes. Yeah, I have a lump in my throat right now, and I told myself I'm not going to cry.
It's okay too. Yeah.
It's Doug and Megan are incredible human beings and probably two of the most special people I've met. And they both of them actually just have a way of touching everyone they meet. And Doug, being who he was, never made anybody feel like they were below him or that he was better than them. And I've said it many times in the past few weeks to people, is he had this special quality to find the 2% of good in people and make them believe in themselves, and wanted to know what they were doing with their lives and telling them, you're going to be the best at it. And it's the same experience I had with him the first night I got to truly hang out with him and Megan and get to know them. And just being with them for 30 minutes, I felt like I knew both of them for my whole life. And Doug had said to me, which I know I shared with David, your news colleague, he said, oh, what do you do? And I said, oh, I'm in real estate. And he said, well, you're going to be the biggest and best agent in Charlotte, and I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure of it. And I literally, Morgan, I left there, and I thought I was ready to conquer the world. And then, I had the honor to list their previous home in Seven Eagles. And I remember, the first time that when they finally got moved into the Baltusrol Butte, he invited me over, and they were having like a small gathering with, I think everybody that was involved bringing this beautiful home up out of the ground. And I walked through the front door, and I wanted to start crying because that house gives you so much emotion because it is so amazing. Just walking up to the front door, and the aesthetic and the design and the color scheme of it is so calming. But more than anything, I was just really proud of Doug and
and some people might be wondering, who is this Doug who was such an amazing person? He was the CEO of Lending Tree. He recently passed away, suddenly, unexpected. And it sounds like for someone who had such an important job, such a big job, it sounds like, based off of my few conversations with you, that he truly wanted to make an impact in everyone's lives who he touched, everyone who he met. That's what it sounds like from my perspective.
Yeah. He was definitely one of those people that I feel like probably put himself second and put a lot of other people first, for sure.
So, now, unfortunately, Megan's gonna sell this house. There's been a lot that's happened in their lives in the last 6+ months.
Yeah.
How do you even approach that as someone who is a friend, who was, he was a mentor to you? What is that like, trying to list a home? I know you're going to do the best job that you can possibly do, because it's personal. Not only because you're a professional, but it's personal for you. But how do you grieve and then help them list their home?
Yeah, it's you have to really kind of compartmentalize everything in your head, as I do with a lot of my clients, just being that they're high net worth people and very successful. But I think you have to put the professional side first. And, we go into every deal and transaction, with clients, even if they're friends or not friends. My goal is to always make them become very good friends. And we go into everything with our heart on our sleeves. I'm probably one of my worst qualities is that I do wear my heart on my sleeve, and so I'm very
I wouldn't put it
passionate.
that way, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
very
get what you mean.
compassionate and passionate about what I do. You know, Megan is a very rare person. She's very strong. Um, I'm very proud of her for how she's handling everything. Because she's, being strong for everyone else and Doug's family and everything. So, we've just tried to be there for her and reassure her that this is a team effort. Um, you know, as far as, getting the house together, getting things packed up, getting Megan comfortably moved out of there. It's been a very tough process, but it's also been a very stress-free process. Um, and Megan's just been amazing to work with all of it. And she, trusts me and my team. So the decisions we've made and the guidance we've given, she's really leaned into. And we're excited. We were excited for the attention that this home is getting, which I knew. I knew it was going to get a lot of attention. It's a home that if it was placed down in Palm Beach, it'd probably be a $75 million home.
Right.
We have to be realistic. We are in Charlotte, and I wanted
That's
the house
still,
to get a
I
lot of
mean,
attention.
that would still be a record setter, I believe, for the state of North Carolina. I think there's one home on the coast near or in Wilmington that sold for just under 14 million.
Yeah.
So at 15 million, it would still be a record for you all, which it is gorgeous. I mean, you're talking north of 17,000 square feet, closer to 18,000 square feet. 6 beds, 6 full baths, 6 half baths, 5 garage spaces.
Yeah.
So plenty of room for all the toys.
Yeah, and that's actually the 5 isn't including the golf cart garage too. So
Okay, with the simulator, I saw that in the. Hey, I mean, if you're gonna be on Quail Hollow, you kind of have to have
gotta have
a
golf
simulator.
Yeah.
Tell me about the marketing aspect of it. We see one of your videos here. What is the time commitment when you have the conversation that okay, I'm going to list your home? How long does it take to get it to market? It just hit the market.
Yeah.
And I believe you have already had a showing and you got another one coming up.
We've actually had 6 showings.
6 showings.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I thought it was
another-
one and you have another
No,
one.
no, we've had
6.
6. And
That's
we have
impressive.
another one this Sunday.
Okay, so there's already a lot of interest.
Yeah.
What do you think it is about, a home like this versus something maybe on the waterfront on Lake Norman?
I think it's 2 different types of buyers that would look on Lake Norman or look on Quail Hollow. I do find that our higher price point buyers that are moving from out of state do tend to look in both places. I love Lake Norman. Obviously, our company dominates the sales up on that lake. But I just think,
There's Ivester Jackson.
Ivester Jackson, Christie's International Real Estate. Yeah. And I just think that having that, the scenery of Quail Hollow Golf Course behind your home, I mean, when you walk into that home, as you can see from the video and the pictures, it looks like a painting through the windows.
Yeah.
So, and what is so neat about the house when Doug and Megan and Harry Schrader, the architect, and Leighton Campbell, the interior designer, and Arcadia sat down to create the home, Doug wanted the house to look very kind of mysterious from the street where you don't really know how big it is. You just see the quality of the finishes that were chosen to build this home.
I mean, and it looks new, but it was built in 2017. It's
Yeah.
not like
way ahead of its
I mean,
time.
it's still new, but it's, coming up on 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's but anybody that has gone to either say Truist or one of the PGA tournaments or even the members at Quail Hollow or other non-members playing on that golf course, they are all completely intrigued with the back of this home because that's where you get the magnitude and the size of it. But yet it is still landscaped to give you privacy from the golf course. So it's very well thought out.
Do you know what hole off the top of your head it's on?
Yeah, so it sits on the 15 and the 16.
I was gonna say,
which is
gotta
the
be-
Green
yeah,
Mile.
yeah.
You got to have a Green Mile hat when you go to one of the golf tournaments.
And that's a great location, even if you're just out watching the Truist Championship. I mean, 16, 17, 18 for sure. that's where all the drama happens,
Yep.
and a lot can change in those 3 holes on Sunday. So it's a fun one. You mentioned the architect. It would have been great to have him on the show. I know he's got a lot going on.
He's a very talented guy and very wanted. So
You-
yes,
you
he has
don't-
a lot going on.
You don't happen to have his phone number? See if we could give him a call and
I sure do. I think we definitely should phone in a friend.
see if we can get him on the air.
Yeah, let's do that.
And his name is Harry
Schrader.
Schrader.
Very well known. The neat thing about Harry's homes is they're very timeless.
Mhm.
And anybody that walks into one of his homes, they know it's a Harry home
Mhm.
because there's just certain touches that he does.
Mhm.
Hello.
Harry,
We got him.
we got you.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey there. How are you guys?
We are good. We were just talking about this beautiful home that you poured your heart and soul into, and how everybody, as soon as they come through the door, they know it's you because of all the beautiful touches that you like to leave in the homes that you design.
That's super nice to say. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Harry, we would love to hear a little bit more from you about what went into designing this home on Quail Hollow. It's absolutely stunning. But what goes into putting a piece of art, essentially, like this together?
Yeah, that is a great and appropriate question for a house that's that intense, if you will, defined by how big the home is, how many key spaces there are for us to have designed. It's one of these projects that sort of has one of everything. And so I will say one of my favorite parts about the journey was, despite its size, every single space and use was considered. It wasn't like, oh, you got to have one of these, or who cares if we have this extra wing? Every space was really meticulously considered. And as an architect who's driven to craft one of a kind architectural experiences, the answer to that question is it took everything I had, right? It took 3 years of a client believing in the process to get special architecture, but then what do we do to put it on paper and then ultimately challenge the builder to execute? And that house speaks of that, in my opinion, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
I mean, you'd have to have a lot of patience to wait 3 years to get everything right and then to execute it on the building side. That's a long project for someone who's, excited to get into their brand new home. How do you approach a project of this magnitude? Where do you start as an architect? And walk me through obviously a little more briefly than 3 years, but walk me through that process of where you start and how you get to the end product.
Yeah, I think the greatest gift we're given by our clients is this fully immersive opportunity, right? We're not hired to draw a set of plans that fits some sense of, what the market is telling or what the stylistic, hot buttons are. You get the chance to start with a blank piece of paper and to work with a client who puts a lot of faith in our abilities. And we don't take that for granted. I mean, no matter how many years I work and how many projects I author, I always am driven by the next one being our best. And so this was one of those cases where, I knew the opportunity that this client was giving us. And so it starts with making sure we're very much a steward of their vision, not our own, but then pushing the ball forward and challenging ourselves to do dynamic, timeless, dramatic, embracing architecture. And what I mean by that is, we're not looking for anything to be a monument as much as a living, breathing, comforting place for them to live their life. And Liza and I have spent time in that house together, and I hope that's the exact message that comes across is when somebody is careful to think through enough of the decisions, then it's far less about simply the opulence of the space, but also about the concert of materials and scales of spaces. And I just that's for other people to judge, right? I can say those words, but I really rely on all the occupants, starting with the people who live there, to say, gosh, this is special and there's something about it that makes it unique. And that's what drives me.
How many aspects, Harry, of this home changed from start to finish? I mean, the home itself is almost 18,000 square feet. Was there anything that you felt like a big change throughout the project just to make sure you got it right?
I think that what I've learned about our process is that we do our very best to work our way through a very vetted, creative process, offering the client all these, times in the process to say, oh my gosh, that's amazing, or hey, let's go in a different direction. We always say we're not giving them one idea, we're giving them all of our ideas, right? So we really work hard so that by the time we're done with the creative phase of the project, they're bought in, they know it, they can see it. And then it becomes the challenge to technically detail a house of this magnitude so that it is able to be constructed, that the 100 people that it requires to build it can look at me and say, sure, we can do this, or Harry, we need to pivot here. And so to answer that question for you, in the course of a project like this, our boots on the ground, like our daily involvement in the construction is an evolutionary journey where I can't say, oh no, we decided to move a room to the other side of the house, but we very much worked in concert to make things better as it went and to tighten up specifications. And when we're an architect that designs so much of the project, next thing you know, you've got a project that is singing, right? It's just all the pieces are coming together.
I can hear your passion. And Liza, I think you know him quite well through listing this home and everything. And it's a beautiful home. You clearly have an incredible talent, Harry. And I appreciate you picking up the phone and joining us today. This was great. Unexpected surprise.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for caring what I have to say. And I enjoyed chatting with you guys too.
Thank you so much, Harry. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, take care, ladies. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so that's the first time we've taken a caller on air.
Hey,
but
there's always a first for
fun. It's
everything.
fun. And you can hear his passion for sure.
Yeah, and he, like myself, really wears his heart on his sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
I think I shared with you over the phone when I first called him about this house and that, I really wanted him to be a part of this process.
Mm-hmm.
And we started talking about Doug, and Harry started crying on the phone, and then I started crying.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, Harry. I'm a grown man, crying on the phone." But
Yeah.
that's just the emotion that, Doug brings out in people.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's been an amazing journey. It really has.
Mm-hmm. We didn't get a chance to talk really about kind of the we did a little bit, but we didn't go into detail about kind of the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah, the process from A to Z.
Yeah, because I mean, this is so you create a website for the home itself, which it's not like uncommon, right? I think a lot of agents are starting to do that nowadays. Is a one-stop shop, so people can really take a look at the home. It's a beautifully designed website, though.
Thank you.
But walk me through, how long all of this takes to get a project like this up and running.
Absolutely. So I'm very much a person that is, let's get things done yesterday. And
We have that in common.
Yep, I eat, sleep, and live real estate pretty much 8 days a week and 36 hours a day. So, my team and I have everything very streamlined. First phone call, I am already planning everything that I know we're going to need to get done. So when we show up at that first meeting with homeowners of this magnitude,
You're talking about the pitch meeting?
yeah,
Okay.
like the pitch meeting, full on listing appointment. We've already kind of set in stone like bullet points of letting them know what we do. And so that's what I think is obviously very enticing to any seller owning a home of this magnitude, because it can become overwhelming getting your house on the market. And if there's things that need to be done, like as far as pressure washing and deep cleaning and landscaping and windows and packing up and moving things, staging,
It's a lot.
it's a lot. So my background's interior design. So for me, all of that stuff is very easy. I've got a great wheelhouse of people. I come with a very large team. And so we really are a one-stop shop concierge service. And that's what I, stressed to Megan. And that's what I think was very relieving to her. Because, we came in, we had the stagers there. I had Leighton, the interior designer. We had, the builder. We had Harry involved, and it was just, I like to have one big powwow so we all get on the same page right out of the gate. Everyone's on a group text, and I'm like, here's what we need to execute, and here's the time period that we have to do it in.
I mean, because it doesn't matter if it's a $15 million house or it's a $500,000 house.
It really
There
doesn't.
are a lot of things that can get, confusing throughout the process, and it's real easy for, especially, a buyer or seller when they don't do this every day, to get lost in the shuffle of, okay, like what's going on, what's next.
Yeah.
So to your point, getting everyone in the same room on the same page is just smart.
Yeah.
What was I going to ask you next, though? Oh, the staging.
Leading into
The staging.
yes.
If you don't mind me asking, how much range, what kind of range would staging be for a house like this? I mean, this is a lot.
So,
It's a significant investment.
there's not many
Yeah.
staging companies in Charlotte that I knew would be able to handle the magnitude and quality and style of this home.
Right.
And No So
Not
Design.
just throwing a couch down.
Exactly. No So Design did such a killer job matching everything in the home, and the quality of furniture and the materials and the accessories and the paintings that they brought in just accentuated all of the design aesthetics that both Leighton and Harry put into this home. Leighton walked the home with the interior design team, or with the staging team, because I wanted to make sure that they were on the same page. There were a few items that the seller was leaving behind, so we knew that we had to kind of stay in line also with some of those materials.
Right. Kind of work them into the staging, or work the
Exactly.
staging into the,
Yeah, and
So-
it came out, I mean, perfection.
So are they
Perfection.
based, you said there aren't many in Charlotte. Are they based in Charlotte? Or
They are based in Charlotte,
Okay.
yes, and they just happen to be best friends of mine too, so that makes it even better.
Well, you get to hire someone who you care about and pay it forward that way. Is there any question that I missed, or anything that you would like to say either about the process or the property?
I guess I would just say that I truly do feel that, the extensive amount of thought and process that went into us planning the photos, the video. I mean, I wanted to make sure that this video was like a movie. That's just another thing you have to become in real estate, as a movie producer. So I'm
A
not gonna-
confident, well, and a confident person on air.
Thank you.
Which it's not your forte. Like, this is obviously what I do and what we do, but to go from someone who, yeah, I know how to list properties, I know how to show them, I know how to get everyone to the closing table, to it's an extension of real estate now.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh.
It's I strive for perfection. I'm not perfect. I'm extremely OCD, and so when I list someone's home, I'm treating it as if it's my own. And I will stay up all night long packing boxes, cleaning things over at that house.
The things that
because-
people don't realize
Yes,
is
because
involved.
it's my name on it.
Yeah.
And so I have to make sure that all of my listings showcase the same exact way, no matter the price point, as you
Right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
So I do feel that, the extensive amount of work that we put in planning in a very short amount of time really shines through with the pictures, the video, everything. And we still have some more videos to come that are going to be pretty big.
Well, I know those will probably be well planned out as we get closer to the Truist Championship. I know a lot of people there will be a lot of eyes, not only on the golf course, but also on this beautiful house.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Liza, thank you so much for joining us on Turnkey. I know you're extremely busy right now.
Oh, it's fun.
Well, it was an enjoyable episode, and good luck with the home and selling it, and good luck to the family involved as well.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, and we were just honored to be here.
Yeah. To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this latest episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
On the CW Charlotte, as well as the Queen City News Plus app, YouTube Live, Facebook Live as well. This is Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you live from the Blue Room on this, it is Tuesday, right?
I think
It
so.
is.
Yes.
Last
yes.
time I checked, it
It
was.
is Tuesday. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside anchor Morgan Francis.
I won't
Chief
argue with you if it's
Me-
Wednesday.
I won't argue with this Thursday or Friday either. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. We also have Matt Deeren here. He is the one punching everything up today. We also have producer director Austin McCollum in the room as well, just to make sure everything stays on the straight and narrow here today. We do have a lot of news to get to, and we're going to start off basically with the economy and some not so great news. And chances are you probably have already feeling it. Inflation. The official numbers today up 3.8%, the biggest jump in 3 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still below the Federal Reserve's benchmark at 2%. Consumer core prices, which exclude food and energy, that was up 2.8% from a year ago. Gas prices are up 28%, which many of you have probably noticed at the pump, and it's squeezing Americans. I mean, this is outpacing any sort of gains that people have made with salary jumps.
Yeah.
And that's the concern, is that inflation is outpacing that, and Americans are growing frustrated at the cost of living expenses.
Yes, in fact, prices in general rose 0.6%. Gas prices rose 5.4% from last month. However, that's, again, just the general number. Labor Department says, again, you mentioned 28%. AAA, however, has a bit of a different number. They say gas prices are up 44% from this point last year as well. So the numbers are a little bit different from what the Labor Department is looking at, as well as what AAA is looking at. But simply put, this is not very good news right now, at least for everybody, because the cost of everything, at least right now, is going up. And a lot of it is tied to what's going on in Iran.
Right.
And that situation, which is still fluid, and there are still some negotiations taking place. In fact, we'll be referencing that actually in one of our other stories that we have coming up in just a moment. But it was, let's just say things are, what's happening in Iran is having an effect on the economy, and as a result, it's having an effect on inflation. In fact, there's a lot that's tied there, even though it's not just Iran, but it's accounting for a good portion of it.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. hasn't gotten a break since COVID, it seems, right? When we saw inflation just soaring, with the stimulus checks and everything, and everyone spending money and staying home and ordering, more takeout and all that stuff. It seems like there's always been something, Russia and Ukraine, and now we've got the U.S. war with Iran. And so we really haven't gotten a break from that inflation. The Fed was supposed to cut its benchmark rate in 2026. It has turned cautious with those expectations, and now we see Kevin Warsh, who is the president's pick to succeed Powell.
Yeah.
He's expected to be confirmed by the Senate this week, but it's really not clear if he's going to pursue lowering rates again.
And he hasn't really said one way or another, at least as of yet, at least in his confirmation hearings that I believe took place. He didn't
No, and
necessarily
that's something
commit to
that
one way or
Trump has
another.
expressed that he has wanted,
Yeah.
and kind of one of the reasons that Jerome Powell is on his way out. But again, we'll see if that happens. Meanwhile, if you look at other companies, Whirlpool, which makes, KitchenAid and Maytag appliances, they reported last week that revenue dropped nearly 10%. That is massive for a company like that. So you're starting to see some of these things happen, and Americans are growing concerned.
Yeah, they're not only growing concerned, but they're spending less in general, which is going to be affecting everything in general, mainly
And
because
if
the
they are
price of
spending it,
gas
they're
is
putting
so
it on
much.
the credit card.
Yes, they are.
So,
yeah.
not the best news that we were hoping to have with those numbers. We'll see next time the report comes out if those numbers have improved. I want to get to the latest on that Cambridge shooting that happened yesterday. 2 men are in critical condition. To catch you up to speed, there was a man who was walking down Memorial Drive in Cambridge, Massachusetts, randomly shooting at people in cars. We're learning a lot more about the suspect today. Some of it, all of it is one thing after another. Is shocking. He's 46-year-old Tyler Brown of Boston. He has an extensive history of violence.
Yes, in fact, he had been convicted for shooting at officers back in 2020. In addition to that, there was also some additional charges he had before then as well. But there was some. The case itself got some criticism, mainly from the judge in the case, or the way it was handled by the judge, very specifically in the case, because of the sentence that Brown got at the time, and many people feeling that it was too lenient because he was shooting at officers at the time. Now, in this most recent incident, this happened yesterday afternoon, and 2 people were wounded. At least a dozen cars were hit. But the fact that he had a gun and likely should not have had a gun himself, mainly because he had it was a previous felon, That's one thing. But police say he got out 60 rounds before he was caught. And what gets me too are the people that were able to subdue him. Not only was it a state trooper, but also a civilian as well who had a gun, were able to shoot the guy and basically get him to the ground.
Right, and I believe the state trooper was also a Marine veteran. Brown is still in the hospital. We don't know when he's going to appear before a judge, but there's even more to this. One of the officers involved in that previous attack wrote a victim impact statement saying, and I quote, "I am a firm believer that when Mr. Tyler Brown gets out, he will hurt or worse, kill someone." So that was well before all of this happened. And then before the shooting, his parole officer had called Boston police to report concerns with Brown, said he was a known crack cocaine user, and he had told him in a phone call that he had relapsed and was ready to end his life. So a lot of information coming out about this suspect.
Yes, and in addition to that, if I'm not mistaken, there were some additional details about his not only his past, but also the fact too that the victims themselves, they weren't just shot; they had life-threatening injuries, at least in this circumstance as well. So we'll be likely getting more updates on that as it comes available. Let's talk more about some national news right now, and referencing somewhat, Iran is actually going to be a topic of discussion as President Trump heads to China. In fact, he just got on a plane just about an hour ago to head towards that way to see President Xi. And one of the things that's actually kind of out there right now that's likely going to be another topic of discussion is a potential $1 trillion investment from China in the United States. That's a proposal. That's a deal that's being considered. China has offered to increase investment if the Trump administration basically backs off some of the more strict laws and security restrictions. However, that's meeting with some backlash, even from some Republicans.
Yeah, and we're talking Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Who's no longer in Congress.
Again, so you take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, there are some people who are concerned about this because it's in contrast to, the MAGA stance, which is we don't want China buying up all of the land and taking over our economy. And then on the flip side, then you have this talk of Trump being intrigued by this roughly $1 trillion investment. This isn't a set in stone amount or anything like that, but that's kind of what it would look like. So pro-deal arguments. It could boost U.S. jobs, infrastructure, and growth. It would secure factories on U.S. soil, and it would create leverage for these trade talks, which is the reason that Trump is meeting with President Xi. Anti-deal arguments. It would hand China access to critical tech and economy, and it really opens the door for China to cheat. And I say cheat because they do have a history of violating trade agreements and intellectual property restrictions. So there is a history there. So those are kind of the two sides of how people are viewing this news.
Yes, and the reports that there would be some backing off some security restrictions against China. That is something the White House is pushing back on. They say any suggestion that this is, in their words here, baseless and false. President Trump, however, getting back to not only that, but also Iran as well. He plans to be having a very long talk with President Xi once he gets in Beijing, not only about the Iran situation, but also this potential economic deal, which, I mean, honestly, we're probably going to have some news coming out of that meeting. That'll be coming up in the next couple of days. Here locally, we do have another story to tell you about, and this one's actually a big one about the Interstate 77 widening project. In fact, Charlotte City Council says we're going to be pulling our support, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 180. It was a close vote.
Yeah.
It was 6-5 to rescind their approval. They want more studies done, and I think a lot of residents who have been asking for this are probably hands in the air, like, thank you, finally.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of pushback, a lot of people who are concerned about parks and recreation being impacted, homes and businesses being impacted. Not to mention another more expensive way to travel in and out of Uptown. This would be from roughly 11 miles from Uptown to the South Carolina state line.
And frankly, another long way for construction that's going to be impacting traffic.
Well, and taxes pay for infrastructure expansion. And I think a lot of people who moved, especially people who moved to South Carolina to have, the benefit of taxes, but then also accessibility to Charlotte, all of a sudden they're looking at either dealing with traffic or paying for the express lanes.
Yeah.
And so they're going to get back to the drawing board. They're going to take a look at impacts, but it could come at a cost because there was that state funding of $3 billion.
Yeah.
If there's a holdup, they could lose it.
They could lose it. And in fact, the state has made a point of basically saying, hey, if you don't use this money, you will not have it in the future, or there is a danger of you not having it in the future because it might be allocated elsewhere. And I mean, again, the complaints about the project, and it's safe to say there are complaints about the project. The reservations that are about the project have been basically towards people who live along the corridor who are in historically minority communities, and they're basically saying, hey, how could this be impacting us because we've lived here for generations? And this is something that it will have to be looked at, and it has been a large part of the no to this, or at least, hey, we want to know more about how this is going to be impacting, even though the state says they've been coming up with ideas to limit the impacts, basically, of what is going on right now. But for now, the city council has pulled their support.
Staying here locally in Charlotte, Mayor Vi Lyles, you may recall, she announced that she is going to leave her term early after being in there for about 6 months.
Yep.
So since then, there have been a number of people who have thrown their name in the hat, one of them being former Mayor Jennifer Roberts. She said that she will not take a salary, and I know that other city council members have said we will take your application into account along with all the other ones that we are receiving. She's an interesting. She would be an interesting choice. She served during times of unrest in Charlotte. You're talking the 2016 Keith Lamont Scott protest, the HB2 bathroom bill fight. Critics said that she was too slow to respond to the unrest. You know, Republicans accused her of refusing extra law enforcement and issuing a state of emergency. She did say to our chief political correspondent, Andy Weber, that she has actually learned from Vi Lyles on how to respond to unrest, respond to a police shooting. And a crisis like that, and to make it clear that the police chief is in charge of public safety.
Yeah, no, at least with my time here, the response to the George Floyd shooting and Mayor Vi Lyles' response to that, and basically joining hands not only with law enforcement, but also those protesting out there back in 2020, that was something that it still sticks in my mind from Lyles' term and basically what she has done. Now, as far as Jennifer Roberts is concerned, she did send a letter to Charlotte city leaders basically saying, hey, I'm interested in this, and she's basically also made a point of saying, I do not want to run in the election in 2027. As far as whether or not this will actually happen, though, that's still up in the air. They're still trying to figure out who's going to be the next interim mayor until the next election, which is in 2027. Lyles' last day, by the way, is coming up on June 30th.
And they hope to have the replacement picked by the time Lyles leaves. And that might be, by the way, a request of theirs that whoever is picked cannot run for mayor the next time around.
By the way, Lyles, Mayor Lyles, she talked about her resignation last night at Charlotte City Council. This is a direct quote from her. I'm just so grateful for the number of people that have been so supportive of me making a decision that is probably the most difficult thing I have ever had to do. That is a direct quote from Mayor Lyles.
Let's get to our beautiful weather out there as we take a live look at, is that 85?
Yes.
It looks a lot greener right now. Maybe it's some of that rain that we've...
It got some stuff out of the way, made some things grow,
Almost makes the traffic look a little bit better.
I was about to say, that traffic still looks awfully bad.
Yeah, it does.
Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, it sounds like we better enjoy the 70s while they last, huh?
It's going to be heating up. Yeah, we were right back. Remember back in March, and we had a lot of that heat that was building for several days. I mean, 80s.
The 90-degree temperatures were really nice. Not going to complain.
Yeah. They're going to be back by the time we get into the weekend. So, I mean, today, like you said, perfect. I mean, sunshine, 70 degrees. Can't get too much better than that. We've got the humidity that's low. Dew points are real dry. Southeast light wind, 5 to 10 miles per hour. We've got mid-60s up there in the mountain communities, but widespread, just low to mid-70s. One of the warmer spots, Morganton, sitting at 74 right now in this 3 o'clock hour. Okay, so we've had this brief period of high pressure building in. We start out with some lingering cloudiness and still some of that hanging around south and east of Charlotte here this afternoon, but otherwise some nice clearing taking place. Tomorrow's cold front, you can see, we look back out toward the middle of the country there. We have that big trailing blue line, and that's going to be drifting in into tomorrow. Unfortunately, not bringing us a ton of rain, but there is a chance. Good part of the day stays dry, though. The morning, we're looking dry, waking up to full sunshine. Temperatures have a chance to heat back up close to 80 degrees. But the later we get into the afternoon, and especially by the evening, as we start to pick up the chance of maybe a couple of passing showers or an isolated storm. So there's the dry time that we get even through lunchtime, early part of the afternoon. Once we get closer to, say, 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll start to see a few showers, heavy at times, and maybe a few storms in the mix. Not expecting severe here with this system. Moving into the mountains and foothills. And then you can see it's a pretty weak front. So a lot of it just tends to fall apart as it moves into the Charlotte metro. And we have a Charlotte FC match tomorrow night, Charlotte Knights game as well. So hopefully that rain will stay away, maybe just a brief delay with any sort of rain there. But yeah, a couple of showers will be possible for the evening. They're in and out pretty quick. And then Thursday, it's back to dry conditions. And like I said, I mean, rainfall forecast, just a few hundredths of an inch expected. So then it's all about the heat. And unfortunately, it looks like a kind of a drier stretch here heading into the weekend and early next week. Tonight, we're back on the cooler side. Lows settle around 50 degrees. By morning, we're back up around 80 degrees tomorrow afternoon. And pretty nice finish to the week. But then look at those highs. 77 on Friday, 87 on Saturday. And
91
yeah,
on Monday.
91 early next week.
It's the beginning.
Here
It's
we
gonna
go.
be a start of a hot
Memorial
summer.
Day weekend, next weekend, right?
Already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
Where does time
Unofficial
go?
start of summer.
It'd be nice if those gas prices cooperated.
Yeah.
Cross
That
fingers.
would
Cross
be.
fingers.
That would be.
So, coming up, you might remember that bridge collapse that happened in Baltimore, Maryland. That it was a bad accident that happened up there. Well, now there's some charges that are associated with it, and there's a few more details that came out of a federal indictment. It's some serious stuff, some new information coming out from that bridge collapse and the status of that bridge rebuilding project. That is coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3:20 on your Tuesday as we take a live look down Independence Boulevard. Just a beautiful day out there, 70 degrees. If you hadn't had the chance to just yet, maybe step outside for a little bit.
Enjoy it.
After the show, of course, because we got more news that we need to cover.
Yes.
Bringing it back here live, Derek, the Baltimore Bridge collapse, if you remember that, I mean, it's just horrible. This huge ship ran straight into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The whole thing collapsed. I mean, it's going to be a long time before they're able to rebuild this bridge. But it just came out that the operator of the ship is facing federal charges, violation of international law, and the findings in all of these court documents are pretty crazy.
Yes, the company, which basically has some parts in India and Singapore, they are being charged themselves. But there is also an employee on that was on the ship as well that's also being charged in all this. And you have to keep in mind here, 6 people died as a result of
They were
this bridge
construction
collapse.
workers that were on the bridge.
Yeah, at the time, and I think it took days, if I'm not mistaken, to actually find one of them that was still underwater. But the indictment here, it basically goes into some of the specifics of what went wrong. In fact, the indictment said that there were some improper fuel pumps that were used that led to the second of 2 blackouts that were actually happening on board the ship. And when that second blackout happened, they lost the control to completely really do anything about to stop the ship from going into the bridge. But had they used the right fuel pumps, they could have been able to basically avert disaster. Not only that, there's also an extra aspect of this too, that there's this obstruction of the NTSB investigation that's also being charged as well. They tried to hide it, and that's what's leading to these charges.
Yeah, and they really didn't have a backup pump ready so when the one failed, there was no plan B, and they had actually lost power 4 times in the hours before the crash. So a lot of missteps in there. Reconstruction of the bridge cost has skyrocketed to somewhere between $4.3 and $5.2 billion. It will be completed likely in somewhere around 2030.
Yes.
Crazy news coming out of California. A mayor there, Eileen Wang, has resigned, and she's accused of being an agent for China.
And she's agreed to plead guilty to being an agent for China, not necessarily telling authorities. In fact, Wang, she was accused of sharing Chinese propaganda. She was accused of doing the bidding of China without notifying the U.S. government that she was an agent for China, which is something that legally you have to do.
Notify the U.S. government, but yes.
But that's something you legally have to do. Now, she was mayor of Arcadia, California, which is basically a suburb of L.A. The thing about it is, though, is that she was, at the time that she was accused of doing this, in fact, city officials have made this clear, she was doing this before she actually became mayor, not since she became mayor.
Right, it was 2020 to 2022, so
And
there were 2 years there.
Yeah, in 2022, she became mayor. But she has agreed to plead guilty. She faces a maximum, though, of 10 years in prison as a result of this.
In one of the exchange, a Chinese government official sent her a pre-written article denying allegations of forced labor and genocide. Minutes later, she posted it online, sent back the link, and the official replied, "So fast, thank you, everyone." So that's the kind of stuff that she's accused of doing. The city's response, saying the allegations, are deeply troubling, essentially,
deeply troubling,
and they take them seriously.
But apparently did not happen during her time as mayor. That's basically what the point is saying. There's this another OpenAI lawsuit that has been filed against. This actually has to do with that mass shooting that happened at Florida State University. And in fact, it's been filed against OpenAI after ChatGPT gave advice to the reported shooter, the alleged shooter in this, on what they needed to do to basically make this happen and ensure a maximum amount of damage per se, at least in regards to this shooting. State authorities have already confirmed that ChatGPT actually did basically do that. And there were no stops in place to basically keep that from happening. And OpenAI, they're basically denying any wrongdoing. But this hasn't stopped the lawsuit from happening, and also a criminal investigation too.
Yeah, I mean, two people died and multiple others were injured in this shooting. The type of information that ChatGPT gave was a time and location to maximize victims on campus, the type of gun and ammo to use, and said the attack can get more media attention if children are involved. The company said that it provided factual responses to questions with information that could have been found anywhere on the internet. As a reminder, the gunman walked in and out of campus buildings and green spaces, firing a handgun. Six other people, 2 died, 6 were hurt, and one of the lawsuit comes from the family of one of the victims. Similarly, families of victims from the Cumberland Ridge School shooting sued OpenAI,
The one in Canada that happened in
and
British
Chat,
Columbia. Yeah.
saying that it had helped enable the attack rather than stopping it. So this is something that, as these tragedies happen, we're probably going to see more of.
Yes, and we should mention that one of the people killed does have a Carolina connection. He was a food service vendor from upstate South Carolina, and that is basically, I mean, it was a tragedy in itself, but it been, again, 2 people killed. I think it was like 6 or so injured, at least in that FSU shooting that happened. Another story to tell you about that's coming up, and this one involves a wild police chase that, well, frankly, happened across the pond, but it's how it ended and some of the specifics of this. A little wild. It's coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. So there is this wild police chase that lasted hours in the UK, and how it ended, it was rather interesting. Let's go ahead and go to the video, if you don't mind. The driver apparently did not stop for police after he was found to be driving without insurance.
Driving without insurance.
Yeah, and as you can see, everything's kind of a little narrow there. They eventually were able to catch up with him, but he was throwing items from the car during the chase. He crashed into a wall in a parked car. He was later found hiding on a roof.
Yeah,
Like, there he is right
I mean,
there.
this just is
Yeah.
a prime example of following a mistake with another
Contemplating his
mistake, which
life
you're not
decisions,
supposed to do
according
in
to police.
sports or life. All this was driving without insurance, and who knows? He was throwing items out of the car. You never know what else was in there, but just compounding bad decisions one
Yeah.
after another.
Yeah.
So the vehicle was registered to the address where he was hiding.
So we don't know if it was
there's
actually his home
another-
or not, but
yeah, probably not the wisest decision all around.
Should mention that this happened back in March. He was sentenced to 15 months in prison last month. The video is just coming out now, so this is why we're playing it for you. And it's interesting. And hey, there you go. It's Queen City News Plus live on a Tuesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
This is On the Record, a new Queen City News special focusing on the issues, decisions, and conversations that are shaping our communities. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber.
It's our first show out of the gate
It is
here,
our
isn't
first
it?
show. I
Yeah.
can't believe it. It's been a few weeks in the work. I'm happy to
get underway.
Let's get our launch going, right?
Well, we turn our attention this morning to the Palmetto State, where the GOP primary for governor is down to its final weeks. 7 candidates are vying to secure the nomination that will likely guarantee a win come November in a deeply red South Carolina.
Yeah, I got a June 9th primary coming up over the next 30 minutes. We're going to be sitting down one-on-one on 3 of the 7 candidates that are running in that race. Congressman Ralph Norman, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and State Senator Josh Kimbrell will talk about what's driving their campaigns, where they stand on the issues, and what leadership in South Carolina should look like in the years ahead.
Yeah, Brian, no speeches, no rally stages, just questions and answers. This is On the Record.
Yeah, some talking points thrown in there. We want to start with our discussion right now that I had with Congressman Ralph Norman, who represents parts of the upstate and Midlands regions. Congressman Norman, thanks so much for joining us here on the record. And first up, let's talk about one of these things that has been a really hot topic on the debate circuit for the Republican candidates so far. That is the right to life. Lawmakers in Columbia, they're moving forward with replacing the fetal heartbeat law at 6 weeks with a much stricter law, near total abortion ban that offers no exceptions for incest. And some of your gubernatorial candidates, they are opposed to signing that. You are not, saying that if you were governor, you would sign it into law. Can you explain?
Yeah, you know, the right to life to me is basic. I've got 17 grandchildren. You know, our Constitution, our freedom starts with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, and as I've said on the debate stage, whatever comes across my desk that makes it more pro-life for that child, that innocent child that's getting killed in the womb, I will sign it.
Well, also in this bill, there's some harsh punishments. Women could be sent to prison for up to 2 years and fined $1,000 for getting an abortion or possessing the drugs to cause one. Hypothetically saying, what if a 16-year-old girl is raped in a violent home invasion and becomes pregnant? Should she be forced to have the baby?
Well, and that's the discussion that they're going to have. That's why I rely on those who are getting input from all over the state. And as you know, abortion and it is a hot topic. It always has been, and rightfully so. Before that language is passed, they will have to justify that. And I think people will weigh in on both sides. I will leave it up to those who are debating the issue every day until it becomes a final bill. I'll leave the rest for them to decide, and I'll sign it if it's more pro-life.
And by the way, it doesn't go unnoticed. You have 17 grandchildren, so hats off to that. It must be quite the household around Christmas time or during the summer barbecues for sure, right?
A lot of fun, a lot of good times, and expensive, I'll say that.
That's good stuff. Well, Congressman, also when you announced your run for governor, you said the theme of your campaign is cleaning up Columbia. Get rid of the corruption, drain the swamp type of thing, to coin a phrase from President Trump. Can you be any specific about any corruption that you're talking about?
Absolutely. You know, at the heart of any government, the heart of any business, you have to root out anything that is corrupt, anything that is wasteful, anything that is fraudulent. And the same applies to our government here in South Carolina. Let me give you some examples. The budget has increased 45% over the last 3 years, increasing government spending. But as far as the corruption and the fraud, the $1 billion that they found in the budget last year that magically appeared and magically went away, I would classify as waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. I would also point out that some of the priorities fall into that category, as I mentioned, and I will point out that when you fund an electric car company to the tune of $1.3 billion of hard-earned tax money, that's wasteful. I'm referring to Scout. I'm all for growth, but it's got to be quality growth, and you don't give our taxpayers money away.
When you're talking about Scout Motors, that's a huge manufacturing facility going in the Blythewood area. That is expected to bring a lot of money to the state economy, also provide a lot of jobs. What would you change about that?
Look at the facts. I've heard 2 dates that it rushed through the General Assembly. One was 7 days and one was 17 days. They rushed through it. The legislators didn't know what they were voting for. The next highest bidder, and get this, was I hear in the range of $260 million. They paid $1.3 billion. That just points to the fact that politicians can't make business decisions. And so many of the politicians think it's their money just because it's coming from the taxpayers. I disagree with that. If it's really a great deal, then you ought to vet it, let everybody know about it. But I've talked to politicians that have no idea what they voted for.
More in your backyard here. Let's talk about Silfab Solar Manufacturing Plant in Fort Mill. When it was announced a few years ago, that was seen as providing a big economic impact to the area. You supported it, the growth, the jobs, but now it's not viewed very favorably by residents who don't want the business there next to the school and neighborhoods. They've had 2 high-profile chemical leaks. As a congressman represented that district, or potentially governor, anything that you would like to see happen?
Yeah, Silfab was supported. I think it took a vacant building 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, and the governor supported it. Commerce supported it. They got whatever incentives that they got from the government. I don't take sides in companies coming. I mean, you have to let each company do its own due diligence. They went through all the processes. Now, it's as they have found leaks and they found problems with it, they ought to suffer the consequences. And I'll let that play out. And I think the lawsuits that are coming their way, I held a lot of them blame me, but it wasn't. I don't get involved in that, and I shouldn't have. You don't pick winners and losers when you're a congressman that represents the whole 5th district. But Silfab will pay the consequences if they're found to have done something wrong. And it went through all the processes. And again, the governor supported it, Commerce supported it, and we'll see how it turns out.
That is Congressman Ralph Norman. And one of the other key components of his campaign, Andy, is taking care of the roads and bridges in this Palmetto State. That's part of his infrastructure plan going forward.
And one takeaway for me was his position on abortion. Several candidates in this race have said they will not support a bill that doesn't have exceptions for abortion or incest. He won't go that far just yet, but still ahead 2 more voices in this Republican primary for South Carolina governor, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and State Senator Josh Kimbrell, on why voters should choose them in the June contest.
We're back in a moment. You're watching On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record, where this week we are focusing on the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. And Andy, we got a crowded field here for the GOP. The latest Starboard Communications poll is Attorney General Alan Wilson leading with 20%, but it is tight after that with a surging Ralph Norman, who we just spoke with, at 14%.
And Congressman Nancy Mace is right now at 13%. Right behind them at 12% is former Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. She served under current Governor Henry McMaster for the last 8 years, and in our interview, I asked what made her stand out in this quite tight race. This is a Republican primary, so there's lots of issues you and the other people in the race will agree about. So how would you distinguish yourself from the field?
Well, I'm the only person in this field that has started a successful business from scratch and built it into a national company. I'm also the only person in this field that has stood shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. Since long before I was in elected office, I felt that the president was the leader for our time. He had the backbone to actually get things done in a climate where politics was getting a little bit out of control. He's very focused and determined, and so I'm proud to have always had his back.
You mentioned your support for the president. There has been a recent uptick in gas prices because of the ongoing conflict in Iran. What's your view on that, and what should be done to make life more affordable when we're seeing a recent increase, especially in the price of gas?
Well, when you talk about things being affordable, a lot of what I've talked about, I'm an accountant by trade, while being on the trail, is, making people's lives more affordable. And, the biggest driver of inflation is too much government spending. So here in South Carolina, I have pledged that during my very first day in office, we will eliminate state income tax. Florida, Texas, Tennessee has done it. We can do it too. We're going to do it by leaning in on technology and start running efficiently. We're going to do it by getting rid of useless regulations so our businesses can flourish. And we're going to do it by regulating spending, because just like every single one of my constituents here in the state, we have to live within our means and tighten our belts. And that's what we need to do as government.
Could you see yourself bringing in casinos to help fill that void of a loss of revenue?
What I have always said is that I think we can all agree nobody wants, a big square building just jammed with slot machines. That doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't bring in the right element, and it brings in, people who are vulnerable. And so, but what I do believe we should do is we should allow local areas to weigh in on what they want to see in their communities. And, the president was very deliberate when he even talked about data centers. You have to have local buy-in. In an Evette administration, I will make sure that the voices of local citizens are heard, and that when it comes to things like data centers, that, local constituents would never pay a dime more for energy costs. The president was very clear, and I've been very clear on this matter all around our state.
So on data centers, should they be allowed in South Carolina? And if they should, then how can we make sure that they are serving their function while not harming folks' way of life in the state?
Well, let me tell you, under an Evette administration, as I said before, ratepayers will never pay a dime more because a data center is moving into their area. We have to make sure that as we look around the state, that there is local buy-in for whatever industry is coming there. I have talked about a blueprint here in South Carolina, the fact that we have to find out from our local communities what kinds of economic development they're willing to accept. Let's make sure we bring in the right kind of businesses for every region of our state. And it starts with, again, local buy-in and making sure that the ROI on whatever we bring here to South Carolina is good for the people and for the state.
In our region recently, Fort Mill residents have raised concerns after leaks at the Silfab solar plant. I'm curious, you mentioned local buy-in. These were approved. This plant was approved to be in this part of the state. But what can be done to allow folks to, I guess, change their mind if something like a leak were to happen near a school or near their homes?
Well, this is something our Department of DES has taken very seriously. I continue to get briefed on what's going on. Right now, there is no mixing of chemicals. They have enlisted a third-party engineering company to come in and give a complete overview to make sure that they are equipped and everything is what we would feel is safe. I'm hoping that that will at least make people feel better that we have this independent third party. And then again, citizens should always get involved. I think that's why it's really important for people to vote.
That's South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and I think what stands out the most, Brian, is that she is definitely interested, like many of the candidates in this race, in an endorsement from President Trump, who has not made one yet.
Yeah, and they're also tapping into that Trump through line of being a business person like Ralph Norman, he says, and also Ron Reddy out of the Isle of Palms is running as well. When we come back, we will wrap our conversation with State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has represented portions of Spartanburg County since 2020. Stay with us for more On the Record.
Welcome back to On the Record. We continue our series of one-on-one interviews with candidates competing in the Republican primary for South Carolina governor.
And now we turn our final conversation in the series to State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who joins us on the record. Senator, so before we get into your platform on running for governor, I want to talk first about the latest news regarding you and your campaign that's been making headlines across the state over the past couple of weeks. And that's with the social media jabs about a Boiling Springs firefighter. On April 8th, you commented on Facebook about the firefighter saying that, quote, the Boiling Springs FD should not let you near a truck. Now, this is blown up across the state, going viral. Boiling Springs FD, they came out in full defense of that firefighter. You came out with a statement, but you say this is really a personal issue with a long history. Describe it in your words. What's happened here?
Well, for about a year. I mean, and look, I mean, my attorneys are dealing with this young guy and frankly, the fire department. And what I've done for the past year, 9 days after I announced for governor, a couple of folks I used to work with tried to file a very frivolous lawsuit in conjunction with the most corrupt solicitor in South Carolina history, as I call him, Walt Wilkins. And this young guy has been egged on by the former solicitor, who's now in private practice, to try and slander my family, slander me, hurt our businesses, and just been overall just really very nasty. I've tried to handle this very professionally. I've talked to the chief. We've had conversations. I've been a longtime supporter of pay increases for first responders. I have supported Bowling Springs Fire Department as well. But at the same time, I'm not going to let somebody go out there and trash my family, hurt my wife, undermine my personal life to try to gain a political advantage. This has been nothing short of a political hit job. It's lawfare. And this is what happens. I mean, it's all been politics. Had no problems until I decided to run for governor of South Carolina. Then people decided to go crazy.
So let's talk about some of the core issues about why you are running for governor. As senator, you have fought for lower taxes, reduced regulations, the right to life, parental rights. What do you want to do as governor for the people of South Carolina?
Well, look, I mean, everybody's talking about right now how they want to get rid of the income tax. But I'm the only person on the stage in any of these debates that's ever actually introduced a bill that would do that. So you can talk about things theoretically, but I've done these things in reality.
South Carolina has one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the country. You support the fetal heartbeat law. What about the push to make it even more restrictive when it comes to no incest or rape included?
Well, and look, I'm never going to support any kind of abortion law that doesn't provide exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I've made that very clear. I made that clear in subcommittee yesterday on medical affairs. I did support the heartbeat bill. I was a early co-sponsor of that legislation. I worked very hard and was one of the leaders to get that across the finish line. Look, the reality is you got to strike a balance. Everything is setting essentially this notion of balancing rights between folks. And I do not support abortion as a means of birth control. I don't think we should have, I don't mean to be flippant in saying it, but recreational abortions. That being said, I also understand there are exigent circumstances like life of the mother, rape or incest, and I've always supported exceptions for all of that. In fact, in committee this week, I made very clear, while I'm pro-life, personally believe that life begins at conception, that I have never supported any law that would put mama in jail or the electric chair, which I think is insane. And I'm willing to have that conversation. So in my view, any legislation that protects life, and I believe we should protect life, needs to also protect the dignity of individuals and protect exemptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
Moving on to gambling right now. South Carolina does not have gambling. North Carolina does with casinos and online gambling. This is an issue that popped up with the debate that you had in Newberry a few weeks ago. Congressman Norman.
I remember.
Yeah, and Alan Wilson. They opposed the casinos and online gambling. But you, on the other hand, are a little bit more lenient about gambling in the Palmetto State. When it comes to casinos, what do you believe in, would you like to see happen here?
Look, I don't want South Carolina to become Atlantic City or Vegas, the Vegas Strip. I mean, I'm not going to support just an opening up of gambling across all 46 counties and having these things everywhere. I'm not for that. I believe there need to be significant guardrails around it. That being said, what I said in the debate in Newberry, and I'll reiterate to you now, is that economically disadvantaged areas like the 95 corridor, particularly Orangeburg, which is where one of the projects has been proposed, they could benefit from that.
That is State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who has quite a bit of ground to make up right now to stay in the race.
We'll take one more break, and when we return, our final thoughts on what we heard from all three candidates in this South Carolina governor's race.
To stay on top of all things election related, head to our website, qcnews.com, and there you can find more stories, polls, and interviews pertaining to the races, including the ones you just saw here. I'm Brian Blakely.
And I'm Andy Weber. Thanks for joining us for the first edition of On the Record.
We'll see you next week. Now on Queen City News, Charlotte City Council members pull their support for the controversial I-77 expansion project. Why it's unclear what will happen next. Plus, North Carolina health officials monitoring hantavirus after a deadly cruise ship outbreak. Their message to residents concerned about the potential spread in the Tar Heel state.
Sunshine and 70 degrees. I'd say it's a pretty nice weather day across most of the Carolinas here, but I'm tracking another cold front that will bring us a rain chance for tomorrow. How much rain, though, could we actually see out of that? I've got your Fruit Point weather forecast coming up.
We need the rain, but sunshine and 70 is always nice. Good afternoon, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at 4, plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease daily bottlenecks have hit a bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted last night to pull back support for the controversial plan. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, reaction has been mixed, and what happens next is somewhat unclear.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmera was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmera didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Several Charlotte City Council members are considering putting a moratorium on the development of new data centers in the city. Residents against the facilities packed last night's City Council meeting to share their concerns. Council members voted to schedule a public hearing in 2 weeks and set a final vote on a moratorium next month.
We need to stop. We need to pause. We need to rescind. We need to halt until we know that there's no harm to our residents.
Moratorium would bar the City Council from approving projects or accepting new applications until further review of the potential impact of data centers can be completed. It would last 150 days. The public hearing is set for May 26th. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions to the district's budget for the next school year. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for a $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today, which will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and other positions. That meeting starts at 6 at the Government Center. Well, the very latest coming up tonight at 10. 18 Americans are now in quarantine due to the deadly hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Atlantic. That includes one North Carolinian. The CDC says the strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or, in rare cases, lead to death. There are currently no confirmed cases in the U.S. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message today to concerned residents across the state.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the Western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
The suspect in yesterday's shooting and attempted kidnapping at a Newton gas station is now in police custody. It happened at the Love's gas station near NC 10 and South Fork Drive off of US 321 authorities found Ronald Rumley Jr. shot multiple times in a crashed car. A woman and a baby were also in the car unharmed. Investigators now say Rumley and the suspect, identified as Jontavius Littlejohn, knew each other and planned to meet at the location. Littlejohn is accused of getting in the victim's car and shooting him during an attempted robbery. Littlejohn was found in South Carolina hours after the incident. The victim is still in the hospital. Queens University community is remembering a recent graduate and member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning on Queens Road West in Myers Park. CMPD says 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car he was in went off the road and hit a tree. The Queens University swim team posted this photo on Instagram saying Keegan was a cherished teammate and friend. The crash is still under investigation. Drivers in the Carolinas and nationwide are still feeling the impacts of higher gas prices. According to AAA, the national average for a regular gallon of gas is $4.50, a 40-cent increase from a month ago. Prices a little cheaper in the Carolinas, but drivers are still paying more than $4 per gallon at the pump. President Trump says he may be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax, but that is not something that can be done with the stroke of a pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. Blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody is doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it'll make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Gas prices are also fueling a rise in the U.S. inflation rate. The U.S. Labor Department is reporting a 3.8% increase in the Consumer Price Index last month. That is the largest jump in prices compared to the year before since 2023. It's also a 0.6% increase from March. Core inflation, which includes food and gas prices because of how frequently they change, climbed 2.8% last month. The new report comes as peace negotiations with Iran appear to be unraveling, and President Trump heads overseas to meet with the president of China.
We're going to do whatever is necessary, and as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop, and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof.
President is expected to try and persuade the Chinese leader to push Iran towards accepting a U.S. peace deal ending the fighting in the Middle East. Company that creates the online educational platform Canvas reports that data stolen by hackers in a cyber attack last month has been deleted. The information of students, parents, and educators from across North Carolina, including Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, were involved in that breach. Company leaders say they have reached an agreement with the hacker group, and they have confirmed the data was deleted.
Beautiful weather out there today, but here comes the next cold front. It's going to bring us a chance of showers and storms tomorrow, but how much rain are we expecting and exactly when? I'll show you that timeline next.
Rising property taxes causing headaches for homeowners in the Tar Heel state. How lawmakers want to leave it up to voters to decide if there should be a cap on the higher costs. And fighting cancer in the Tar Heel state, the push to help improve treatment and save lives in North Carolina. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. As property tax bills climb across North Carolina, lawmakers are now asking, should there be a cap? As Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains, a new proposal moving through the General Assembly could put the question on the ballot this November for voters to decide.
State lawmakers say rising property taxes are hitting families hard across North Carolina.
Especially heartbreaking for folks that have lived in the community for, 40, 50, 60 years and who, just the value of their house has gone through the roof and they never had the income to support, an $800,000 house in property taxes.
House Bill 1089 would let voters decide in November whether to let the General Assembly cap the growth rate of property tax levies. Republicans argue local governments have a spending problem, not a revenue problem.
We need to limit what cities and counties can spend money on and stay within the bounds of the stated purpose of government, not to go into things that are non-governmental related.
But Democrats pushed back, saying the state has shifted too many funding responsibilities onto local governments, like schools, jails, and community colleges.
The truth is property taxes are not rising because cities and counties suddenly went on a wild drunken binge and started spending like sailors. It's because of the cost shifting that we have done from this body.
And that shift has left local leaders with few options other than raising property taxes to fill funding gaps.
We've continued to create unfunded mandates for our local governments, while at the same time funding, mostly education, less and less. And, when you squeeze the balloon up top, that money's going to pop, that balloon's going to pop out somewhere else. And right now it's popping out in property taxes.
Shabnam Dinesh reporting the bill passed the House Finance Committee today, and it now heads to the Rules Committee next. North Carolina cancer survivors, caregivers, and advocates are asking the General Assembly to make the disease a top priority. They gathered in Raleigh earlier for Cancer Action Day. A proposed House bill would improve coverage of a biomarker testing, which helps doctors determine the best treatment for patients.
We're here today. Mason, my son, was diagnosed at 6 years old with leukemia, and right away biomarker testing was completed, and Mason's leukemia cells were found to have 2 genetic mutations that actually changed his treatment plan. So access to biomarker testing is really important to us. It's what we believe helped Mason do so well on treatment.
24 states have passed legislation that helps cover biomarker testing, including Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is in the western part of the state to discuss efforts to help the area's economic recovery today. This is the third budget proposal for the area hit by Hurricane Helene. It includes $82 million for small businesses and promoting tourism in the region. This is in addition to the state's outstanding request of $13.5 billion from the federal government. How's the weather outside today? Take a look here at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. It's a beautiful day in the Charlotte area. Temps just going to be even warmer tomorrow. It was so pleasant today. As we talked to Tara a little bit more about possibility of rain, but this was really just that Chamber of Commerce day you want to get outside and enjoy.
Gorgeous. I know. I mean, just a few leftover clouds up there in the sky. No rain. We'd like to see some rain. We do have a rain chance for tomorrow. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to be a whole lot across the area. So weakening cold front coming in. And yes, temperatures will be getting a little bit warmer tomorrow before the cold front passes and drops temperatures a few more degrees again to wrap up the week. And then the heat is on. So it's a little bit of an up and down ride here these next few days. But wall to wall sunshine as expected here today. We've got 71 degrees outside of our studios right now. Just gorgeous, as Brian said, Chamber of Commerce weather out there and over the Queen City. As we look around here, the region, it was a chilly start this morning. That's the thing with that more clearing that happened last night and the settling wind, and that really allowed temperatures to tumble here. We got down to freezing up there in the mountains, 32 degrees to start the day this morning. 34 was that low temperature in Jefferson. We hit a low of 47. It was a chilly start in the Queen City, and most low temperatures kind of right around that range. Low mid 40s, few spots in the upper 40s, down to 39 earlier up in Salisbury, but 71 again here here today, and that's from out of the airport in Charlotte. We've got that light southeast wind, definitely not as gusty as it was yesterday. 72 right now, checking in Albemarle, Wadesboro, 72 degrees in Concord. We've got about 74 in Morganton and low and mid 60s up in the mountains. So a nice recovery this afternoon. And again, we are dry. Yes, today. You know what? We check out how much rain we have picked up so far this month of May, and for a nice change, we're actually running ahead of schedule. We've had just over 2 inches. This is from the Charlotte area, from all that beneficial rain, especially that we had last week. So running a little above normal, but we're still below normal, of course, on the year, and we're still dealing with the widespread extreme and in some cases exceptional drought conditions. The stats on the year, the number on the year, running about 7¼ inches behind. But we do have a few spotty showers and storms coming up for tomorrow, as we do have a cold front that's going to be heading in from the north and west. But the thing is, it's just a much weaker system by the time it gets here. So a lot of the more substantial showers, thunderstorms will just kind of weaken and fall apart even by the time they roll through the Piedmont. And that front quickly pushes off to the east, and it's back to more sunshine and dry weather for Thursday. So tomorrow, it's not going to be an all-day washout or anything by any means here. A good part of the day is staying dry, especially in the morning and even through about early afternoon. It's not until really late afternoon and evening do we pick up that shower chance. And keep that in mind if you're headed out to the Charlotte FC match against New York City tomorrow evening at 7:15. There is a chance of a shower maybe by halftime. Otherwise, temperatures, we start in the mid 70s and start to cool down a little bit into the high 60s toward the end of the match. Futurecast shows again early tomorrow morning. Dry, just some cloudiness around, a little bit of an increase in cloud cover. It's not until about 5-6 o'clock that we'll start to see the chance of showers and storms. Some of that rain could be moderate to heavy in spots moving into the mountains and foothills first. And then you can see how a lot of that line just kind of breaks apart by the time it reaches the Charlotte metro a little bit later in the evening, between say 7 to 9 o'clock or so in the evening, and then it pushes off to the east. And so it's really not going to be much rain. In fact, we take a look at the forecast rainfall totals, and this is over the next 3 days here, and mainly factoring in the system tomorrow, only looking at maybe a few hundredths to a tenth or so of an inch of rain. All right, meanwhile, we fast forward into the weekend. If you're heading up to Dover, Delaware for the NASCAR All-Star race, it's going to be a hot one, 89 degrees. It's hot up there. It's going to be hot here too. Look at that. We stay mainly in the 70s for the rest of the week, a little bit warmer, closer to 80 tomorrow, but then we go from 77 on Friday up to 87 on Saturday, and lower 90s are back early next week, Brian.
Tara, thank you. A deadly officer-involved shooting in Gastonia ruled justified. The newly released video showing what happened. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Newly released surveillance video shows the moments that led to a deadly officer-involved shooting in Gastonia. We want to warn you, some of the viewers may find this video disturbing. It is from a January incident at a convenience store. Investigators say the video shows Derek Manigault, the man in the red tracksuit, getting into an argument with another man. He pulls out what appears to be a handgun from his waistband, and that is when an undercover detective pulled out his gun and started firing at Manigault. He was eventually hit and died at the hospital later. Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page determined the use of deadly force was justified. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes weighed in on the decision.
That moment where he pulls out the handgun and it's by his side, that's when the officer, I believe that in this report saying that he believes that he was in imminent fear of bodily harm. Him running out of the door after the shots fired, that's where I would break down the other portion. That turning towards the officer in turning and trying to run where he's pausing and show the firearm pointing in the officer's direction. I think at that moment, I think that's where I would say that he was justified to be in imminent fear of bodily harm.
Gastonia police are now conducting an internal review of the incident. Duke Energy is rescheduling a public hearing due to significant security concerns. Today's hearing was supposed to be in Durham, but is now rescheduled for June 3rd. Officials did not elaborate on what the security concerns were. Utility company wants to raise rates by 18% to stay in good financial standing. It is up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny the rate request. The decision should happen this fall. If approved, the hike would begin in January. The fighting with Iran is sending prices soaring across the U.S. How much consumer costs have grown as the war continues to linger. And relief could soon be on the way for the high price of gas. How drivers are reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We are following breaking news out of Raleigh as North Carolina Republican leaders are announcing an agreement on a new state budget. They were supposed to pass a budget last June, but the House and Senate could not reach an agreement then. House Speaker Destin Hall and Senate President Phil Berger say they are still details to be worked out, but they have a framework in place. School districts and local governments, which have been unsure about their future, have been pressuring lawmakers to pass a spending plan. Teachers would get an average 8% raise. GOP leaders say it would give new North Carolina teachers the highest salary in the South. Veteran teachers would get a $1,000 bonus, and less experienced educators would get $500. State employees would get an average 3% raise, and they would get bonuses of $1,750. State law enforcement raises would range from about 10% to 20%. Local law enforcement officers would get a $1,750 bonus. Republicans say there will be reductions in the state's personal income tax rate. They're also pledging to put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot for a tax cap of 3.5%. They will have another amendment on the ballot for limits on property tax limits. Right now at 4:30, plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease daily bottlenecks have hit a bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted last night to pull back support for the controversial plan. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, reaction has been mixed, and what happens next is somewhat unclear.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg school board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions to the district's budget for next school year. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today, which will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and reallocation of money for school services and other positions. That meeting starts at 6 in the Government Center and should have a big impact since the budget was passed. We'll have much more tonight about the school budget coming up at 10 o'clock. 18 Americans are now in quarantine due to the deadly hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Atlantic, and that includes one North Carolinian. CDC says the strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or, in rare cases, lead to death. There are currently no confirmed cases in the U.S. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message to concerned residents across the state.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health departments.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Prosecutors in Mecklenburg County have determined that a deadly shooting involving 2 Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers was justified. Investigators say the suspect in this case, Joseph Andrade, shot 2 people, killing one before breaking into a woman's home, kidnapping her and stealing her car. The October 2025 spree stretched across West Charlotte and ended in a shootout with officers at the intersection of Freedom Drive and Moorhead Street. Prosecutors say the evidence shows Andrade held the kidnapping victim at gunpoint and was firing at police, leading to the use of deadly force. Queens University community is remembering a recent graduate and member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning on West Queens Road West in Myers Park. CMPD says 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car he was in went off the road and hit a tree. The university swim team posted a photo on the Instagram page saying Keegan was a cherished teammate and friend. The crash is still under investigation. Drivers in the Carolinas and nationwide are still feeling the impacts of higher gas prices. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon is $4.50, a 40-cent increase from a month ago. Prices a little cheaper in the Carolinas, but drivers are still paying more than $4 per gallon at the pump. President Trump says he may be able to provide relief at the pump by suspending the federal gas tax, but that is something that cannot be done with the stroke of a pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. It blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody's doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Gas prices are also fueling a rise in the U.S. inflation rate. The U.S. Labor Department reporting a 3.8% increase in the Consumer Price Index last month. That is the largest jump in prices compared to the year before since 2023. It's also a 0.6% increase from March. Core inflation, which excludes food and gas prices because of how frequently they change, climbed 2.8% last month. The new report comes as peace negotiations with Iran appear to be unraveling, and President Trump is heading overseas to meet with the president of China, Xi Jinping.
We're going to do whatever is necessary, and as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop, and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof.
President is expected to try and persuade the Chinese leader to push Iran towards accepting a U.S. peace deal ending the fighting in the Middle East. Tara?
After a beautiful weather Tuesday here, tracking another front that will bring us the chance of a few scattered showers and storms into tomorrow. I'll show you when and just how much rain we could see out of that. That's next.
When music runs through your veins, how a Belmont band director's family history is helping shape the next generation of musicians. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A lot of young people struggle to settle on a career. Belmont's band director was happy to follow the lead of his family and blaze his own trail. Queen City News storyteller John Lee finds out more about the band Blood in Faces of the Carolinas.
Pull up a chair at South Point High and a dichotomy hits you like a wall of sound. A, you feel younger. B, you feel super old. Especially when you meet the Gen Z band director.
You just gotta be you. He definitely kind of gets us a little more. And 1 and 2.
Connor Settlemyer is 22 and approaching the end of his first year as a teacher. He was born around the time the TV show Desperate Housewives debuted, but let him cook, the man can teach.
I'm up here singing the whole time y'all are playing. I think it's important to kind of establish that it's okay to mess up, okay to make mistakes, but just we're trying to grow from that and improve every day. And if we're improving every day, then we'll have a good product at the end.
Connor Settlemyer from South Point High School.
Mr. Settlemyer was named Gaston County Schools' new Teacher of the Year.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together. I'm so excited to do this with 30 percussionists. I don't know how else to tell you guys that.
He shares his recognition with the students.
I thought it was amazing for him. He definitely deserves it. He really helped us.
Taught me how to be a better musician, a better drummer, and he's just a good person overall.
Mr. Settlemyer is a natural-born teacher, and that's really no surprise considering music is in his blood. His mother, Kelly, is a church minister of music. His uncle Scott's been a band director at universities, including West Virginia and App State. and brother Josh is a high school choir teacher.
I think music was always going to kind of be the way. It's just what avenue of music.
I wasn't expecting a 22-year-old guy who likes to joke around with us and we can talk about anything.
Yes, he's youthful and approachable, but not afraid to challenge them musically.
Yeah, percussion, don't be the reason we fall apart back there.
And that's why this Gen Zer is well equipped to make learning a snap.
I definitely really connect to him.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Settlemyre wants to grow the band program for years to come. Their spring band concert is tonight at South Point High School. Our award-winning Hometown Series continuing through the spring. We have plenty more stories to tell you, including tomorrow morning at 9. We're exploring the theme Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. And if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online at our website, qcnews.com. Thousands are expected to visit Salisbury's historic downtown area this weekend for the Cheerwine Festival. There will be live music, Cheerwine-inspired food and drinks, family fun, and more. A portion of all sales will support Rowan Helping Ministries, which provides shelter and food pantry and transitional housing programs to county residents. Several shuttle services will run this weekend to make it easier to travel to and from downtown. Always a great time at the Cheerwine Festival. Only on Queen City News Plus, our original show Behind the Lens takes you into the life of photojournalists. And this week we talk with the man who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, including their most iconic moment in recent years.
This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely right. Where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across the bay there. I look at him after and I'm like, "You're a wild man." And he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really, because one of two things happens. We catch it and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're going to win regardless."
I remember that moment very vividly. You can watch the full episode of Behind the Lens right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. Let's take a look outside right now as we look at Uptown from our Arlington camera. It's been a warm, sunny Tuesday after yesterday's wet weather. Not a cloud in the sky, Tara. But you are tracking some rain for tomorrow, aren't you?
A little bit. I wish it was more because I know we keep saying we need the rain, we need the rain. We still do with the drought. But yeah, a couple of showers possible. It's not going to add up to much, and maybe a storm in the mix too. And especially up in the mountain communities, we could see a little bit more of that rain. But we're talking about the heat then after that as we go into the weekend. It's going to be feeling more like summertime.
Is that going to be the first humidity that we're going to really see for the summer?
A little bit of humidity, yeah. So dew points right now, for example, are only in the 30s or low 40s out there. By the weekend, they'll be back in the 60s. So yeah, low mid 60s. It's going to feel hot. It's going to feel a little more muggy outside as well. And so yes, we are tracking those couple of scattered showers coming up for tomorrow. Not early in the day, really a good part of the day, and even 24 hours from now, still likely dry over most of our regions. Not until a little bit later in the evening. That's how the timing looks here for now, that we could start to see some of those showers or a thunderstorm or two developing or drifting in with this next front. 72 degrees. That was it for the high temperature today, despite all this sunshine. So keeping it on the cooler side after that chilly start that we had this morning. 47 for a low. But as I showed you last half hour, we had some temperatures around freezing up there in the mountains this morning. But widespread 60s and 70s out there right now from the coast of the Carolinas and all the way up and down through the valley there. Asheville's at 68 and heading up into the higher elevation, 66 degrees, still at 71 in Charlotte. So hardly a cloud in the sky in the Queen City and north and west, but still friends living around South Carolina communities here and Chesterfield County and even parts of Highway 74 there still dealing with some scattered cloudiness. No rain coming out of the cloud zone here. It continues to be a dry scan as we look around on radar with this brief area of high pressure that's drifting in. So we're kind of right on the edge of this widespread cloud cloud cover and look at all the rain closer to that stalled front where they do need it, especially after all the wildfire conditions there down through South Georgia and Florida, but just a washout of conditions down that way. Now we look upstream and up to the north and west. We do have a trailing cold front marching through the Plain States and heading into the Midwest. That's a system that's headed in for late tomorrow and bringing us that chance of a few spotty showers or a thunderstorm or two. But tonight it's still cool and dry to start the day tomorrow before temperatures warm up. We'll be a little warmer tomorrow and closer to 80 degrees. Again, more heat coming by the weekend. So tomorrow, mix of sun and clouds for most of the day. Just watching for that chance of a late day shower or thunderstorm with a south-southwest wind at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So showing you the timeline here. Again, you can see right on through 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, still dry, just some cloudiness around. Once we move a few hours past lunchtime, but really not so much until about 4 to 6 p.m. do we start to see some of those showers or storms rolling in where the rain could get heavy briefly around the mountains and foothills. Again, there could be a storm in the mix too, but this is a weakening system here. So notice how it appears that a lot of the rain will tend to fall apart as it moves into the Charlotte metro. So just not much at all, if really any, for a lot of you expected as it crosses through the region later in the evening, and then by midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, most of it's out of here and it's back to dry conditions for Thursday and Friday to wrap up the week. So the rainfall forecast, it's not much, unfortunately, only maybe a few hundredths or close to a tenth of an inch or so. And then it's back into this hot and mostly dry pattern as we look ahead through the weekend and heading into next week, good part of next week. Ridge of high pressure will give us those above normal temperatures. So we're mainly still in the mid to upper 70s through the end of the week. But Saturday, we jump a little closer to 90, and then upper 80s to lower 90s will be the theme. So we're talking about more than 10 degrees above average there going into a good part of next week. Mountain forecast, you all heating up a little bit more as well, close to 70 tomorrow, but with some showers and storms developing later in the day. Thursday, Friday, notice Thursday a little bit cooler behind this front, again, only in the upper 50s, but then the warm up is going to be kicking in for the weekend, 70s to lower 80s for Saturday and Sunday. So low temperatures waking up tomorrow morning. Again, kind of a cool start, not quite as chilly as this morning, but still will be dropping into the high 40s, around 50, but a nice warm up tomorrow afternoon, closer to 80 before the front comes in, close to 70 degrees up in the mountains. Again, just a bit cooler for Thursday, mid upper 70s to wrap up the week, and then 80s and lower 90s with more humidity going into next week.
Tara, thank you. A mother is demanding an apology after a North Carolina Congresswoman's response to her son's letter, what the lawmaker said to spark the outrage. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A North Carolina mom is slamming a congresswoman over her response to a 10-year-old's letter. Christian Mango wrote an essay about why the federal government should provide tax rebates to electric vehicle owners. It was part of a classroom assignment. Christian's mom says her son mailed a copy of that essay to Republican Congresswoman Virginia Foxx. Foxx responded with a letter disagreeing with the boy's proposal and saying his teacher used propaganda and indoctrinated the child. Christian's mom is now demanding an apology.
When Representative Foxx attacked him and attacked his teachers and said that his teachers were indoctrinating him with propaganda, how do you even explain that to a 10-year-old in 4th grade? But it's just not okay. We told my son it's not an okay response. Nobody should talk to a child like that, and nobody should attack teachers like that. She crossed the line.
Our sister station in Greensboro reached out to Representative Foxx's office to see if they would give an apology, but they have yet to receive a response. 2 people are facing criminal charges more than 2 years after the collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge. Federal prosecutors accuse a ship operator and a senior employee of making decisions that caused the vessel to crash and covering up what happened. 6 people were killed. Officials say the crash could have been avoided if the 2 workers used the proper fuel pumps to restart power after the first blackout.
As alleged in the indictment, the use of the flushing pump, a non-redundant fuel supply pump, was a hazardous condition under U.S. Coast Guard regulations and a violation of international law.
The ship lost power twice before it crashed into a supporting column of the bridge. Officials estimate the cost to replace the bridge could be between $4.3 and $5.2 billion. On Queen City News at 5, a cyber attack exposes the data of thousands of students, parents, and teachers in the Charlotte area. What officials say will happen to that information after reaching a deal with the hackers. And relief could soon be on the way for high gas prices. How drivers are reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, Charlotte City Council members pull their support for the controversial I-77 expansion project. Why it's unclear what will happen next. Plus, North Carolina health officials monitoring hantavirus after a deadly cruise ship outbreak. Their message to residents concerned about potential spread in the Tar Heel state.
Sunshine and 70s today. I'd call it a pretty nice weather day. Of course, yes, we still desperately need some rain. We do have a little bit on the way for tomorrow. How much could we actually see, though, and when? That's coming up, my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
Well, thanks for being with us again. I'm Matt Still. Queen City News at 5 starts now with breaking news out of Raleigh. North Carolina Republican leaders announcing an agreement on a new state budget. They were supposed to pass a budget last June, but the House and Senate could not reach an agreement. House Speaker Destin Hall and Senate President Phil Berger say they are still working out details, but they have a framework set for a budget. School districts and local governments have been pressuring lawmakers to pass a spending plan for months. Teachers will get an average 8% raise. The GOP leaders say it would give new North Carolina teachers the highest salary in the South. Veteran teachers would get a $1,000 bonus, and less experienced educators would get $500. State employees would get an average 3% raise, and they would get bonuses of $1,750. State law enforcement raises would range from about 10% to 20%. Local law enforcement officers will get a $1,750 bonus as well. Republicans say there will be reductions in the state's personal income tax rate. They're also pledging to put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot for a tax cap of 3.5%. They will have another amendment on the ballot for limits on property tax increases. Our Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh will join us live in about 10 minutes with more on that budget plan. Well, first at 5, plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease increasing congestion have hit a bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted last night to pull back support for the controversial plan. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us that reaction has been mixed and what happens next is still somewhat up in the air.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
So we will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions to the district's budget for next school year. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today, which will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and a reallocation of money for school services and other positions. That meeting starts at 6 at the Government Center. Well, 18 Americans are now in quarantine after that deadly hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Atlantic. That includes at least one person from North Carolina. The CDC says this strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or in rare cases lead to death. As of now, there are no confirmed cases in the United States. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is still pretty low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message to those who might be concerned.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, tonight we've learned that the suspect in yesterday's shooting and attempted kidnapping at a Newton gas station is now in police custody. It happened at the Love's gas station on NC-10 near South Fork Drive. Authorities found that Ronald Rumley Jr. had been shot multiple times in a crashed car. A woman and a baby were also in the car, but they were unharmed. Investigators now say Rumley and the suspect, identified as Jontavius Littlejohn, knew each other and planned to meet at the location. Littlejohn is accused of getting into Rumley's car and shooting him during an attempted robbery. Littlejohn was found in South Carolina hours after the incident. Rumley is still recovering in the hospital. Well, the Queens University community is remembering a recent graduate and member of their swim team who died in a crash over the weekend. It happened early Sunday morning on Queens Road West in Myers Park. CMPD says 22-year-old Keegan McKinney was in the passenger seat when the car he was in went off the road and hit a tree. The Queens University swim team posted this photo on Instagram, saying that Keegan was a cherished teammate and friend. That crash is still under investigation. Well, drivers in the Carolinas and nationwide are still feeling the impacts of higher gas prices. AAA says the national average for a regular gallon is now $4.50. A 40-cent increase from a month ago. Prices are a little cheaper here in the Carolinas, but drivers are still paying more than $4 per gallon at the pump. President Trump says he may be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax, but that is not something that could just be done with the stroke of a pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. It blows my mind. Hey, but we got to have it. We got to get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody is doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, it make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
And gas prices are also fueling a rise in the U.S. inflation rate. The U.S. Labor Department is reporting a 3.8% increase in the Consumer Price Index last month. That's the largest jump in prices compared to the year before since 2023. It's also a 0.6% increase from March. Core inflation, which excludes food and gas prices because of how frequently they change, climbed 2.8% last month. This new report comes as peace negotiations with Iran appear to be unraveling, and President Trump heads overseas to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
We're going to do whatever is necessary, and as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop, and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof.
The president is expected to try and persuade China to push Iran towards accepting a U.S. peace deal, effectively ending the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Well, the company that operates the online educational platform Canvas says that data stolen by hackers in a cyber attack last month has since been deleted. The information of students, parents, and educators from across North Carolina, including at Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, were involved in the breach. Company leaders say they reached an agreement with the hacker group and confirmed that the data was deleted.
Sunshine out there today, pleasant temperatures, highs up into the 70s. I am tracking the approach, though, of another cold front. How much rain will it bring us tomorrow and when? Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
And in the fight against cancer, the push to help improve in treatment and save more lives in North Carolina. A live look from above West Charlotte on this Tuesday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. More on that breaking news with North Carolina Senate and House leaders announcing a budget deal. This comes after a year-long stalemate on key disagreements over tax cuts and raises for teachers and other state employees. State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh is live for us in Raleigh. And Shabnam, the leaders just held a joint press conference announcing this much-anticipated compromise.
Yeah, they did for weeks now. We've been hearing that leaders are, negotiations are progressing in the right directions. And today they tell us they do have a framework and agreement on those two issues that have made a budget deal so elusive. Of course, that's the employee raises and tax cuts. But they do stress there is more work to be done. But let's start with those employee raises. The budget includes 3% raises for state employees and 8% raises for teachers, plus bonuses. House Speaker Destin Hall says that will make teachers the highest paid in the Southeast. Law enforcement also get a raise ranging from 10 to 20% plus bonuses. And when it comes to those tax cuts, Senate Leader Phil Berger says they are repealing the personal income tax triggers and setting new schedules. Right now, the income tax rate is 3.99%. In January, that will drop to 3.49%, and by 2033, it will reach 2.99% with another rate drop scheduled in between.
Budget is delivering record salary increases really across state government, both for teachers and, as you heard, for law enforcement officers. And so we're very proud of that. But we also continue to deliver tax relief for the citizens of this state.
Leaders say both chambers will pass a constitutional amendment that will lower the current tax cap to 3.5%. The reason for that, Berger says, is to keep their promise to taxpayers by providing an assurance that their tax rates will never go higher than that. Now, Berger says the total spend for the budget is to be determined, but appropriations will be 7% higher than the last fiscal year. Live at the General Assembly, Shabnam Danesh, Queen City News.
Shabnam, thank you very much. We're also following some breaking news out of South Carolina. The measure to redraw the state's congressional districts just failed in a 29-17 vote in the state Senate. The proposal was in reaction to President Trump's call for Republican-controlled states to redistrict for this year's midterms. It would have eliminated South Carolina's only Democratic district, of course, held by longtime Congressman Jim Clyburn. But 5 Senate Republicans joined all Democrats against the measure, falling short of the 2/3 majority needed for passage. They say the move would throw next month's primary election into chaos over those redrawn maps. Well, cancer survivors, caregivers, and advocates are asking the North Carolina General Assembly to make the disease a top priority this session. They gathered in Raleigh for Cancer Action Day. A proposed House bill would improve coverage of biomarker testing, which helps doctors determine the best treatment for patients.
We're here today. Mason, my son, was diagnosed at 6 years old with leukemia, and right away biomarker testing was completed, and Mason's leukemia cells were found to have 2 genetic mutations that actually changed his treatment plan. So access to biomarker testing is really important to us. It's what we believe helped Mason do so well on treatment.
24 states have passed legislation that helps fund biomarker testing. Those include Tennessee, Georgia, and Mississippi. Live look at Freedom Boat Club up in Lake Norman, or on Lake Norman. A beautiful day to be out in the water, Tara, and the warm-up continues tomorrow. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane back with us, and you're saying that we could see some more rainfall tomorrow.
A little bit.
Which, trust me, we're not complaining whatsoever,
Right.
even if it's not much.
We'll take what we can get. But yeah, another rain chance tomorrow, not going to be much. And after that, we may be getting back into a hotter and drier stretch, it looks like, for a little while, unfortunately. So not great news for the ongoing drought situation around here. But yes, a few showers possible as we go into Wednesday, mainly late afternoon and evening. So really a good part of the day, and even 24 hours from now, a lot of you are still going to be dry outside. So this is definitely not an all-day rain chance by any means. And of course today, gorgeous outside if you're a fan of this sort of thing. Sunshine and high temperatures up into the 60s and 70s, just wall-to-wall sunshine. And a lot of those clouds kind of pushing off to the south from earlier today. And after a chilly start this morning, I mean, look how cold it got for you all up in the mountains. Temperatures were right around around that freezing mark. In fact, we dropped down to exactly 32 degrees up in the mountains in Boone this morning. We had that low of 47 in the Queen City, a little closer to 50 there to the south around Lancaster County, South Carolina, and then upper 30s to lower 40s, mid 40s in spots near the I-40 corridor. So yes, chilly start, but a nice recovery this afternoon. We're up to 72 in Charlotte with a lighter southeast wind today, and dew points are still real dry, sitting in the mid 30s, making that relative humidity at 25%. We've got low 70s along the I-40 corridor, more of the same, low 70s all around down to South Carolina, just a little bit cooler with those low and mid 60s up in the mountain communities where it continues to be dry. Unlike yesterday, we had some of that spotty rain, a little bit of shower activity out there earlier in the day. And we look ahead into tomorrow, that next weak cold front, by the time it gets here, offering up the chance of some spotty showers and maybe a thunderstorm or two. That front is still pretty far away at this point, moving through the Plain States and up through the Midwest today. And you can see how the moisture increases a little more by 2 p.m. tomorrow. A couple of showers coming into the mountain communities, and then a lot of that will just tend to fizzle by the time it moves through here. So tomorrow, I mean, we start with some more sunshine out there. Another cool start too, with temperatures hovering in the upper 40s to around 50 degrees by 8 a.m. We're rising into the mid 50s. So grab the sunglasses, headed out. No need for the umbrella just yet. But if you're going to be out, say tomorrow evening, and that goes too for the Charlotte FC match and Charlotte Knights, first pitch time after 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, and Charlotte FC forecast there. Of course, that kickoff at 7:15 against New York City. Well, it could involve maybe a passing shower at some point, especially by halftime of the Charlotte FC match. Temperatures still pretty comfortable though, 75 at kickoff and only backing off into the upper 60s a little bit later on and toward the end of the match there. So we check out Futurecast. You can see how the clouds start to move in a little bit once again through tomorrow morning, but still waking up to dry conditions all around. It's not really until about 4 to 6 p.m. or so tomorrow, late afternoon, evening, that we start to see some scattered, even heavy showers, maybe an isolated storm or two in the mix up toward the mountains and foothills, and all of that will advance off to the south and east. And really, you can see how it just kind of breaks apart a little bit, moving over the Charlotte metro, maybe some heavier rain staying up to the north, up around the Triad, and all of that will press on off to the east by midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's back to some drier conditions and to wrap up the week. So bottom line is, this is not going to add up to a whole lot of rain at all. A few hundredths of an inch, if you even see it at all. Areas to the south over South Carolina may not get a drop. So back to the 0% chance of any sort of rain Thursday, Friday, heading into the first half of the weekend on Saturday. By Sunday, Monday, next Tuesday, as the heat and humidity gets cranking, almost like a summer-like pattern here, that could lead to a few spotty pop-up showers and storms, mainly in the mountains, again, going into next week. But look at that hot high, 91 next Monday.
Toasty weekend on deck, Tara. Thank you. A deadly officer-involved shooting in Gastonia ruled justified. The newly released video showing what exactly happened. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. newly released surveillance video shows the moments that led to a deadly officer-involved shooting in Gastonia. And we do want to warn you, some viewers may find this video disturbing. It's from an incident in January that happened at a convenience store. Investigators say the video shows Derek Manigault, the man in the red tracksuit there, getting into an argument with another man. He pulls out what appears to be a handgun from his waistband. That is when an undercover detective pulls out his gun and starts firing at Manigault. He was eventually shot and later died at the hospital from his injuries. Gaston County District Attorney Travis Page determined that the use of deadly force was justified. Chief Legal Analyst Cleve Rhodes gives us his thoughts on that decision.
That moment where he pulls out the handgun and it's by his side, that's when the officer, I believe that in this report saying that he believes that he was in imminent fear of bodily harm. Him running out of the door after the shots fired, that's where I would break down the other portion. That turning towards the officer and turning and trying to run where he's pausing and show the firearm pointing in the officer's direction. I think at that moment, I think that's where I would say that he was justified to be in imminent fear of bodily harm.
Gastonia police say they're now conducting an internal review of that incident. Well, Duke Energy is rescheduling a public hearing because of significant security concerns. Today's hearing was supposed to be in Durham, but has now been postponed to June 3rd. Officials do not elaborate on what those security concerns might be. As we know, the utility company wants to raise rates by 18% to stay in good financial standing, but it is up to the State Utilities Commission to approve or deny that request. That decision would happen this fall. If approved, the hike would take effect in January. The fighting in Iran is sending prices soaring across the United States. How much consumer costs have grown as the war continues to linger. And relief could soon be on the way for high gas prices. How drivers are reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. Live look over Independence Boulevard during this afternoon rush. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We're right back. breaking news out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Republican leaders announcing an agreement on a new state budget. They were supposed to pass a budget last June, but the House and Senate could not reach an agreement until now. House Speaker Destin Hall and Senate President Phil Berger say that there are still details to be worked out, but they have a framework set for the budget. School districts and local governments have been pressuring lawmakers to pass a spending plan for months now. Teachers would get an average 8% raise. The GOP leaders say it would give new North Carolina teachers the highest salary in the South. Veteran teachers would get a $1,000 bonus, and less experienced educators would get $500. State employees would get an average of a 3% raise, and they would get bonuses of $1,750. State law enforcement raises would range from about 10% to 20%. Local law enforcement officers will also get $1,750 bonuses as well. Republicans say there will be reductions in the state's personal income tax rate. They're also pledging to put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot for a tax cap of 3.5%. They will have another amendment on the ballot for limits on property taxes as well. We're also following breaking news out of South Carolina. The measure to redraw the state's congressional districts just failed in a 29-17 vote in the state Senate. The proposal was in reaction to President Trump's call for Republican-controlled states to redistrict for this year's midterms. It would have eliminated South Carolina's only Democratic district, held by longtime Congressman Jim Clyburn. But 5 Senate Republicans joined all Democrats against the measure, falling short of the 2/3 majority that was needed for passage. They say the move would throw the June primary election into chaos because of those redrawn maps. Well, plans to add toll lanes to I-77 to ease increasing congestion have hit a bump in the road. Charlotte City Council members voted last night to pull back support for the controversial plan. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us that the reaction has been mixed, and what happens next is somewhat still up in the air.
We're removing our support until further independent analysis and changes and community outreach are done to our satisfaction.
A surprising vote Monday night on an issue that has many in the Queen City split. What should be done to address daily gridlock seen along I-77 South in Charlotte? In a narrow vote, the City Council saying they no longer support a plan to widen the road and add toll lanes.
We know that widening roads simply doesn't work. We have to move people more efficiently in the corridor, and moving people alone in their cars is the least efficient way to move people.
Many neighbors do not support the project over concerns of noise and air pollution and its potential impacts on historic black neighborhoods. Shannon Binns with Sustain Charlotte has been a leading voice opposing the plan, arguing there are better alternatives than adding more space.
Through a bus rapid transit project, or maybe in the longer term, rail.
Right now, there are a lot of uncertainties about what Monday night's vote means for the future of I-77. What we know for sure is that the plan to widen the road and add toll lanes has a very high chance of being scrapped.
We do have a traffic problem and congestion, as well as major crash rates.
Dimple Ajmira was one of 5 council members who voted not to rescind the council's support. Speaking with Queen City News on Tuesday, Ajmira didn't want to comment directly on the vote, but argued the council still needs to find a solution.
We will have conversation about what those next steps look like. How do we find an alternative that meets communities' needs as well as addresses the underlying issue, which is the congestion and safety.
Monday's vote instructs the city's representative on a regional transportation board to rescind support for the I-77 plan. Those following the matter closely expect the plan has little chance of moving forward without Charlotte's backing. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Meanwhile, several Charlotte City Council members are signaling that they would consider putting a moratorium in place on new data centers here in the Queen City. Residents against those facilities packed last night's City Council meeting to share their concerns. Council members voted to schedule a public hearing in 2 weeks and set a final vote on a moratorium to happen next month. Well, Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members will vote tonight on the latest revisions to the district's budget for next school year. Members rejected Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill's previous recommendations for the $2.1 billion plan. Dr. Hill will present a new proposal today. which will include holding money in reserve for teacher raises and a reallocation for money for school services and other positions. That meeting starts in less than 30 minutes at the Government Center. Well, 18 Americans are now in quarantine after that deadly hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship in the Atlantic. That includes at least one person from North Carolina. The CDC says this strain of the virus can severely damage the lungs or, in rare cases, lead to death. As of now, there are no confirmed cases in the United States. North Carolina health officials are also monitoring the outbreak closely, even though they say the chance of the virus spreading is still pretty low. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has their message to those who might be concerned.
No, it's not COVID, but some uncertainty of hantavirus might feel eerily similar to it right now. The disease is in the news after 3 people died in a deadly cruise ship outbreak in the Atlantic.
We do not believe this will be something like COVID, but we always need to apply the lessons from COVID to situations like this.
Dr. David Priest from Novant Health is an infectious diseases physician. He says it's mostly spread by rodents through their urine, droppings, or saliva. It's been more than 30 years since North Carolina has had a confirmed case of the virus.
There likely is some chance of airborne and droplet spread. We don't think that is a large risk, but we don't think it's zero either.
Priest says it can take 6 to 8 weeks before symptoms show up. But if you've been cleaning out an old garage or cabin, wear masks, gloves, and eye protection, trying to not stir up too much dust as you clean.
This is a disease that's likely been present in North America for some time, but most cases are from the western United States.
State health officials are watching the spread closely, as one known passenger that was aboard the ship is from North Carolina.
If they come home, they would be monitored by their respective local health department.
Officials say the person has not been tested, but that's evolving. There's no need for panic now, but continue to follow the news and let your doctor know if you develop flu-like symptoms, back and hip pain. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, drivers in the Carolinas and nationwide are still feeling the impacts of high gas prices. AAA says the national average for a regular gallon is now $4.50, a 40% increase from a month ago. Prices are a little cheaper in the Carolinas, but drivers are still paying more than $4 a gallon at the pump. President Trump says he may be able to provide relief by suspending the federal gas tax, but that is not something that can just be done with a stroke of a pen. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis spoke with drivers about the potential savings, though.
Some people say they've been driving around to find the best prices on gas or stopping earlier to fill up the tank.
I just got 7 gallons a day instead of waiting until it gets, 10 or 12.
But the financial burden is real.
$50 get you 11 gallons. Blows my mind. Hey, but we gotta have it. We gotta get to work.
President Trump is now floating the idea of suspending the federal gas tax until things improve in the Middle East.
It's good that somebody's doing something.
But that could cause an issue elsewhere. Currently, the federal gas tax at 18.4 cents a gallon for gas and 24.4 cents per gallon for diesel brings in $23 to $36 billion a year, according to the Bipartisan Policy Center. The Highway Trust Fund uses the money for highway construction, road maintenance, and mass transit systems.
I dread it. I had to get some gas, now I dread it.
Congress would still need to approve the suspension of the federal gas tax, but at 18 cents a gallon, some say it's just a drop in the bucket.
Anything will help right now. 18 cents might not seem like a lot, but when you have to fill up, I mean, it'll make a big difference.
The suspension would have saved Rodney Moore $9.20 this trip. However, there is no timeline for if or when the suspension could happen.
I wish the gas prices would hurry up and drop.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
And gas prices are also fueling a rise in the U.S. inflation rate. The U.S. Labor Department is reporting a 3.8% increase in the Consumer Price Index last month. That's the largest jump in prices compared to the year before since 2023. It's also a 0.6% increase from March. Now, core inflation, which excludes food and gas prices because of how frequently they change, climbed 2.8% last month. The new report comes as peace negotiations with Iran appear to be unraveling, and President Trump heads overseas to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
We're going to do whatever is necessary, and as soon as this war is over, which will not be long, you're going to see oil prices drop, and you're going to see a stock market, which is already at the highest point in history, go through the roof.
The president is expected to try and persuade China to push Iran towards accepting a U.S. peace deal, effectively ending the ongoing conflict in the Middle East.
Beautiful weather out there on this Tuesday. Sunshine, highs up into the 70s, and it's nice to see that we do have another chance of rain coming for tomorrow with a cold front. But how much of that rain could we actually see? I've got that pinpoint weather forecast next.
You know, when music runs through your veins, how a local band director's family history is helping shape the next generation of musicians. Beautiful look at Uptown Charlotte on this Tuesday afternoon. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. You know, we've heard about more and more young people struggling to settle on a career. So a high school band director in Belmont was more than happy to follow the lead of his family and blaze his own trail. Queen City News storyteller John Lee has more on this band blood in tonight's Faces of the Carolinas.
Pull up a chair at South Point High and a dichotomy hits you like a wall of sound. A, you feel younger. B, you feel super old. Especially when you meet the Gen Z band director.
You just gotta be you. He definitely kind of gets us a little more. And 1 and 2.
Connor Settlemyer is 22 and approaching the end of his first year as a teacher. He was born around the time the TV show Desperate Housewives debuted, but let him cook, the man can teach.
I'm up here singing the whole time y'all are playing. I think it's important to kind of establish that it's okay to mess up, okay to make mistakes, but just we're trying to grow from that and improve every day. And if we're improving every day, then we'll have a good product at the end.
Connor Settlemyer from South Point High School.
Mr. Settlemeyer was named Gaston County Schools' new Teacher of the Year.
Most fun's probably just getting to make music. I mean, we have a lot of fun kind of learning these pieces together and getting through it and everything, and it's special to get a group of 50 kids to do something together. I'm so excited to do this with 30 percussionists. I don't know how else to tell you guys that.
He shares his recognition with the students.
I thought it was amazing for him. He definitely deserves it. He really helped us.
Taught me how to be a better musician, a better drummer, and he's just a good person overall.
Mr. Settlemeyer is a natural-born teacher, and that's really no surprise considering music is in his blood. His mother, Kelly, is a church minister of music. His uncle Scott's been a band director at universities including West Virginia and App State. And brother Josh is a high school choir teacher.
I think music was always going to kind of be the way. It's just what avenue of music.
I wasn't expecting a 22-year-old guy who likes to joke around with us and we can talk about anything.
Yes, he's youthful and approachable, but not afraid to challenge them musically.
Yeah, percussion, don't be the reason we fall apart back there.
And that's why this Gen Zer is well equipped to make learning a snap.
I definitely really connect to him.
In Belmont, John Lee, Queen City News.
Wow. Settlemeyer says he wants to grow the band program for years to come. Get this, South Point's spring band concert is happening tonight. Good stuff. Our award-winning Hometown Series continues, and we still have plenty of more stories to tell you. Tomorrow morning at 9, we're exploring the theme, Shaped by the Land. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, so if you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them on our website, qcnews.com. I want to miss it. Live look at uptown Charlotte from the Arlington camera. It's been a warm and sunny Tuesday. After we kicked off the work week with a bit of rain, and Tara, well, we love these mid-70s, especially a cool breeze every now and then.
Yeah.
We need some rain to head back this way pretty soon.
We do, because it looks like as we head into the weekend and then going into next week, we're going to get back into kind of a drier and hotter stretch. And so that just, I mean, makes the drought situation that much worse because, you know, we've got the heat and some of the humidity out there, the heat, and that leads to more of that evaporation and just things dry out even more so than they already are. So yes, possible showers for tomorrow. It's likely not going to add up to much in most of our communities, unfortunately. But type of situation if you're out and about, especially by tomorrow evening, that you may have to grab the umbrella or maybe head inside if you hear some of the rumbles of thunder out there. Of course, now we are not seeing any of that. Just wall-to-wall sunshine, especially from the Queen City north and west and up toward the mountains and foothills. Still looking at a little more cloud cover off to the south, but still lots of sun today, helping to warm things up. Still only 73 degrees, so which is below normal, cooler than average for this time of the year. Typical late afternoon high should be up around 79. 47 was that chilly low this morning, and we had some spots around freezing up in the mountains. We hit 32 for a low up in the mountains at Boone. We've got 65 though. Nice recovery out there today, up there in the high country, and heading down to the valley around Asheville. We've got 68 degrees, lots of 70s, more inland here across the central and eastern portions of the Carolinas, and we head out toward the coast, and cooler mid 60s to be expected there. Notice on the visible satellite imagery, we do have more cloud cover still streaming in overhead across our South Carolina communities and east along Highway 74, but not producing any rain. It continues to be just a clean sweep, a dry scan as we look around on radar here this evening. We've got high pressure and main control. Look at all the cloud cover though, and eventually some needed rainfall falling out there into sections of South Georgia after all the wildfires that have been burning in that part of the state here, South Georgia, and heading down into parts of Florida, getting some pretty heavy rain along that stalled front. But we are tracking this front, which is still pretty far away at this point, up across the Plain States, heading into the Midwest. That will push on through and bring us that minor rain chance into tomorrow. Rain is needed. We've been saying it over and over again, but check out this month of May here so far. We are actually running above average at this point in May already after all that beneficial rain from last week and a little bit that first half of the weekend for some of us on Saturday. However, on the year, and we've been saying below normal rainfall overall since this past fall, since September to be exact. We still have that deficit going of about 7 1/3 inches or so. All right, so cool and dry tonight, no rain just yet, and even most of us waking up early tomorrow morning and even a good part of the afternoon is still going to be dry before we'll be tracking some evening showers and storms and back to drier conditions heading into late week and the weekend as temperatures really start to heat up. A little bit warmer tomorrow too, and back up to seasonable conditions with that high of 79. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds with that chance of a late day shower or storm. And again, we are talking about later in the day. So tomorrow morning, plenty of dry time, mix of sun and clouds, as I said, but by 4 to 6 o'clock or so, we could start to see some of those even heavier showers starting to progress in from the north and west up through the mountains, dropping down to the foothills. And then you can see how a lot of that just kind of falls apart by the time it moves into the Charlotte metro. So really just a little bit of spotty light rain, couple sprinkles will be expected here, and most of that moves out by midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Drier weather returns to wrap up the week, so not much rain at all expected, only a few hundredths, maybe 1/10 of an inch or so. And then again, it's all about the heat as we head into the weekend, going into next week. Above normal temperatures with a ridge of high pressure building in. Temperatures up in the mountains heating up by the weekend too. We'll be kind of up and down the next few days, close to 70 tomorrow, then behind the front just a little bit cooler for Thursday, but then back in the high 70s to lower 80s through the weekend with some low rain chances, shower, thunderstorm, pop-up storm chances returning for the weekend. So here tonight we're still dry and kind of cool again, mid 40s to around 50 for those low temperatures. Nice warm up tomorrow afternoon. Beautiful sunshine to wrap up the week. It's going to be a scorcher this weekend, especially early next week. The more humidity too, and highs around 90.
Got that right, Tara. Thank you. Coming up, why a mother is demanding an apology for how a North Carolina congresswoman responded to her son's letter. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Tonight, a North Carolina mother is slamming Congresswoman Virginia Foxx's response to her 10-year-old son's letter. Christian Mango wrote an essay about why the federal government should provide tax rebates to electric vehicle owners. It was part of a classroom assignment. Christian's mom says her son mailed a copy of that essay to the Republican lawmaker. Fox responded with the letter, disagreeing with the boy's proposal and saying that his teacher used propaganda and indoctrinated the child. Now Christian's mom is demanding an apology.
And Representative Fox attacked him and attacked his teachers and said that his teachers were indoctrinating him with propaganda. How do you even explain that to a 10-year-old in 4th grade? But it's just not okay. We told my son it's not an okay response. Nobody should talk to a child like that, and nobody should attack teachers like that. She crossed the line.
Our sister station in Greensboro has reached out to Representative Fox's office to see if they would offer an apology, but they haven't heard back as of yet. Well, only on Queen City News Plus, our original show, Behind the Lens, takes you into the life of our talented photojournalist. This week, we talked with the man who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and caught their most iconic moment in recent years.
This is the famous Lombardi Trophy toss in the boat parade following the 2021 Super Bowl. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely right. Where I was that white T-shirt that was standing next to Tom as he threw the trophy across the bay there. I look at him after and I'm like, "You're a wild man." And he's like, "This tells you how measured Tom is in everything that he does and how smart he is and everything." I'm like, "You're a wild man." He's like, "Not really, because one of two things happens: we catch it and Cam Brate's the hero, or he drops it and you got 10 drunk dudes jumping in the Hillsborough River. Like you're gonna win regardless."
You can catch that full episode of Behind the Lens right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Amazon Fire Stick, or Apple TV. On Queen City News at 6, data stolen from thousands of students, parents, and teachers, and a cyber attack on an online education platform. What the owners of that system is now saying what happened to that information. And relief could soon be on the way for high prices of gas, how drivers are reacting to a proposed pause of the federal gas tax. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.